Chapter 301, Furball. Xia Fei's warship came penetrating through an amazing angle, the sharp bow of the ship acting like a keen and sharp knife, a light cut that tore a gap in Li Mo's stern. Flames shot out. Li Guan went leaping up from his seat. His face paled as he stared at the screen, then his one hand went to his chest and massaged it vigorously. Li Mo was ultimately his son, and he was the first in line to inherit Planet Conglomerate. It would be a great loss to his entire family if something were to happen to him. The crowd was all petrified. No one could have guessed that Xia Fei would make such a severe violation of the event rules in front of so many people. If Li Mo were to die as a result of this, Xia Fei would not only be permanently removed from the Golden Finger Cup, there would also be no way for him to escape the legal ramifications. Xia Fei had a sinister smile on his face. He was not an idiot, he would not openly kill Li Mo. What he wanted was for the latter to pay just a slight price for his actions. The reason why everyone could see the glow of flames was Xia Fei choosing to cut right into the side of the fuel injection system. When the warship moved, the thrusters would shoot forth two plumes of fire, and due to Xia Fei's actions, these two flame plumes could no longer be gathered and instead spread out. It was akin to the relationship between a faucet and a showerhead. The flow of water from a faucet was greater than that of a showerhead. After Xia Fei had damaged Li Mo's warship, it was no longer able to concentrate its thrust, making the entire ship move awkwardly and slowly, with its speed dropping down to a mere 10% of its original speed. The image on the screen neared, and Li Guan only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his son's warship had only lost its propulsion and had not exploded. At least, he was still alive. Up on the command deck, Xia Fei was all smiles as he lit a cigarette, admiring that glow of wild flames in front of him with great satisfaction. He seemed very pleased with his actions. Phantom roared with laughter. Well done. I've long since found that twerp irksome, but I'm afraid that the Association of Machinists will ban you from their tournament for life. The corners of Xia Fei's mouth arched to form a smirk. He simply replied, do you think I care? So what if I can't participate in the future? Everything comes with a price, what matters the most is that I'm in a great mood today. I'm eager to see just Li Mo's look of ill-tempered exasperation. Phantom nodded excitedly. You're right. Seeing the championship fly off when it's right before his eyes. That twerp must be so angry that everything is rushing to his head. You've really given him a tight slap this time. Xia Fei's eyes were gleaming with icy contempt. Actually, I wish that I could kill him, but now's not the time. I must first let him experience devastation and loss. Phantom exclaimed. He turned to stare at Xia Fei's chest, a curious expression on his face. Xia Fei felt uneasy being scrutinized like that, so he asked, what are you looking at? That egg in your bosom. It's absorbing, Phantom knitted his eyebrows and said. What is it absorbing? Xia Fei anxiously asked in surprise. That egg that Xia Fei had grabbed from the blood matrix was hidden in his bosom. He had not had the chance to find anyone to examine it yet. Now that there were changes to this strange egg, Xia Fei was naturally in shock. After all, he had no idea what sort of creature could be inside it. Phantom gulped. He had an incredulous look on his face. That evil energy that you gave off when you attacked Li Mo. That egg is absorbing the evil in you. How did you see that? Xia Fei's finger fished for the fluffy egg and placed it on the table. He observed it with his eyes, but he could not see anything. I'm a spirit, of course, I can see it, Phantom answered nonchalantly. When you sneaked into Li Mo's home the other time, I noticed that the egg showed some peculiar motions, but I was initially uncertain since it had a very low degree of absorption, but today it's very obvious, if I'm not mistaken, this egg has grown. He relies on evil energy to grow. Xia Fei found this hard to believe. There were plenty of strange and fantastical beasts that were being described in the Beast Spirit Codex, yet Xia Fei simply could not think of any beast stated inside that depended on evil energy to incubate no matter how hard he racked his brain. Just what sort of animal was this? That was when that furry egg on the table suddenly shook. Oh, no, it's going to hatch. You need to use your Beast Spirit Codex to control it if it's an evil organism and kill it immediately if you can't control it. Phantom yelped. Xia Fei nodded gravely. He pulled out the Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger. The unique dagger from the assassin sect was extremely sharp and he figured it should be enough to deal with the egg, for such a small creature should not possess too much of a lethal threat. The fuzzy round ball shook even more vigorously. It was evident that the creature within was struggling desperately, attempting to break out of its cocoon. Xia Fei watched it with all his concentration, his dagger to the side, ready to take its life at any moment. Xia Fei and Phantom had both thought it was an egg, so there should be some unknown creature inside it, but they were wrong. It was not an egg because a single red eye grew out from its furry body, then a second eye, and finally a small mouth. It looked at Xia Fei like a newborn baby, its gaze innocent and mischievous. That little ball effortfully waddled to Xia Fei's side and tried to climb up him, but it unfortunately was too weak, panting heavily after climbing for a few short moments. Xia Fei and Phantom were speechless. It had absorbed evil energy to grow, yet it actually turned into a cute ball of fur, looking completely innocent and harmless. Xia Fei hesitated and extended a little finger toward it. Phantom was nervous. What if this little ball of fur bit him? There was no telling whether it had venom or none. The ball of fur excitedly opened its mouth, extending its small and pink tongue to lick Xia Fei's finger. Xia Fei felt his fingertips itch a little, and he involuntarily thought back to a mongrel that he had raised a long time ago. That little thing was not at all a threat but was, instead, just a cute ball of fur. After licking Xia Fei's finger for some time, the little creature used its own fuzzy body to rub against Xia Fei, as if wanting him to give it a hug. Xia Fei looked at Phantom, and Phantom looked right back at him. The two did not say a word. The two thought that some ugly monster would appear, so neither had expected that it would actually be a small round ball. Xia Fei held the creature in his palm and softly asked, "Hey, little guy, just what the hell are you?" Phantom suggested, "Give him a name." Xia Fei muttered, "What should I call this little ball of fur?" The little creature in his palm suddenly used its tongue to lick Xia Fei's hand, seemingly very excited. "Looks like it likes the name Furball, so let's call it Furball," Xia Fei said with a grin. Furball seemed to understand what Xia Fei was saying as it licked his hand furiously once again. That was when the onboard communicator suddenly had a call coming through. Xia Fei kept Furball into his bosom, and that little creature shook its body a little before going to sleep. As a newborn, it was still very weak, and it needed plenty of sleep to replenish its energy. "Xia Fei, report to the chief referee's office immediately. We hope to get a reasonable explanation for today's incident," the chief referee, Years of Floating Light, said with a cold face. Xia Fei nodded. He shut off the screen and got his warship to land. While he was dealing with Furball, Li Mo had already landed his warship first. There was no way for him to achieve any good result even if he forced himself to carry on with the event after his ship lost its ability to generate propulsion. Besides, it was highly unsafe to pilot a warship into space after its fuel injection system had been damaged. The moment Xia Fei got off his ship, Li Mo came charging right at him, all enraged, throwing a string of expletives at Xia Fei. The broadcast had caught this entire scene on video, transmitting it perfectly to every single viewer across the alliance. Up on the stands, Li Guan sighed as he muttered to himself, "So what if you lost the event? Why must you also lose yourself?" Standing up, Li Guan left without saying a word. As a member of high society, Li Mo should not have cursed Xia Fei so openly in front of the entire alliance no matter how angry he was. In Li Guan's eyes, this entire incident had severely damaged his family's reputation. Xia Fei smiled as he cheekily taunted the still fuming Li Mo, "What? Do you want to bite me?" In the chief referee's office, the screen was showing this year's Golden Finger Cups award ceremony. Li Mo had gotten a third-place finish as a result of his retirement from the final event. Seeing Li Mo stand on the lowest segment of the podium while grinding his teeth, Xia Fei revealed a satisfied smile. He turned his head to the frowning Years of Floating Light, "Esteemed chief referee, I've already said all I wish to say, this was definitely an accident. I suddenly lost control of the warship, so what could I do? Besides, I've already done all I could to minimize the damage caused to the point that no lives were lost from this terribleness. Then how would you explain that vanguard blade you fitted onto the bow of your ship? I had that fitted because I thought that the organizing committee would be hiding the token in some terrible environment, such that I needed to find a way to break through potential obstructions. Then how would you explain the modification of your ship's propulsion output tube? You clearly knew that doing so would easily cause your warship to lose balance the instant you accelerated. In order to achieve the greatest speed, I had to take some risks. I didn't imagine that I would lose control and crash into others so soon. Now you're just engaging in sophistry." No matter how the judges attempted to pester and inquire over the incident, Xia Fei maintained his innocence. There was evidence if Xia Fei admitted to the deed. No one could do anything to him otherwise. Years of Floating Light waved his hand helplessly. "Fine, you may leave." Xia Fei nodded, saying his goodbyes to all the judges before turning around to leave. Old years, how are you going to deal with this matter? Xia Fei most definitely did it on purpose. Years of Floating Light gravely remarked, strike his name off. Ban him from tournaments forever. Isn't such a punishment too light? Years of Floating Light stared at the man who suggested it. Then what else can we do? Send Xia Fei to the judicature? We don't even have any proof. Xia Fei returned to the living quarters to collect his things. The Golden Finger Cup had already ended, so there was no need for him to stay around anymore. The people were all shooting Xia Fei unfriendly glances. At the end of the day, the image of Xia Fei's viciousness was forever captured in the minds of the spectators just from his intention to drag Li Mo down with him after retiring, but none of them had any idea about the animosity between the two. After storing all his clothes and items into his spatial ring, Xia Fei stroked Furball, which was tucked in his bosom, and left the quarters, only to bump into Constantine, who was leaning against the corner of a wall. Smiling at Xia Fei, Constantine nodded, thanks. Xia Fei shook his head. No need to thank me. I can guarantee that I did not crash into Li Mo for your sake. No matter who you did it for, the fact remains that you've really given me a hand this time. You know, if I failed to obtain the championship, I'd have to marry a fat and bearish woman as my wife upon my return. That's the agreement I have with my father, the king, but because of your actions, I'm free. I can now choose the woman I like, and that is something very important to me, Constantine explained. He fished out a black metal badge from his chest pocket and handed it to Xia Fei. If you ever get the chance, come over to the Blood Candle Kingdom to find me. Drinks are on me. What I gave you is my family's emblem, with the safest route to the Blood Candle Kingdom recorded in it. Few know of this route. Xia Fei nodded. If I recall correctly, the Blood Candle Kingdom is near the Death Trio Star region, isn't it? Constantine replied, it isn't far. Xia Fei chuckled as he kept that badge engraved with the royal emblem. Perhaps we will really have a chance to meet again. With that, Xia Fei waved goodbye and left. Constantine strolled over to a window and looked from his high spot, spotting Avril waiting for Xia Fei below. Lucky guy, you've really helped me greatly this time, Constantine muttered to himself. Military, secret experimental research facility. The atmosphere in the place became tense when the Redhead Chief of Staff Williams and Chief of Navy Layton arrived on site. Everyone was desperately bustling about, no one wanting to leave a bad impression in front of these two among the famed military triumvirate. Since it was necessary for people to abide by military rules as they were working with them, there was a saying that had privately spread among the masses, better to provoke the King of Hell than to bother the Three Wolves. The Three Wolves referred to the Staff Officers Department head Wolf Williams, the Admiralty's head Wolf Layton, and the King of Wolves, which was the number one in charge of the Alliance military, Tai. The military was like a wolf pack, and Williams, Layton, and Tai were the leaders of this wolf pack. They were the strongest, most cunning, and the most intimidating existence to the enemy. Furthermore, the three men, who had been working together for decades, kept a very good relationship with one another, they coordinated perfectly with one another, and many would compare them to the Golden Age when Marshal Duras and his son Duras Jr. were in charge. There were countless officers who came to fame during the long and hard war between the Insectoids and the Pan-Human Alliance. The Duras father and son were one such legend, they appeared for the humans in their most dire time of need, leading the fleets until they were just a warp jump away from the Insectoids' territory. The Pan-Human Alliance had never once fought so close to their territory, and that was the closest the military had ever been to the Insectoids as well. Military scientists generally believed that it was unfortunate that the military triumvirate was born during this era of peace, unable to fully exercise their talent in military affairs, otherwise, they might even become renowned generals just like the Duras father-son pair. Williams and Layton went straight to the laboratory control center, and it was a bespectacled old man, with a head full of white hair, who received them, looking very much the part of a veteran scientist. Is Tai here yet? Layton asked. The old scientist was startled. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Will Minister Tai be here as well? Why was I not notified of this? Layton coughed. Tai's whereabouts is a military secret, so how would you be informed? You'd better not mess this up, or else Tai might just eat you alive if he were to get unhappy with you. The old scientist immediately became frightened and unsettled hearing Layton say that. Williams lay his arm across the old man's shoulder as he walked him into the room. Don't worry so much. Minister Tai is actually very easy to talk to. Just do as I say and everything's going to be fine. The old man hurriedly nodded his head, completely grateful to Williams. With the doors closed behind them, Williams took out a box of maple candy and placed 2 in his mouth. Leighton, what are you being so nervous for? We're only recommending Tai the energy shield booster, whether he ends up using it or not is his problem. Leighton furrowed his brows. Well, the effect that the energy shield boosters grants needs not be said, but it's too bad that Quantum Holdings is small in scale. I'm afraid it won't have the capabilities to provide the products for the entire military. Tai is from a conservative military family, so he may have a very hard time agreeing to include such a small and nameless company as an A-list supplier of the Alliance military. Williams was nonplussed. Then what are you so anxious for? Worst case scenario, we won't be using it on our ships. Leighton sighed. To think you're someone who leads men. The energy shield booster is like an exceptional soldier in itself, so why would any commander not want to recruit the best troops for themselves? Won't you be anxious too if you are to watch as a good soldier get recruited into another army? Williams chuckled. So that's what you're worried about. While it's true that Tai is quite the traditionalist, he isn't the sort who is deathly rigid to change. As long as something's good enough, I do believe that Tai will still consider it. Even if Quantum Holdings is small and doesn't have any experience providing any products to the military, the quality of its product can't be denied. Besides, even if Tai doesn't designate Quantum Holdings as an A-list supplier, it can still be a C-list supplier, supplying for a local navy in small batches. Leighton pouted. I would of course want the main fleet to have first dibs of something good. What's the use of giving it to some local army? Saying this, that was when a big black burly man came storming in the room. The man was muscular, his broad jaw seemingly cast from steel, prominent cheekbones, and a pair of sharp eyes which shone with determination. His pure wool uniform had 6 shiny golden stars, which denoted his unique position in the military. He was the only 6-star general in the entire Pan-Human Alliance, Tai. Because they were currently in an era of peace, no one had the rank of Marshal in the Alliance, which meant that the highest post in the entire military was a 6-star general. Tai took off his cap and revealed his dome of silvery hair. They were like steel needles, straight and spiky, similar to rows of guards standing straight. This was also why Tai had another nickname, the Silver-Haired General. Tidying his uniform a bit, Tai sat down right in the center of the room and asked in a deep voice, "What is it that you want to show me in person?" The usually carefree Leighton turned extremely serious when he saw Tai, while Williams was still his smiling self. Leighton and I have discovered really decent equipment called the Energy Shield Booster. It's able to increase a ship's defensive value by 30%. If 4 of these shield boosters are used to form a defensive array, it's even able to bump that up to 70%, Williams smiled as he explained, pulling out the information data that he had already prepared from his briefcase and handed it over to Tai. Tai was slightly startled, taking the documents over and giving them a quick scan as he asked, "Isn't there a like demonstration? I'll take a look at these while it happens." Strict and vigorous was Tai's unique characteristic. Rarely would he ever do just one thing. Even when he was having his meal, he would also have the habit of reading reports. He even enjoyed doing combat simulations while he was in the shower. Williams nodded and used the intercom to give the order to start the experiment. The control center had a large full-length glass window for them to watch the first test area. Tai held the document in hand as he walked over, saying, "The parameters are good. Have you done a level 5 stress test yet?" Williams' expression changed almost instantly as he exclaimed, "Tai, you wish to put the energy shield booster through a level 5 stress test? Isn't that a little too harsh?" Chapter 302, An Insane Test. Williams' expression changed almost instantly as he exclaimed, "Tai, you wish to put the energy shield booster through a level 5 stress test? Isn't that a little too harsh?" The stress test was a unique examination method that the military employed. Its purpose was to test the maximum endurance that any equipment could be under when fully operational while in combat. The test itself ranged 5 levels of stress, and Tai had requested for the energy shield booster to go through the toughest. The military would not normally request auxiliary equipment such as the energy shield booster to undergo such a high-level stress testing, because such tests were completely devastating. The energy shield booster would essentially be forced to sustain waves upon waves of attacks non-stop until it was completely destroyed. The number of equipment that could make it through a level 5 stress test was 1 in a million. Only the very expensive and high-quality equipment in the Alliance was capable of withstanding such extensive punishment. Seeing as the energy shield booster had not even been enhanced according to the requirements of the military prior and its fairly low price point, the equipment was clearly more for general use just based on its function. One top-tier equipment, which cost over 100 million star coins, would of course be more likely to get through such an extreme test than a single energy shield booster, which only cost several million star coins. Top-tier equipment required expensive materials to be produced, so it was hardly cost-efficient even if it successfully made it through the level 5 stress test, since it was unlikely for the military to equip such expensive top-tier equipment en masse. To be precise, the level 5 stress test was reserved for top-tier equipment that special forces would be using. To let Xia Fei's energy shield booster, a very obviously universal use equipment, undergo the level 5 stress test, even the most optimistic Williams found it somewhat harsh. Tai was unperturbed. The size of this company is pathetically small, and it has neither the experience nor the tradition of supplying the military. If not for you two highly recommending this equipment to me, I wouldn't even consider it at all. Performance can't be explained on paper alone. There are plenty of reasons why so many companies are unable to guarantee their products' consistency. We are the military, so how can we treat what we fit into our ships as child's play? Performance is very important, but what's even more important is in knowing if this company can show the consistency over time, sustaining the military's demand all the way. Being a supplier for the Alliance military isn't just a one-time commitment or for the short term. The moment this kind of energy shield booster goes into the procurement process, it means that, as long the Alliance exists, so will the military. Before a better product replacement becomes available, this company will be servicing the military the entire time, be it 100 years, 1,000, or even 10,000 years. A company that will not make any mistake across any amount of time, that is the criterion for becoming an A-list supplier of the military. Since you two want to have this company enter the A-list despite it not meeting the requirements expected, it must means that this company is capable of making a product no other out there can come up with, or else I will most definitely not agree for a recently established company of just over 2 years to be tested in the first place. For a company that has no funds or power to ensure the combat effectiveness of the military, it will have to prove that it is the best, or else it shan't even be considered. It's just that simple. Tai said decisively. Both Williams and Layton felt somewhat stifled after hearing Tai speak with such conviction. His demands had always been strict, especially with regard to weaponry which affected the military's strength, becoming all the more uncompromising with it. Hence, his request to put the energy shield booster through a level 5 stress test could no longer be described as harsh. Williams chuckled. Tai, I already understand why you made such a request. Equipping the fleet with a new product isn't something trivial. I'll make the preparations for the level 5 stress test right away, so do we still go ahead with the standard combat engagement test? Tai answered, of course. Since I've come to see just how great this energy shield booster the two of you have so strongly recommended, we can do the stress test later. How many of these products have you acquired, and how did you get a hold of them? Williams replied, we've managed to get hold of 6 of them, 3 standard and 3 enhanced versions in total. The Adjudicator Union bought a batch of these energy shield boosters several months ago, and these 6 were the reserves they had in storage. As such, you can be at ease, Quantum Holdings has no clue that we've already gotten our hands on these samples, not to mention that we will be doing tests on them. Not informing a company that they would be doing tests was a tradition of the military as well. There was a high possibility for companies to hand over better samples intentionally if they were informed of what the military was doing, just so they could pull a fast one and pass the test. That was why the military had always bought any kind of equipment from the market or obtained samples from another organization, like this time when they were conducting an investigation on it. Tai furrowed his brows. Why is there a standard version and an enhanced version? What's the reason for that? Williams smiled. It's not only the two. Quantum Holdings energy shield boosters have a total of 4 grades, differing in their rate of recharge, with varying prices as well. The economy version provides a 25% recharge speed increase, the standard 30%, enhanced 35%, and the deluxe version goes up to a 38% recharge rate increase. In terms of pricing, the economy version goes for 2 million star coins, the standard are at 4 million, enhanced at 10 million star coins, while the deluxe can go as high as 30 million star coins apiece. Tai laughed out loud. The person in charge of this business sure knows how to do business. He clearly intends to segment the market according to different client groups. The rich will be able to buy the most powerful products, satisfying their vanity, while the average citizen can opt for the less pricier versions, still beneficial even if it's not as good as the others. Williams mused. Indeed, that's quite a good marketing strategy, and the prices are reasonable as well. At present, we're using the CL5 large energy shield generators, which cost us somewhere over 8 million star coins each. Adding a standardized multiplier device will cost us an additional 4 million star coins for each warship, though purchasing them in bulk will somewhat lower this cost. Tai waved his hand dismissively. We'll talk about pricing another time. If this company plans to get into the A-list of military suppliers, they will first have to show us its ability to run with the military, or else there's nothing to talk about. The combat engagement test went smoothly. The energy shield booster increased defensive performance by up to 32.17% in the simulated battle, greatly improving battlefield survivability. Even the always severe Tai believed that the energy shield boosters were not a bad addition in terms of its defensive capabilities. It was not often for Tai to praise others, so a not bad from his lips was already considered outstanding. Coming and going like a furious hurricane, Tai left in as much of a hurry as he came. This ultimate overseer of the Alliance's military affairs was always this busy, and even his wife had left him when she could no longer bear the loneliness. However, he still carried on as he desired, putting his entire heart and soul to the military. It was as if he had married the military, instead, and conflict became his favorite mistress. Williams and Layton sent him off to the front door, with Tai making a final statement before he boarded the warship. No matter the case, the level 5 stress test must be conducted. If 2 out of the 6 samples you've obtained pass the test, I won't mind considering adding Quantum Holdings to the military supplier A list. After watching Tai take off, Williams sighed as he turned to Layton. That's already the biggest concession he could have done. After all, to be entered into the A list of military suppliers is by no means a small feat. Once Quantum Holdings obtains such qualifications, that will also mean he becomes a partner of the entire Alliance military. The military will not only provide it strong support in terms of technology and funding but also give it plenty of special protections. Layton shook his head. Such good treatment will also have similarly harsh demands. The amount of responsibility an A-list supplier has to bear is so immense that no ordinary man can imagine it. Every component and equipment that the many military warships require will have to be made by these A-list suppliers. That is an old military rule. A level 5 stress test, though. The strength of this test is equivalent to the energy shield boosters continuously working for 5 years in a large-scale battle without any interruptions. Regardless of the fact that Tai lowered the requirement down to just 1/3, I still don't think that the energy shield boosters will be able to pass this test. Williams smiled. I think so, too. In order to pass this harsh level 5 stress test, which allows no room for error, not only do the samples have to be well made, they will also need a bit of luck. Layton rubbed his chin for a moment, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Do you think Quantum Holdings will be willing to sell their proprietary technology to other military suppliers we have in the A-list? They have the funds and have worked together with the military over many years. Tai will surely agree if they are the ones providing the goods to us, Layton said. Williams patted Layton on his shoulder. Dear Admiral Layton, suppose you are the one who invented the energy shield booster, would you sell it off? Layton shook his head. Of course not. The potential for this product is huge. Even if the military doesn't end up buying it, other powers across the Alliance will be interested in doing so. I heard that the Adjudicator Union is already preparing to buy their second batch. The reason why they're unable to become an A-list military supplier is all due to the company's lack of strength. As long as they focus on development, it will only be a matter of time before it becomes a standardized equipment for the Alliance fleet. There's no way anyone will so easily give up such a product with so much potential. Williams laughed. You've already met the boss of Quantum Holdings, Xia Fei. That rascal's really sharp, so what you can think of he must have already considered. That's why we don't need to propose that suggestion to him. He's most definitely not gonna give up the technology easily. Layton nodded, a little disappointed. That's true. Come to think of it, that rascal's really crafty. Best if we wait for the stress test result. Xia Fei was wearing a freshly tailored black suit, standing in the middle of the living room helplessly. He was facing a huge mirror, turning his body at the behest of Avril's tailor, getting into all sorts of motion. Avril had one hand under her chin like a very focused little fox. Yes, his sleeves are a little long. You'll still need to shorten it by about 5 centimeters. The pants legs are a little wide, too, gotta make them tighter. The tailor was hurriedly recording Avril's requests so that it would be more convenient for him to make the alteration later. Avril nodded. This is pretty okay. Now let's try the day suit. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Isn't one suit enough? Why is there a need for day and night? Avril smiled as she approached Xia Fei. Suits are supposed to be split between day and night. In case of an emergency, I even have 3 sets of day suit and night suit prepared. Xia Fei was left speechless. He only had a few sets of clothes regularly, and to think he would now be having 6 more suits just to attend Avril's grandfather's birthday banquet. This made Xia Fei, someone who did not usually care about how he dressed, tongue-tied. A high society banquet gave Xia Fei the sense that it was cumbersome, where everything had to be carefully prepared. Xia Fei suddenly had an epiphany, seeing how serious Avril looked. What was a bit of hassle if he could make the lady he loved happy? Who would have thought that, after trying on the day suit, Avril would call someone to push in a whole trolley of shirts, bow ties, cufflinks, leather shoes. White, black, green, gold, a rainbow range of colors and even styles to choose from, leaving Xia Fei dazzled by what he was seeing. Are you going to open a mall or something? Xia Fei asked, frowning. Avril giggled. These are all things that you'll need, and you need to try them all. Xia Fei had black lines forming across his forehead. There were several things that Xia Fei had not seen before on display. He originally thought that a suit was enough in the clothing department, but after seeing all these things that Avril had prepared for him, he could not help but come to the realization that it was far from enough. It just so happened that the communicator latched on his wrist rang, and Xia Fei fled to the balcony as if his life depended on it. He undid the buttons to his shirt and pulled out a stick of hung tashan from his pocket. He took a deep puff as if he was putting down a heavy burden. Thuram eyed Xia Fei's clothes and nodded. Did Avril get that for you? It's not bad, you seem to be roaring with vigor, though your white hair seems to have increased, making you look somewhat old. Xia Fei shrugged. Uncle, do you also go through so much trouble when you attend a banquet? Thuram burst out laughing. I just wear my adjudication union's uniform, where would I have need of all these accoutrements? Xia Fei was slightly stunned, abruptly envious of Thuram. I have 2 messages for you, one's good and the other's bad. Which would you like to hear first? Thuram asked. Xia Fei thought for a moment. Give me the good news first. The good news is that the military has begun confidential experiments on your energy shield booster. The process has been successful, and the military triumvirate has all seen it. Even the draconian Tai had nothing to fault. And what's the bad news? Thuram revealed a very sinister smile. The bad news is that you've got really bad luck. Tai is of the belief that Quantum Holdings doesn't have what it takes to provide the military's needs and has requested that the energy shield boosters be put through the Level 5 stress test. Level 5 stress test? Xia Fei was puzzled. What's that? Thuram answered, all I know is that it's the military's highest level test. Their standard is harsh, and most equipment is hardly able to get through such an extreme test. The military and the adjudicator union are 2 completely different systems, so that's all I know. I heard from people there that it's very hard for the energy shield boosters to pass the test, so you'd better mentally prepare yourself for that. It's not that easy to get an agreement with the military. Xia Fei was somewhat dejected. He lowered his head. Thank you for telling me the news. Actually, there have been plenty of businesses that wish to buy our products in bulk recently, so I'm not exactly worried about sales. Still, the military is the largest purchaser of military hardware, so not becoming a supplier for them is still a quite regretful event. Thuram responded, you don't have to be sad, either. The results aren't out yet. General Tai is someone who values tradition. He believes that only those businesses that have been servicing the military for years are trustworthy, and the reason why he has his reservations is that your Quantum Holdings isn't of scale yet, and it hasn't been long since your company was listed, but it doesn't mean that your energy shield booster isn't good. In any case, not becoming a supplier of the military this time isn't a bad thing. Concentrate on developing your company first. By the time Quantum Holdings has power to stand on the alliance stage, it isn't too late to head over to the military and get this gargantuan purchase order. Xia Fei laughed and nodded as if his mood had not been affected by what he just learned. Time spent together with Avril was always happy, though short. He would have to take off and fly off into the stars after quite some time, heading toward the distant black abyss. It had already turned into a war zone, and there was no telling what might be waiting for him there, which was why Xia Fei really cherished these rare moments of relaxation. He was not about to be upset over the military not using his energy shield boosters. Besides, the military opting against using the product did not mean that others would do the same. There was no lack of products to be sold, and it would merely be Quantum Holdings' door plaque missing the golden plate, which would read, an A-list supplier of the military. Avril's careful voice came from inside the room. Xia Fei, can you come over and take a look at this shirt? I feel that it's best if you use smooth alloy cufflinks with it. Do you like this color? Thuram laughed uproariously. Punk! How I envy you! With a girlfriend like Avril, I'm afraid every single man in the entire universe will be dying of jealousy. Alright, get back to your business, I'll be sure to give you a ring if I hear anything else. Xia Fei scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Saying goodbye to Thuram, he turned around and returned to Avril's side. You can choose. Xia Fei told Avril as he affectionately looked at her. In the military secret laboratory, the rigorous level 5 stress test was underway. The results of the test would directly decide if Xia Fei's energy shield boosters could become a standardized equipment used by the Alliance military's fleets. Though Xia Fei had said so very easily, anyone would also understand that the military was the largest firearms and military hardware purchaser in the entire Alliance. It would be impossible not to be on the path paved to riches once anyone obtained the military's purchase order. Moreover, the value of the plaque that officially recognized a company to be the military's A-list supplier already exceeded the scope of money. It was akin to a protective amulet. The military would always favor the companies that supplied them out of their interest, since the said companies' rise and fall would have a direct relation to their fleet's combat effectiveness. What was the most important thing to a businessman? Trust. What would be the level of trust of a company that provided standardized equipment for the Alliance military be? Supreme levels. What line of loan would a bank be willing to extend to a company, which had been recognized as an A-list supplier of the military? Limitless. It could, thus, be seen that, in order to become a top business in the Alliance, producing equipment for the military was the fastest shortcut any company could take. Right now, whether this shortcut could lead Quantum Holdings to the finish line or not all depended on the level 5 stress test, the so-called extreme test, that was being conducted in some unknown military planet. Layton had taken a trip to the laboratory every day these last 2 days, personally witnessing the progress of the level 5 stress test. He stood in front of these full-length windows, his gaze somewhat worried. His soldier intuition was telling him that the fleet needed these energy shield boosters in order to further improve their combat capabilities, but what Tai said was very reasonable as well. A huge purchase order like that from the military could not simply be handed to some no-name small company. Williams walked over without making a sound as he chuckled. You're back here again. Layton pouted. Aren't you here as well? Pine Williams did not say a word. The two of them shared the same sentiment. Both were convinced that this energy shield booster would be an epoch-defining new product. Which is this? Williams asked lightly. The fourth. 4 of these energy shield boosters have already fallen under the insane stress tests they were put under, and there are now just 2 left. Chapter 303, 2 reports. Williams did not say a word. His eyes were looking out the window. Currently, 2 simulation warship systems were rotating at full speed on the experiment platform. A spherical white energy shield was enclosing them as hundreds of laser emitters were repeatedly attacking the ships. The pulse laser emitters only used a single salvo to destroy the energy shield completely. The energy shield boosters maintained their highest working state throughout, quickly repairing the energy shield, but unfortunately, before it was done, another salvo landed, penetrating past the energy shield. This process repeated in such a manner. Every single minute throughout the 57 hours, the lasers would destroy the energy shield and the boosters would repair them, again and again. The energy shield booster was facing up against a daunting task which was both insane and merciless. The energy shield booster could only begin working upon the shield being under assault and would go into dormant state for the rest of time, but now that the energy shield was being relentlessly attacked and was not given enough time to rest at all, it meant that it had to maintain the standard of its highest working state throughout the entire test period. When the heat built up within a machine without any means of releasing, every single part would experience a really tough test. This was just like a car that had its accelerator pushed to the maximum limit, speeding through the highway. How would a car being operated in such a fashion last longer than another car which was just cruising around in the suburbs? Even if the car had an exceptional engine, which could run stably, what about its tires? The oil circuit? Could it all run at full capacity throughout? Machinery was a complex collection of systems made up of many parts and modules working in tandem. Even the most ingenious machinist could not guarantee that every part would be able to continue operating under the highest load. Over time, there would always be some parts with poor durability that would gradually start failing. Looks like it's going to be impossible for this energy shield booster to make it through the level 5 stress test, Williams said. Saying this, they saw a series of flashing sparks explode inside the laboratory. Another energy shield had fallen because it could not withstand the stress, and the mainframe immediately cut off its power supply and stopped the test. The truth was plain for all to see. 5 out of the 6 energy shield boosters they acquired had been successively destroyed, not fulfilling the 2 out of 6 criterion Tai had set. Leighton sighed as he turned to Williams. You and your big mouth. If this were really a battlefield, I hope your officers' headquarters would not make too many mistakes with your battle plans. Williams shrugged helplessly, not appearing too bothered. His eyes continued to stare at the last remaining energy shield booster, watching that white energy shield remain unusually indomitable, being repeatedly beaten yet it still remained shining time and again. The two went over to a couch in the control center and sat down. Williams pulled out a box of maple candy and popped 2 into his mouth. He was in deep thought, while Leighton pulled a sad expression. Either understood that the energy shield boosters failing to get through the level 5 stress test meant it was not exceptional enough, and Tai had set a very harsh bar. It would have been a real miracle for this universal equipment to survive a level 5 stress test. Forget about the energy shield boosters, which cost several million star coins, there was not even a guarantee that the deluxe version, which cost hundreds of millions of star coins, might pass the test. Leighton was quiet for some time before he said, looks like there's no hope for the energy shield booster to equip the entire military. Who knows when the upper and lower chambers will allow the military to send our troops out to quell the Death Trio Star Region's rebellion. Williams smiled. Look at you, always thinking about the end of the world so you can lead the fleet out for a chance at glory. Unfortunately, you're going to have to be disappointed this time, there's no way you'll have the dispatch orders in your hands in 6 months. Leighton was very disappointed, but even more so, he was nonplussed. Why not? I've already gotten the orders to raise the naval readiness to level 2 and have begun to ship reserve supplies out to the front lines. Even, 1147, 2158, and 3069, the 3 elite naval combined fleets have been deployed to the front lines, yet you're telling me that I won't be able to have the dispatch order in the next 6 months? Since we won't be dispatched to quell the rebellion, what's the point of them sending the fleets over? Leighton was slightly agitated. The schism of the Pan-Human Alliance was simply unforgivable in his eyes, which was why Leighton had been a little nettled when Williams said that they would definitely not be sent out in the next 6 months. Williams calmly explained, the reason why the military got the order now is solely to pressure those warlords in the Death Trio Star region, to warn them not to go overboard. They don't want them thinking that the Alliance will do nothing to stop their rebellion. As for really sending the fleets out to quell the rebellion, you'll still have to wait for quite some time. Honestly, 6 months is already the most optimistic time frame I predicted that this can happen. In fact, it might even drag till a year or 2. Leighton was even more perplexed. Is the Alliance just going to let them break off as they desire? Williams answered, of course not. You don't have a deep understanding of how politicians think. Aside from how expensive it will be to send the fleet into the Death Trio Star region and fight things out, it may also result in heavy casualties. After all, those warlords were people of the Alliance military, so they're more than capable of fighting back. The Death Trio Star region must be recovered, but the key is when. Rather than dispatching the fleets while the 3 regions are still in turmoil, why not wait till they finish slaughtering one another for the Alliance military to swoop in and clean up what's left? This is what those politicians are best at. The lives of the citizens living there aren't really important in their eyes, so why would they not be more than happy to reap the most benefits with the least amount of effort? Leighton heavily slapped the desk as he cursed. Those bloodsuckers! To think military men like us have to listen to orders from the likes of them, just our luck. Williams paused briefly before saying, actually, there are still quite a number of people in the Alliance who want to act as quickly as possible, but it's unfortunate that a majority of citizens don't really care about the situation in the Death Trio Star region. Perhaps it's human nature, only when the disaster befalls themselves do they start to feel fear. Once public opinion rises to a certain level, or if the combat strength of the Death Trio Star region drops to the point they can no longer pose a threat, that's when the upper and lower chambers will make the decision to send troops over to quell the rebellion, so all we can do until then is prepare and wait. There was no way for the energy shield booster to pass the stress test, nor could the rebellion in the Death Trio Star region be put down. These 2 5-star generals felt like heroes who were powerless to do anything, and the atmosphere around them became somewhat gloomy. Williams suddenly crunched on the candies in his mouth as he uttered in a deep voice, I've suddenly got an idea. Perhaps it's worth a shot. The date of Ernst's birthday drew near, and Sunset Villa slowly became busier as well. There would be large parties of guests arriving from all across the alliance, with luxurious cocktail parties being thrown every night. Avril was also getting busier, constantly being required to greet the guests, even needing her to be familiar with their names to avoid causing any awkwardness. As such, the times she got to meet with Xia Fei lessened. Xia Fei was now staying at a hotel not too far away from Avril's residence. Early each morning, he would accompany Avril to have breakfast before retiring to his room to busy himself, while Avril would return to the Sunset Villa and attend to her own matters. There had been no news from the military this entire time, though they had borrowed another batch of energy shield boosters from Thurum's side. This time, they took much more, 12 of the standard version and 12 of the enhanced version. It was as if they were still anxiously conducting their tests. It was still 3 days away from Ernst's birthday, and Xia Fei had finally gotten a call from Yai of Black Abyss. "We've discussed what you proposed, and we're willing to exchange a permanent control of 1 galaxy for 1,000 energy shield boosters," Yai said in a deep voice. Deep dark circles were under his eyes. According to news from the media, the military fleet in the Black Abyss had already lost 3 consecutive battles right at the start of the war, losing a large piece of their forward position. It was most likely those tough obstacles from the recent battles that gave him sleepless nights, and perhaps it was due to this that made him agree to Xia Fei's proposal. Turning the conversation, Yai spoke up once more. "But I do have one condition: we need to test the effect of the energy shield boosters on the battlefield before we officially sign the agreement." Xia Fei nodded. "That's reasonable. I'll be making a trip to Black Abyss personally, arriving in approximately 45 days' time. I'll be discussing with you all the specific conditions myself." Yai furrowed his brows. "Can it be sooner? When will the goods be arriving?" Xia Fei smiled. "You know as well as I do how tough the journey from the Alliance core to Black Abyss will be. 45 days is already the quickest I can manage. Once we reach an agreement, the goods will arrive very soon." "How soon?" "Very soon." Yai was silent for a good while. It was very evident that now was not a good time to argue with Xia Fei, for the initiative was in Xia Fei's hands, not his own. "All right, I believe you, but please don't disappoint me," Yai said. Xia Fei answered, "I also wish that your men can hold on during this period." Turning off the screen, Phantom asked, puzzled, "They won't change their mind at the last minute, reneging on the deal after obtaining our boosters, will they? After all, the Death Trio Star region is still their territory." Xia Fei chuckled. "For now, perhaps. The Alliance is sure to be dispatching their fleet to quell the rebellion in the Death Trio Star region, and it's only a matter of when. By the time the Alliance military garrison themselves there, even if they don't wish to honor the agreement, they will have to look to their masters first. That's why all I have to do is gain the most optimum contract and quietly wait for the day when the Alliance steps in and regains their lost territory. Of course, there's a certain risk to this. For example, if the Alliance really ends up letting themselves govern, to continue being tyrants of their territory, there's nothing I can do in the case that they don't honor the agreement. However, if we think about this in another sense, the Death Trio Star region had an uprising occur once, so how could the Alliance just completely leave them alone? The most likely possibility is for the Alliance to implement a limited supervision of the Death Trio Star region, stationing a small portion of their fleets that will continue to help enact their laws and policies. An agreement in a lawless land is nothing more than waste paper, but it turns into a contract when in a place with law. While what I have is nothing more than waste paper now, our goal will have been achieved if it one day turns into a contract." Phantom nodded. What Xia Fei had just said made perfect sense. The moment law and order returned to the Death Trio Star region, this contract that they had made now would be able to come into effect. Even if it was just a perfunctory contract made with Xia Fei, it would still be legally binding when that day came. Ministry of Military Affairs. Williams and Layton handed in a report to Tai. Though 1 energy shield booster cleared the level 5 stress test, that's still not enough to clear the criterion I've set. I intend to reject Quantum Holdings from entering the A-list suppliers for the military. Does either of you have any opinions? Tai read through the document and asked. Williams calmly pulled out another report from his briefcase and handed it over. Tai, you should look at this other report before deciding. Chapter 304, A-list supplier. Tai furrowed his brows. What is this? These are results from the level 5 stress test, and they're also testing the energy shield boosters, Williams answered. Tai was very baffled. Why did you guys do a second round of tests? Why not put it together with the first report? Williams chuckled mysteriously. Best if you read the report before you ask anything else. I do believe the data will be enough to pique your interest. Tai curiously gave the report a thorough read, and then he got up from his seat and paced around the room several times. All the boosters actually passed the level 5 stress test after forming them into shield defensive arrays? Why was there such a significant difference between the two tests? Tai wondered out loud. Williams had not informed Tai of this. He had secretly obtained 24 energy shield boosters from Thurum, using 4 together to form a shield defensive array. Even Williams himself did not expect that the 6 sets of shield defensive arrays would all clear the level 5 stress test. Williams cleared his throat and explained, the researchers in the laboratory believed that not only will the energy shield boosters see a leap in their functionalities upon setting them up into a defensive array, they can also evenly distribute the stress of any incoming attacks, thereby greatly increasing the resilience of the system. All of us are well aware that, if a machine's greatest stress limit is set at 100, then its safety baseline will be around 80, and pushing the limit further will heavily damage the components. Meanwhile, a shield defensive array made up of 4 boosters will evenly distribute the pressure, such that each will only bear 25, much lower than its maximum stress value. That's why testing a single shield booster only caused it to reach its limit, while when combined to form a shield defensive array, the booster's resilience had an increment of 4 times and above. Tai easily grasped what Williams was saying. This was akin to using a van to transport goods. One with a 100-ton capacity being made to transport 200 tons worth of goods would soon break down not long after being driven, while 4 vans with the same capacity transporting the 200 tons together, with each only carrying 50 tons, hardly going past their limit, could bring the goods to faraway places. Tell me the conclusion, Tai requested somberly. 4 energy shield boosters were combined to form a shield defensive array, improving their performance by over 70%, increasing the maximum endurance by 4 times and resilience by 16 times, Williams said. Tai was abruptly stunned. Did you say that its resilience increased by 16 times? That's right. At least, that's what the data we got from the level 5 stress test. All 6 sets of shield defensive arrays passing the test is the best proof of this. Tai sat back down, one hand ruffling his silver hair as he pondered over the new information. Actually, he was not skeptical about the energy shield boosters not being technologically advanced enough. As the top authority of the Alliance military, he of course knew just how much the product would greatly improve combat effectiveness if their fleets were to have them equipped, but what he could not believe was the fact that this was from a relatively new company, having been established just 3 years ago. He simply could not trust such a young company to be capable of equipping the entire Alliance military. The cost of equipping this shield defensive array on every ship is too high. Besides, we have ships of every kind, and their internal energy reserves may not be enough to support the array, Tai objected. Williams chuckled. We've already asked the best shield system expert from the laboratory, and combining the boosters isn't limited to 4, it can also be in triples or pairs, and the effect increases multiplicatively. It's simply incredible just how powerful it is. Plus, the defensive array that uses 2 boosters combined has already been tested in real-time combat. The founder of Quantum Holdings, who is also the inventor of the energy shield booster, Xia Fei, has recently participated in the Golden Finger Cup, and he piloted a Kestrel-class frigate fitted with 2 of his energy shield boosters. He was able to take down 9 other Kestrel-class opponents single-handedly, creating the legend of having 9 consecutive kills. Tai nodded. I didn't watch the match, but I more or less have heard of it on the news. That young man is the one who invented the energy shield booster. That's right. Tai rubbed his chin, seemingly still unable to make a decision. The usually swift and resolute Tai was not one to hesitate, yet he simply was not at ease with Quantum Holdings' current situation. After all, it was fine if the military chose not to use the energy shield boosters, but deciding to do so would mean making a purchase order which was valued in the billions. In the history of the military, never had it ever done something like placing a huge order in the combat strength of the entire military to some unknown company. Leighton could hardly sit still. He was a fan of the energy shield booster, and seeing its exceptional performance after setting up a shield defensive array with it, Leighton was anxiously looking forward to being able to fit all the military fleets with it, the sooner the better. Tai, I have no idea what you are hesitating for. While it's true that Quantum Holdings' size is lacking, you've also seen their products. How could you not feel at ease seeing that these even passed the level 5 stress test? If you are uncertain about the company, send men over to oversee their production and find another location to set up a second inspection center, checking every energy shield booster before equipping it to the fleet, only using the boosters after they pass the inspection. In any case, what I mean to say is that if we truly wish to spread the use of this equipment throughout all our fleets, we can always rely on our strength to control them. We are the military, there's nothing that can stop us if we do. I feel that this product here is very helpful in improving the combat capabilities of the military, and isn't that exactly what people in our position should be doing? Leighton had always been fearful of speaking in front of Tai, but he had no idea where he found the backbone to say so much in one go, even managing to organize all his thoughts so well and clearly. Tai could not help but look at his old war comrade, wondering, could I have really been too conservative? Williams immediately answered, actually, whether the energy shield boosters are combined into an array or otherwise, they've already proven their excellence during the tests. There's no reason for our fleets not to have them equipped. Over the years, the military has always been strictly adhering to the old procurement policy. If there truly comes a day when the insectoid military arrives en masse again, we may be the ones at a disadvantage if we keep being so conservative. Leighton added, that's right. Any company will all start from small and work its way up. I heard that the founder of one of the 4 major warship companies, Gaia, was originally a winemaker. Haven't they proven to be one of the military's strongest strategic partners after developing all these years? Tai stared at the report in his hand for quite some time, while Leighton and Williams kept making their case from the side. All of a sudden, Tai slapped the desk heavily and said, perhaps you're both right. I've been somewhat conservative with our purchase of military hardware and the ilk, but I'm also doing so for the sake of the entire military, for the alliance. Tai's eyebrows tightened as he said in a deep voice, then, let the military have a historically smallest company as one of its A-list suppliers. Chapter 305, Birthday Banquet. Xia Fei had never seen a more illuminated nightscape. Half Moon Hill and Half Moon Lake had countless spotlights that shot forth, nearly turning night into day. Even that moon, which shone brilliantly above his head, became a dispensable decoration in contrast. Actually, the moon was very beautiful and bright, but it simply could not compare to the tens of thousands dazzling lights around the Sunset Villa compound. Xia Fei suddenly felt that it would be more apt to call the place Sun Never Set Villa than Sunset Villa. The huge banquet would continue, non-stop, for the next 3 days starting from today. Xia Fei had no idea how much was being spent in these few days or just how many high-ranking officials and relatives of royalty would be attending. He was only attending such an extravagant banquet all for the sake of one person, and it was Avril. Dusting his fitting suit, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and stood right outside the Sunset Villa as hordes of pretty men and women walked past him, chattering while taking light elegant steps to the glitzy Half Moon Hill. A very stylish sports hovercar roared into view, the driver opening the door for a young lady in a purple, evening dress. This woman was evidently unaccustomed to her high heels and the cumbersome classic long skirt. She swayed as she walked, seemingly going to fall at any time. The lady took a few steps and realized what the problem was. Had she kept going on like that, perhaps she would have first ended up displaying her gymnastic skills before she even reached the peak of Half Moon Hill. Looking around, her eyes spotted Xia Fei standing by the side. Due to his cultivation of the sly thrust technique over such a long time, he always liked keeping himself hiding in the most inconspicuous corner, and for this lady to have discovered Xia Fei at a glance was a testament to her sharp eyes. The lady waved to Xia Fei, gesturing for him to come over. Xia Fei pointed to himself, confused. The lady was displeased, opening her mouth to say, yes, you. Come over here. Xia Fei walked over with a smile, and the lady covered her nose with her hand, for she was not used to the strong scent of tobacco on him. Toss that thing away and then carry my clutch for me, said the lady somewhat curtly. Not even a bit of discipline. Truly, I wonder why would the Jian family hire a bodyguard like yourself? That was when Xia Fei realized that the woman had mistaken him for a guard, which was why she was giving him orders left and right. Taking the lady's clutch and tossing his cigarette butt to the side, Xia Fei lowered his head and inspected his suit. This was what Avril had personally picked out for him, so how could he have been mistaken for a mere bodyguard? The lady very nimbly took off the high heels from her feet and examined them in her hands, like a very experienced cobbler looking at her creation. Xia Fei used this chance to look at the lady through the corner of his eye and noticed that she looked to be about 18 years of age, with fetching features and a cute button nose. Actually, all the ladies who arrived at the banquet tonight were also very beautiful, but it just so happened that Xia Fei did not particularly favor their thick foundation and dazzling jewelry, and it was instead this young lady with her light makeup and sparse adornments that he found more pleasing to the eye. Reduce the length of each shoe heel by 2.4 centimeters and smoothen the curvature of the sole as well. Xia Fei frowned. Lady, I. He never would have thought the lady would raise her eyebrow before Xia Fei even finished. I don't care what excuse you are going to give. In short, the role of a bodyguard is to help them with all their problems aside from ensuring the safety of the guests. This is your job. Now, immediately make the necessary adjustments to my shoes as per my request. Xia Fei helplessly smiled and pulled out the dagger specifically given to members of the Adjudicator Union. He instantly removed exactly 2.4 centimeters from the high heel shoes, modifying the soles accordingly, even carving 10 cross marks to make them more comfortable when worn. The lady was quite surprised by the skills Xia Fei demonstrated. Taking her shoes back and wearing them, she took a few steps with the heels and realized that the modifications made were even better than what she had imagined, especially now that the originally stiff soles were made softer, as comfortable as wearing a pair of trainers. Very well done. The lady nodded in delight. She took her golden clutch back and rummaged inside for a pen and paper, hastily scrawling some words on it before handing it to Xia Fei. If you're unhappy with your work here in the Jian family, you may choose to work for me. No matter what they are paying you, I'll pay you double. With that, she took long and purposeful strides up the steps of Half Moon Hill, though she still walked slightly awkwardly, as if she did not usually dress like this. Phantom had a mischievous smile on his face. What did she write on it? Perhaps she's offering you a good job. Xia Fei's fingers flicked and tossed that slip of paper away, plainly saying, not interested. Some time later, Thuram and the other department heads of the Adjudicator Union arrived at Sunset Villa. Thuram did some simple introductions for everyone, and all these key members of the Adjudicator Union looked at Xia Fei with strange gazes. Xia Fei guessed that it must be due to his relationship with old man Qin Mang, for some of these looks were friendly, like that from Thuram, while others harbored ill intent, like what he got from the headhunters department head Mata. He had a very unpleasant clash with Xia Fei the last time they met at the hospital where old man Qin Mang had previously been confined. Let's go. Thuram patted Xia Fei on his shoulder. The group of men pulled out their own moth orchids corsages and pinned them on their chests. Xia Fei was completely flabbergasted. This was the reason why that lady before had mistaken him for a bodyguard. The Jian family had given every distinguished guest an exquisitely crafted moth orchid corsage. This expensive flower was made of expensive and colorful metal alloys, with a crystal clear sapphire inlaid. Anyone who wore it would be easily admitted into Sunset Villa, receiving the highest level of courtesy. Actually, all these corsages had plenty of sophisticated monitoring mechanisms. Ever since Avril got ambushed, the Jian family had stepped up the safety precautions of their family, which was why they had thought up such a covered manner to secretly observe their guests for any peculiarities. After all, it was easy to fish in troubled waters when there were tens of thousands of guests gathering for this banquet. It was best to play things safe. Xia Fei was not wearing a corsage just then, and with how the style of his suit was kept simple, the only difference between what he wore and a bodyguard's uniform lay in just the texture and its detail. Since the Jian family was rich and generous, the uniforms that their bodyguards wore were also made of top-grade fabrics. It was hard to differentiate the difference between the two, which was why that lady before had made the mistake. Xia Fei and Thuram walked at the back, the group of them taking the escalator, slowly making their way to the main venue atop Half Moon Hill. Xia Fei behaved very naturally as he passed many high-ranking officials as though he was uninterested with who these people were or their background. He was part of the crowd making their way up, yet he was also separate from the crowd. The top of the hill had been colorfully decorated, looking very festive, and there were too many plants that Xia Fei could not recognize. The last time Xia Fei had been here, he had not seen so many, so they must have been transplanted from elsewhere at the request of the Jian family. A huge energy shield surrounded the hilltop. The wind was strong here at night, and it became quiet after the energy shield was activated, with not even a bit of wind blowing any longer. Countless waiters shuttled through the crowd, bringing along scrumptious hors d'oeuvres and wines of different color. Thuram got himself a dark Herbanian ale, while Xia Fei took a glass of champagne. All of a sudden, he sensed that someone wanted to grab him from behind. His instinctive reaction had him taking a sidestep, and all he saw was a snowy white hand grabbing nothing but air. Xia Fei's keen senses noticed that there was a pale scar around her wrist as if it had been injured before. Though she had used a gold chain to obstruct its view, it was not able to get past Xia Fei's eyes. Curiously turning around to find the owner of this hand, Xia Fei saw that lady whom he had met down by the foot of the hill. Her purple skirt splashed from champagne, which must have spilled when Xia Fei dodged, so she ended up coming away empty-handed. I was just looking for you, help me again with. The lady caught herself from finishing her sentence because Xia Fei was also wearing an exquisite moth orchid corsage, the same as the one she was wearing. It was obvious that Xia Fei was not some bodyguard but a guest of the Jian family as well. Xia Fei smiled. How are your shoes? The lady was slightly embarrassed as she answered, not too bad. As long as they're comfortable. Xia Fei raised his glass in hand before jokingly commented, actually, I'm not used to wearing high heels, too. It'd be weird if you do. Thuram saw Xia Fei with the lady and interrupted, oh? Do the two of you know each other already? Xia Fei shook his head. Not really. Thuram chuckled, seriously, how is it that you'd have all the luck? This is the chairwoman of Gaia Industries, Nicole Sawyer. Nicole, this is Xia Fei. Xia Fei was shocked. The lady before him did not even look to be 20 yet, but she was actually the chairwoman of Gaia Industries, one of the 4 major warship manufacturing companies. Is your father still doing okay? Thuram asked. Nicole nodded, using her hand to stroke her brown hair. He's hanging in there. He has already recovered half his strength, and if not for the doctors stopping him, he might have already rushed back to work. Thuram burst out into laughter. That guy! Isn't it good that he handed the company over for you to look after? Isn't it better to rest and enjoy his twilight years at home than running left and right, putting fires? Besides, the company has been doing well since you took over 2 months ago, that old fella ought to just take it easy in his retirement. Nicole merely placed her hand over her mouth and tittered. Uncle Thuram really knows how to jest, it'd be great if my father had half of your casualness. I've just started my job at the company, though, and there's so much I still have no clue about. Please take care of your little niece. Thuram laughed. You really know how to talk, but you've actually increased the price of the last batch of Megathron class by 5% the way I see it, you're much better at doing business than your old man. Nicole replied unhurriedly, esteemed elder, it's not like you don't know that the price increase is due to the price hike of silver, right? We are but the 3rd out of the 4 companies to have raised the price. You didn't hear this from me, but I have something pretty good coming down the line soon. I'll be sure to send something over to you in a few days. Thuram was mildly surprised. Do you mean that thing? Nicole mimed, placing a finger over her lips. Ah, Uncle Thuram, good that you know what I'm talking about. You're the first I'm telling about this, even the military is behind you on this. Thuram was elated as if what Nicole had just told him delighted him greatly. Yes, that's how you do business. Don't worry, your company will most definitely be well treated with me around. Xia Fei suddenly realized that this lady was very shrewd despite her age. Words and business flowed out of her lips with such ease that she could smooth talk her way over the price increase matter raised a few sentences ago, even making Thuram so gleeful in the process. It was evident that she was no simple character. Someone came over to speak with Thuram, and because Xia Fei did not know anyone, he began to retreat to a more secluded spot, leaning over the railing as he looked down the valley. This must be where you saved Avril Jian from the hands of the abductors last time, right? Nicole took the initiative to start a conversation as she approached Xia Fei. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. How did you know about that? Nicole took a sip of her wine. This circle isn't exactly too large, so there are some things that can't stay hidden no matter how much they are buried. I heard that you got severely injured in the process. Xia Fei lit a cigarette, though this time Nicole did not say a word, much less commanded him to toss the cigarette away. You yourself said that this circle isn't large, so why ask something you already know the answer to, Miss Nicole? Xia Fei had thrown the question back with just a single sentence. Nicole regarded Xia Fei with an odd gaze. You really like Avril? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so willing to lay down your life for her. Xia Fei laughed. Trust me. There are some things that needn't be chosen because they're not a choice to begin with. Nicole's cheeks suddenly paled slightly, muttering to herself, Avril sure is lucky. Xia helplessly shrugged. I wouldn't say that Avril almost getting kidnapped is lucky, though. It was unknown why Nicole appeared to be very despondent. Xia Fei glanced at her wrist again and noticed that she was wearing a bracelet in one, while a silk handkerchief was tied around the other, as if she was intentionally covering both her wrists. Xia Fei guessed that they must be hiding scars below, and judging from the color and state of the scars, they ought to have been from when she was younger. Indeed, being kidnapped is definitely not considered lucky, Nicole said softly. She raised her glass of wine and finished it in one go before calling for a waiter to get her a fresh glass. I'm off to socialize now. Let me leave you a little information, consider it my way of repaying you for mending my shoes. Nicole's eyes scanned the crowd once, then she whispered, there are some people here who aren't really happy about your relationship with Avril. With that, Nicole strode into the crowd with a face full of smiles, very skillfully mingling and engaging in conversations with the older people, looking as if she was completely in her element. People who aren't happy? Could it be Li Mo again? Phantom asked. Xia Fei exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes searching for Avril amidst the crowd. He replied with ease, take things as they come, let them bring it on. More and more people arrived, and going by the practice of high society, the banquet would only begin after midnight. After all, none of these wealthy socialites would need to get up early and work the next day, and their night activities would last until daybreak. Avril had yet to appear this entire time, and even Pang Xing was nowhere to be found. Xia Fei continued to stay in his obscure corner, quietly drinking the champagne in hand as he smoked. The only person he was looking forward to meeting in this cocktail party was Avril. Even her grandfather, Ernst, was just a supporting character, and all the strangers in front of him were not even worth being recognized as supporting characters. That was when the crowd suddenly made a path, and 3 military men in their general attires walked past. Xia Fei's eyes trained on these newcomers, noting that they were the distinguished military triumvirate. Not only were Leighton and Williams there, even the elusive and rarely seen Tai came. Xia Fei had learned many details about the military triumvirate. After all, Quantum Holdings making it as an A-list supplier for the army would all depend on these 3 men. Xia Fei had already interacted with Leighton and Williams, but this was the first time he was seeing Tai. For him to personally attend this birthday banquet of the Jian family only demonstrated the huge influence Avril's family possessed. Every family in this business world was pretty much present. The Jians were a family that dealt in business, so it was only natural for these people to show their faces accordingly, but it was very intriguing for the military triumvirate to show their faces here. Xia Fei thought that this was probably because the military relied on the Starlink Corporation's line for most of their communications. Though the Jians did not have the plaque which stated that they were an A-list supplier of the military, they did provide a most favorable assurance in terms of communication for the military, which was why the latter would attach such importance to Ernst's birthday banquet. Since times of old, merchants and businessmen alike would lower their heads when they met officials, and this was no exception with the highly developed Pan-Human Alliance. The appearance of the military triumvirate instantly caused quite the stir among the crowd present. Everyone politely came forward to greet the trio, with many even demonstrating a trace of humility. Xia Fei continued to sip his champagne, not at all taking the initiative to strike up a conversation with them. This was not because he was being aloof but that there were simply too many people surrounding the 3. It was difficult to squeeze in. The 3 smiled at the lot as they looked around. William's eyes sharpened and noticed Xia Fei quite a distance away. He tugged at Tai's sleeve and the 3 headed toward the corner as if they were heading straight for Xia Fei. Before they arrived, Tai's eyes first checked out Xia Fei. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, but Xia Fei did not sense anything strange about it. He had been the recipient of all sorts of gazes from people, be they contemptuous, admiring or murderous, so he had long gotten used to it. A soft murmur of shock and doubt propagated within the crowd. People were surrounding the 3 generals, trying to greet them. Many businessmen who thought themselves to be very capable were directly ignored by Tai, yet the 3 were actually taking the initiative to approach Xia Fei in the corner. It ought to be mentioned that this was a high society banquet, and Xia Fei was just a nobody, no way would he be considered to be part of the Alliance's high society. Xia Fei, this is the Minister of the Alliance Military, 6-star General, Tai. William smiled as he introduced his comrade to Xia Fei. Tai reached a hand out and shook hands with Xia Fei. Thick calluses covered Tai's hands, and Xia Fei felt that he was not shaking a hand but a metal girder, instead, from strong and powerful the grip was. Xia Fei? The person holding absolute control of Quantum Holdings? The man who invented the energy shield booster? Tai asked in his deep voice. His attitude did not seem as if he was here for idle chat, and it was very much an inquiry. Xia Fei nodded. The very same, General Tai. Pleased to meet you. There were a lot of people crowding around, and they were noisy. Tai wrinkled his forehead. Let's find somewhere more secluded. I've got a few questions for you. Xia Fei expressed that he was happy to oblige, and the two left for somewhere inside the Jian family's mansion. The people were stunned, and they were all wondering what sort of personal relationship the two could have. Thuram curiously walked over from afar. Does General Tai have something with Xia Fei? Williams took a glass of sweetened wine and chuckled. It's Tai's gambit. Every supplier for the military has been called to Tai's office for a private one-on-one. Only Tai and the person in question will know what they talk about. Thuram was taken aback. That means the energy shield booster has already been. Williams cunningly remarked, I didn't say anything, and you don't know anything, either. Everything still has to be approved by Congress. Chapter 306, Nicole Sawyer. They found a secluded room. Tai closed the door and scanned his surroundings first before raising his hand and doing a cutting gesture. Xia Fei was confused. He was now alone with Tai in the room, so he had no clue whom he was showing the gesture to. Military secret, unauthorized personnel should back away now, Tai said. Xia Fei immediately came to a realization. They were currently in the Jian family's mansion. The room might have a secret surveillance system, thus, Tai was reminding the security not to peep at them. Xia Fei believed the thing Tai had chosen to tell him in a place like this was not going to be any secret. As the Minister of the Alliance's Ministry of Military Affairs, being cautious was essential for Tai, or perhaps he just did not like anyone peeping at him. Besides, even if the security of the Jian family did hear something, they would not have the guts to leak it. Any careless mistake might result in utter destruction when they were dealing with the military. However, Tai's alertness of his surroundings gave Xia Fei a good impression of this silver-haired general. The energy shield booster, which you invented, is quite effective. After the military's evaluation, we plan to include Quantum Holdings as one of our A-list suppliers. In other words, your company might still be part of the private sector, but it will be under strict management of the military. That being said, we still need the Congress's permission and the President's consent and signature to approve it, Tai said in a straightforward manner. Xia Fei was startled, yet his heart was filled with joy. Everyone knew that, if the military already gave their permission, the Congress and the President were unlikely to reject the proposal unless they had some special reasons to do so. They just had to go through the formalities. There was at least a 90% chance of the motion to be passed. Xia Fei was well aware of how significant it was to be an A-list supplier to the military. He could not help but feel excited. Even his eyes were glittering. Admiral Tai, I'm grateful for the military and your appreciation for Quantum Holdings. Trust me, it's going to be the best decision you've made, Xia Fei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He sounded extremely calm, too. Tai nodded. The first impression between strangers was extremely important. Xia Fei had yet to show any traits that he did not like so far. Xia Fei might be a businessman, but he did not lack the ability to stay calm and collected as a warrior. I was planning to have a discussion with you once things are approved officially, but since we've met today out of coincidence, we might as well discuss it now. I've always believed that talents are the most important part of a business. The leaders of a company will directly decide the fate of the business, so I'm more inclined to talk to the ones in charge of the companies that are working with the military. You shouldn't feel nervous, either. It's only going to be a few simple questions. Just tell me what you think. Xia Fei nodded with a smile. It felt like a leader was testing their subordinate. In some ways, Quantum Holdings had become a subsidiary of the military after it was accepted as a supplier, and Tai had become Xia Fei's superior, too. First question, how are you going to increase the company's efficiency to provide the military with the highest quality products? Tai asked. Xia Fei answered after a brief ponder, as a matter of fact, I won't produce higher quality products for the military, since every product we provide for the military or other clients is of the same quality. No matter who our customers are, Quantum Holdings only provides the best products. We don't give our customers goods of poor quality. Xia Fei's answer was a little out of Tai's expectations. He frowned. The military is the biggest irreplaceable client for you, but you won't be providing your biggest client with the best products. Xia Fei said, if I can provide the military with products of better quality, it simply means our products aren't perfect now. Admiral Tai, the energy shield booster doesn't have any room for improvement in the meantime since we've already done all we could to make it the best. If, one day, we figure out ways to improve the product, we'll upgrade everything we have. Therefore, it doesn't matter if you are just a normal client, everyone will be receiving products of the best quality. There are indeed discrepancies on how we serve our clients, but that's only applicable to our rate of production to fulfill the orders. As for quality, every product is the same. I believe that you won't trust a company that isn't consistent with the quality of their products, will you? Every energy shield booster Quantum Holdings produces is of the best quality. Those that don't meet the requirements are destroyed on the spot. Tai seemed to be satisfied with the response. In simpler words, Quantum Holdings would only provide products of the same quality. There were no discrepancies with the quality of a product. This clearly indicated how serious the company was treating their products. Second question. Around half an hour later, Tai and Xia Fei left the Jian family's mansion. The crowd, who had waited for some time outside, immediately surrounded Tai like a rising tide. After all, even these authorities with formidable backgrounds did not have a lot of chances to meet the highest-ranking official in the military. In comparison, Xia Fei was left alone on one side. The people were staring at him with strange expressions, yet none of them took the initiative to approach him. More precisely, many people were quite curious about Xia Fei, but it did not mean that they had accepted him into high society. Even now, Xia Fei still did not belong to the highest social class in the alliance. Xia Fei sat in a corner and continued to enjoy the expensive champagnes. To his surprise, Nicole came over for a second time. Xia Fei was confused. He was only an acquaintance who had helped alter a pair of heels that did not fit her correctly, but she seemed to have taken a strong interest in talking to him. Nicole sat down beside Xia Fei and took off her heels to rub the soles of her feet. It was rare for a woman not to be used to wearing heels, especially one from a wealthy background. Tai's questions aren't really difficult. 2 months ago, he invited me into his office to have a talk when I just took over my family's business. I was so nervous back then. I thought that it's something serious, Nicole said in a self-mocking tone. Xia Fei asked, "You seem to know a lot." Xia Fei had just learned that Quantum Holdings was about to become a supplier for the military. Even Thuram, with a high position in the Adjudicator Union, did not hear anything about it. It was possible that he was kept in the dark, too, yet Nicole seemed to know everything. Xia Fei must say that the 4 major ship companies were a lot closer to the military than he imagined. It actually felt as if they were a whole organization with the military. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. He did not answer Nicole's question. He was still cautious around the young woman and did not want to be too close with her. Tai mentioned that he must keep the conversation between them confidential. He could not tell if Tai had sent Nicole to approach her as a spy to observe him secretly, so he strictly followed Tai's instructions. Nicole did not feel great when Xia Fei remained silent. She could tell that Xia Fei was not willing to talk to her. She awkwardly talked to herself for a little longer before rising to her feet. She dragged her painful legs and went back to doing the social niceties among the crowd with a natural smile. "Congratulations! I didn't think that the military would actually accept you as a supplier. That's wonderful, it'll greatly help you with your status in the alliance. When are you going to tell Qin Mang about it?" Thuram approached Xia Fei and said softly. Xia Fei said, "Once everything is decided. The Congress hasn't given the permission yet." Thuram chuckled. "Passing the motion through the Congress is just part of the standard protocols. They will summon you to put everything on record and ask some questions. The military might take orders from the alliance, but it's also a stand-alone department with the ability to make their decision. In simple words, the military is working for the entire alliance instead of some ministers, so rest assured that you will be getting the shiny golden plaque in a few days." Xia Fei nodded. He asked curiously, "Who exactly is Nicole Sawyer? She's taken the initiative to approach me twice for a conversation when I'm just sitting here. She's been acting very strange." Thuram burst out laughing. "Kid, when did you become paranoid? Why do you think the beautiful lady had some ulterior motives when she's just striking up a conversation with you?" Xia Fei said, "Love doesn't just happen out of nowhere, nor will anyone try to strike up a conversation for no reason, too." Thuram twisted his lips. He glanced at Nicole, who was talking wittily in the distance. Xia Fei noticed a hint of pity in Thuram's eyes. Thuram let out a heavy sigh. He emptied the glass of Hibernian malt liquor, which was quite strong, in a mouthful, then grinned after he did. "The truth is that Nicole is a pitiful woman." Xia Fei was a little confused. If being born in the Sawyer family was considered pitiful, the kids who were suffering from poverty had no reason to live any longer. Thuram asked after a pause, "Do you think Nicole and Avril are alike?" Xia Fei thought for a moment. "Their identities are similar. They are both the only daughters of the most powerful families in the alliance, so they're the successors of their family, but Avril is more naive, like a carefree princess. While Nicole is more mature than Avril. She has a knack for doing business and is good at concealing her feelings. It's something that Avril can't do. Thuram raised his brows and said with a hoarse voice, there's also another similarity between them. They had both been kidnapped. If you ever pay attention to Nicole's wrists, you'll see faint scars on them, which were left by the kidnappers. Xia Fei was startled. It explained why Nicole was wearing accessories on both her wrists. She was trying to hide the scars. The only difference is that you were there when Avril was kidnapped, and you did everything you could to save her, but Nicole did not have someone like you with her when she was kidnapped. She only got rescued after being tortured by the kidnappers for half a month. It left her with an indelible trauma. Her age, background, and what she went through was similar to Avril's, but the difference is that Avril has you, but she doesn't. Perhaps she's thinking that if only there's someone like you by her side, maybe she wouldn't have to go through all those sufferings, which is why she's treating you differently and is interested in talking to you more. The two girls were both kidnapped, yet the outcome was completely different because different people were around them. Xia Fei glanced at Nicole, who was attending to the guests on the floor, and no longer felt the need to be careful around her. Instead, he could not help but feel sorry for her. Xia Fei did not continue the topic and asked about Avril, instead. Thuram answered, it's kind of an unspoken rule that the host will only show up at the end. She'll be dancing first for the night, too. It's almost time, so I hope you've already practiced your steps. Xia Fei felt nervous. You mean? Thuram burst out laughing. Kid, you're going to embarrass yourself tonight if you don't know how to dance. There were over 10,000 people, including the waiting staff and the bodyguards, present in this party, so the spacious mountaintop was surprisingly crowded. Xia Fei suddenly had a thought, what if a group of terrorists tossed a bomb on this mountain? The alliance's economy was going to decline for at least 20 years. After all, there were too many children and grandchildren of renowned families and authorities attending this party, and their combined wealth surely was a shocking figure. Fortunately, there was no terrorist in their midst, unless they came from the military or the police body. The security agency was obviously treating this banquet very seriously by allocating many men around the perimeter. Every member of the upper society would not want to miss out on the gathering, including those who were not supposed to show up. Li Mo and his father eventually showed up, and together with them were Bai Ye and Moon Song. Li Guan was busy greeting the people he was familiar with. He seemed to be in high spirits, but Li Mo beside him seemed a little uneasy. He knew that he had already become the laughingstock in the circle after failing to win the Golden Finger Cup. The people who were covering their mouths and peeking at him were obviously talking bad about him. Bai Ye was just like the Li family's lackey. He was following Li Mo respectfully, while Moon Song trailed after them, looking very angry. She had her arms crossed as she exuded an overbearing aura. Moon Song's parents were quite a distance behind, too. One could easily tell from their unnatural smiles that being able to attend the party was an honor to them, and it was all thanks to the Li family. Li Mo saw Xia Fei in the corner first. Xia Fei raised his glass and smiled at Li Mo. Li Mo clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. His face darkened while his eyes became filled with anger. Xia Fei. Moon Song smiled as soon as she saw Xia Fei. She grabbed the end of her dress and ran to him without caring about her image. Moon Song punched Xia Fei heavily on the chest. You madman, why are you here? I almost didn't recognize you when you're dressed up like this. Xia Fei took a glass of champagne from the waitress serving it and handed it to Moon Song. He smiled. I was going to say the same thing to you. Moon Song wore a disgusted look. If my money grubber parents didn't insist on bringing me here, I wouldn't even bother coming, let alone hanging out with that annoying prick. Moon Song was obviously referring to Bai Ye. Xia Fei was well aware of their situation, so he did not ask any further. After all, everyone had their own troubles. Bai Ye came up to them angrily and pulled Moon Song away. Moon Song, I have something to tell you. Xia Fei knew that Bai Ye did not want Moon Song to spend time with him. The more he tried to force Moon Song to stay away from him, the more disgusted Xia Fei felt toward him. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and asked coldly, what is it exactly that you can't say to her here? Moon Song shoved Bai Ye away, too. Just spill the beans here, can't you see Xia Fei and I are talking? Bai Ye snarled, what could you two possibly talk about? Xia Fei grinned. We're talking about how much fun we had last time. 17 rounds in one night. We were dripping in sweat throughout the night. Moon Song, Are you free tonight? Xia Fei purposely asked teasingly. Moon Song had always been bold and straightforward. She could not care less about her image at all. Yet, but remember to bring more clothes this time. We'll do some role-playing. Words could no longer describe how angry Bai Ye was. He did not think that Xia Fei would act so shameless. Most importantly, Moon Song was being even more shameless than him. Luckily, Moon Song's parents showed up. Xia Fei still had to give them some face despite how lawless he was. The two dragged Moon Song to where the crowd was, to which she pouted to express her annoyance. Humph! Bai Ye harumphed coldly. He looked just like a white face in a Beijing opera. His handsome face was extremely pale. He was quite angry about the farce, which Xia Fen and Moon Song had just pulled off. It was a little interlude in this otherwise boring party. Xia Fei was alone in the corner once again after Moon Song left. As the night sky darkened further, the party finally reached its climax. The orchestra played elegant and lively music. The crowd suddenly turned quiet as Ernst went onto the dance floor in a tuxedo. He was wearing a smile, even the wrinkles on his face were less pronounced. Avril and his father Newman were behind him. Avril was wearing a white gown with a string of glittering white beads on her neck. She had only put on a light makeup. Her blonde hair was tied in a complicated hairstyle to set off her beautiful face. Her smile was gentle yet confident when she greeted the guests, showing the noblest etiquette as she spoke their respective dialects. Xia Fei was stunned. Avril was as gorgeous as a fairy when she hid her naivety of a child. She was no longer that little girl who liked to vent her anger on teddy bears but a real lady with a suffocating beauty. Xia Fei suddenly felt that the long wait was worth it. The annoying Li Mo, the good news that Tai brought him, or the farce with Moon Song, everything was no longer important to him. The crowd consisting of 10,000 people had become backdrop, and now, Avril was the only person in Xia Fei's eyes. He could disregard everything except her. What are you waiting for? Thuram dragged Xia Fei across the crowd and brought him to the dance floor. Avril saw Xia Fei, too. Her face blushed right away as her eyes affixed on him, never leaving again. Xia Fei felt as if he was in the middle of a dream. He had already known that Avril was beautiful, yet he did not expect her to be this gorgeous. It was as if a beauty like her was not supposed to belong to the mortal world. Xia Fei could not hear Ernst's passionate speech, nor could he hear the applause from the crowd. The two stared at each other as if a bridge had risen under their feet, and only the two of them were on it. Many people had noticed their reaction. Envy, jealousy, hatred, all kinds of emotions were blossoming in their hearts. Li Mo simply had an urge to bite his teeth into pieces and swallow them. Blue veins had surfaced on his handsome face while strong fury burned in his eyes. However, no matter how angry he was, Xia Fei and Avril simply ignored him. When the dance music played, the main event of the party finally took place. The host would have to invite a partner to dance with her. Avril hesitated briefly before she walked to Xia Fei with her head lowered. Chapter 307, Galaxy Piano. The first dance of the party was unusually significant. Avril walked up to Xia Fei blushingly. She was showing her courage to dare invite Xia Fei, a nobody, to a dance, so even an idiot could tell what she was thinking. Avril was basically publicizing the relationship between Xia Fei and her to the entire alliance. Even though some people in the circle already knew about it, no one was sure if the daughter of the Jian family was serious about the relationship. After today, there would be a lot of news about them flying around, and due to the substantial difference between their backgrounds, there would be a lot of gossip, too. Xia Fei did not really mind it, but Avril was a young woman, after all. Would she be able to handle the pressure from the rumors? Xia Fei shook his head to clear his thoughts. It was going to happen eventually. If Avril had already made up her mind, all he needed to do was stay by her side and encourage her. Having this thought, Xia Fei lifted his gaze and grinned. He decided to face the rumors bravely. Xia Fei could not care less about what the others would think as long as Avril was happy. Avril's father, Newman, stopped Avril with a frown and whispered into her ear, "Have you really decided on it? Your grandfather is asking you to dance with Li Mo, instead." Avril glanced at Li Mo, who had a dark expression, in the crowd before looking at Xia Fei, who was smiling at her. She then walked toward the ladder. Avril reached her hand to Xia Fei. Her delicate fingers were like the most exquisite piece of artwork as they trembled slightly. Xia Fei softly touched her hand by adhering to the standard etiquettes of a gentleman. The two entered the dance floor and started dancing to the lively music. The people were shocked, Avril's partner turned out to be a nobody. Many of them began to ask who Xia Fei was. They had yet to recover from the astonishment of seeing Xia Fei have a secret meeting with Tai, and now, he had become Avril's dancing partner, too. Many people were confused and began to have wild thoughts about it. Nicole wore a complicated look. She pinched the glass in her hand and lowered her head. She indifferently glanced at the scars on her wrists and murmured softly, "This isn't fair, this isn't fair at all. Our new supplier seems to be quite close to the Jian family." Tai asked with a frown. Williams smiled. "Isn't that a good thing? Haven't you been worrying about his company not being capable enough to supply the military sufficiently? It now seems that Xia Fei does have his connections, and it's essential to develop one's connections in the alliance." Mata from the Adjudicator Union was shocked, too. He knew of the relationship between Xia Fei and Qin Meng. Since Qin Meng was his rival in the Adjudicator Union, Mata had never had a good impression of Xia Fei, so he was displeased when he saw the good relationship between Xia Fei and Avril. Words could not describe the jealousy and envy in the hearts of the young men who were Avril's admirers when Xia Fei, who did not even belong in their circle, smashed their dreams into pieces. That being said, the person who hated Xia Fei the most among the crowd was Li Mo without a doubt. He could only feel his rage rising in his chest when he saw the two dancing on the floor. His vision even blurred slightly, and it was only luck that had let him retain his consciousness. The golden finger cup, which was already within his grasp, had flown away because of Xia Fei, and even Avril was slowly getting closer to his opponent. Li Mo seriously could not endure it. Li Mo had been surrounded by praises and compliments from a young age. The outstanding environment he grew up in, with his family in possession of wealth comparable to a nation. He had everything that Xia Fei lacked, yet how did he still lose to the latter? Li Mo could never accept such a humiliating defeat. Li Mo turned around, for he no longer felt like staying here. A strong hand held him back. Li Mo turned around and saw his father staring at him coldly. "Where do you think you're going?" I don't feel like staying here," Li Mo stammered. Li Guan wore an evil grin as he asked with a deep voice, "You're scared just like that? You're admitting your defeat." Li Mo lowered his head in silence. What else could he say? Li Mo, who had grown up in a luxurious household, was different from Xia Fei. He had already lost the primitive ability of humans to fight for their welfare after being in the lap of luxury since he was born. Xia Fei was willing to risk his life at all cost for Avril, while Li Mo was only trying to find comfort in his comfort zone. He did not even dare to compete in a drinking challenge, so what more of risking his life? It was like the difference between a stalk of weed growing in the wild and a flower being raised in a greenhouse, both had completely different nature. "You idiot, how could you let yourself be defeated so easily? How are you supposed to achieve great things in the future like this?" Li Guan snarled. He rarely scolded his son, yet he was utterly disappointed in Li Mo's behavior today. Was he still a hot-blooded man? "I told you that our Li family used to be butchers, whose hands were always covered in fresh blood. If anyone dares to step on our heads, we'll pay them back tenfold. That's our Li family's belief." Li Mo nodded stiffly. His thoughts had already flown off even though he was still physically at the party. "Stand here and watch, I'll show you the capabilities of the Li family today," Li Guan said. Li Mo was startled. Was his father going to take the matter into his own hands today? He was like a helpless kid who had seen a glimpse of sunlight in a dangerous jungle. He was filled with hope once again. This is only the beginning. Anyone who dares to provoke the people of the Li family will never have a good ending, Li Guan said with a fierce look in his eyes. The first song ended. Avril left the dance floor while wrapping her hand around Xia Fei's arm. The people were dumbfounded. They even forgot to give their applause. Clap, clap, clap. Thuram was the first to burst out laughing while clapping, followed by the military triumvirate. The crowd finally collected their thoughts, and a thunderous applause soon took place. "You did a pretty good job," Avril said. Xia Fei smiled. "I've only learned to dance a few days ago. I was worried I might step on your foot before I got up. Luckily, I managed to get by." Avril stuck her face close to Xia Fei's arm intimately. Xia Fei knew that she was purposely doing it in front of everyone. It was obvious that Avril had long made up her mind. She was planning to let everyone know about their relationship. Her action was like a silent protest to her grandfather, who preferred her to be with Li Mo. "You should go over there," Avril said. Xia Fei followed Avril's gaze and saw Ernst surrounded by guests with formidable backgrounds. The military triumvirate and Thurum of the Adjudicator Union were among them. It's fine if I just stay by your side. I'm not really interested in their topics, anyway, Xia Fei said. Avril blushed, then said softly, you had my first dance, making you a very important guest of the Jian family, so you should be with my grandfather now. It's part of the rules. My father and I will be attending to the guests. Xia Fei frowned. Knowing how complicated the rules of the upper class were and hearing Avril request so, he had no choice but to follow them. Avril unwillingly let go of Xia Fei's arm, went to the crowd with Pang Xing by her side, and greeted every guest with a smile. Xia Fei tidied his collar and strided toward the biggest circle among the crowd. Xia Fei did not know many of the people in the circle, but he could easily tell that they were the most important guests from their appearance and demeanor. Many others seemed eager to join the circle, and they were all standing outside it, listening in on the conversation, yet only few of them could get a word. The crowd sensibly cleared a path for Xia Fei. After all, having had the honor of being Avril's first dance, he was supposed to be in the circle, too. Thurum pulled Xia Fei to him and signaled him to stand by his side. Xia Fei took a glass of champagne with a smile. The group was discussing the recent hottest topic of Eden. Xia Fei casually listened to the discussion, having no intention to interrupt. Nicole raised her glass at Xia Fei. She seemed to be congratulating him, yet he could see a faint hint of dejection in her eyes. I wonder if those humans from Eden have reached the Alliance, an old man with a goatee asked. Xia Fei remembered seeing him on the news. He was the chairman of a financial organization, but Xia Fei could not recall who he was exactly. Tai smiled. About that, I can only say that they have yet to arrive at the capital ring. It was a tricky response. The Pan-Human Alliance was incredibly big. Saying that the humans from Eden had yet to arrive at the capital ring did not necessarily mean that they had not reached the Alliance. Perhaps the fleet was only a few hours away from the capital ring. The discussion continued. Li Guan was observing Xia Fei's expression opposite him. He gave an old man with a black beard a signal when he felt that it was time. The old man acknowledged it and asked, why don't we play the galaxy piano as part of the tradition? The rest of the group agreed. A few men soon carried a large strange object over. It looked like a typical meteor which could normally be sweeping across the sky, but this one had artificial carvings of irregular keys. The keys were extremely smooth, an indication that someone had been playing it oftenly. Nice piano, could it be Master Solo's final masterpiece, Genesis? Williams asked. Ernst laughed and spoke with pride, General, that's very impressive of you. This piano is indeed the master of Galaxy Piano, Solo's final work, and one he's the most proud of, Genesis. It's made over 7,000 years ago. I happened to stumble upon it in an art museum not long ago, so I decided to invite it to the Sunset Villa. Ernst used the word invite instead of buy, showing how respectful he was toward the strange-looking instrument. Xia Fei twisted his lips. He was not an expert in the field of music, nor did he know what a galaxy piano was, but he was intrigued by the strange appearance of the instrument. What does this galaxy piano do? Xia Fei asked. He noticed that Phantom and most people were staring at the piano with glittering eyes. Xia Fei, that's a real galaxy piano. Phantom exclaimed. So what? So what? Phantom sounded a little displeased by Xia Fei's ignorance. He said, the galaxy piano is the oldest instrument in the Alliance. It's also the most complicated and the hardest to learn. Apparently, it will take the best artisan over 50 years to craft a galaxy piano. Did you know how many galaxy pianos did Master Solo, whom Ernst had mentioned moments ago, craft in his entire life? Xia Fei shook his head. He believed that it was difficult to craft the strange-looking instrument, yet he did not expect that it would take 50 years to craft one. How ridiculous! Solo is the best among the artisans who craft galaxy pianos. He learned how to make a galaxy piano from the age of 4, completed his studies at the age of 79, and started crafting galaxy pianos at the age of 100. He completed his first work, Originless Darkness, at the age of 191 and completed his second work, Origin, at the age of 315. His second work took longer than the first, and the quality was a lot better, too. He was already 315 years old after completing the masterpiece, Origin, but he did not give up on his ambition to make the ultimate galaxy piano and began searching for materials in preparations for his third work. Unfortunately, he ended up catching the deadly Domra virus disease. He lost the feeling in his right arm and his legs became paralyzed, so he had no choice but to let his disciple carry him while he worked with his only arm left. When Solo finally finished his last masterpiece, Genesis, the exact galaxy piano right in front of you, he was already 603 years old. It has taken him almost 300 years, so how couldn't you feel excited after seeing the galaxy piano in person? Xia Fei shook his head. It's a nice story, and Solo is a very ambitious man, too. He deserved to be called a master, but I still don't understand, what's so special about this strange-looking instrument? Was it really worth it for someone to spend their whole life making it? Phantom replied in a deep voice, according to legends, humans' origin was a seed hibernating on an asteroid roaming aimlessly in the universe. After countless years, the asteroid collided with a planet in the venal galaxy, ending the seed's adventure. Here, the seed found its partner. Their descendants eventually became humans after a long time of evolution. The galaxy piano's appearance is based on the asteroid that carried our ancestor. Xia Fei took a close look at the galaxy piano. Its appearance does resemble an asteroid, but the keys are irregularly placed, making it difficult for people to play it. It's not like the piano on Earth with keys aligned together. Phantom laughed. It won't be called the galaxy piano if it's not difficult to play it. This instrument is known for being difficult to master, but the upper class of the Pan-Human Alliance is proud of themselves for being able to play it. It's a tradition. I'm afraid that many people here know how to play it. After all, they're part of the Alliance's high society. Xia Fei asked, do you know how to play it? Phantom proudly patted himself on the shoulder. My master has a galaxy piano, but it's not as expensive as this one. It goes without saying that a skillful person like me would learn how to play it from my master. My master is easily an expert when it comes to playing the galaxy piano. Phantom looked extremely proud of himself. His master, Moon Shadow, was a carefree man, who was talented in everything. He was called the genius of the assassin sect. Phantom had obviously learned a lot from his master, or else he would not know the origin of the galaxy piano so well. The crowd was very excited. This galaxy piano called Genesis had garnered a lot of attention. It was as expected of humans, who would never admit how ignorant they were, especially those in the high society. Even though not many among the crowd truly knew about music, many were still boasting about it. Not only were they trying to prove how well educated they were even trying to receive approval from the others this way. The crowd immediately asked the host of the night, Ernst, to play a song. Ernst pretended to be humble at first, yet he soon asked someone to bring him a chair when he saw that he could no longer turn it down. Ernst took a deep breath and suddenly moved his fingers. The galaxy piano began to emit a strange sound. It was blurred and indistinguishable. Suddenly, the whole world became quiet as the sound pierced through the night sky. Due to the special structure of the galaxy piano, Ernst had to move around to reach the keys, which were placed further apart. He looked as if he was performing a dance for some ancient, profound rituals. The crowd burst into applause after the piece ended. Ernst said proudly, I'm getting too old. I'm worn out from playing just a single piece, and I've made a lot of mistakes, too. Please don't laugh at me. Li Guan said, your meteor recitation is splendid. I can even see a meteor shower sweeping across the sky when listening to it. No doubt you're a master of it, so there's no need to be so humble. The crowd proceeded to give their compliments, too. Meanwhile, Xia Fei stood still and rubbed his chin in deep thoughts as if something was bothering him. Phantom asked, how is it? Are you impressed by the galaxy piano now? It's easily the most profound instrument of the Pan-Human Alliance. Xia Fei thought for a moment before saying, it felt like I was in the middle of the night sky, surrounded by stars, when he started playing the instrument. It's deeply attracting everyone's attention, it's indeed one of a kind. Phantom exclaimed, the galaxy piano is specifically designed to let people hear the sounds of the universe. The piece he played isn't too difficult. If you get the chance to listen to the topmost concert in the White Dwarf Opera House, it'll be a more unforgettable experience for you. Xia Fei frowned. I'm still a little puzzled, though. The sound this instrument is producing seems to contain murderous intent. It feels similar to something I've come upon in the past. Phantom looked at Xia Fei anxiously. Aren't you being a little oversensitive? Everyone always describes the galaxy piano's sound as profound and mysterious, yet how did it become murderous in your ears? The origin of the universe is creation, not destruction, and the galaxy piano produces the sound of the universe, thus, the sound of creation. I believe that it's due to the palpable murderous aura in you, which is why you've misinterpreted the sound produced by the galaxy piano. Xia Fei shook his head. I don't know about the origin of the universe. Both its creation and destruction are out of humans' reach. The sounds produced by the galaxy piano are full of uncertainties, too. It might sound like creation to you, but it sounded like destruction to me, akin to endless killing. Chapter 308, Rebirth of the Galaxy. The galaxy piano emitted a hollow and deep sound, so Xia Fei could not help but fall into deep thoughts. The sound felt familiar to him, yet he could not recall where he had heard or felt it before. As a warrior who greatly relied on his senses, Xia Fei strongly believed in his instincts when thinking and analyzing stuff. Whether it was an object or a sound, everyone would have a different perception of them. It was akin to appreciating something. There was always a great difference between an ancient masterpiece and a counterfeit work. The crowd asked Tai to perform a piece after Ernst's turn. To Xia Fei's surprise, the silver-haired general knew how to play the galaxy piano, too, and his level was on par with Ernst's. His performance of the piece The Octo Battle was brilliant, with the majestic aura of a grand battle. Xia Fei did not really care who was playing the galaxy piano, for he was trying his best to recall where he had gotten that feeling before. The more he listened to the galaxy piano, the more he believed that it was tied to an overwhelming lust to kill. Avril quietly went up to Xia Fei and held his fingers tightly. He smiled at her. The sound that the galaxy piano is producing is reminiscent of something I've come upon before. The two are similar in their auras, both are full of violence. Avril nodded at Xia Fei. I also think that something is strange about this galaxy piano. My music teacher says that it's the sound of the universe growing endlessly, but I feel that the sound should be lively and naughty if that's the case instead of a deep, profound sound like this. The flirtatious expression and the smiles Avril wore during the conversation stabbed Li Mo deep in the heart. His eyes became vicious like a venomous snake, ready to pounce at Xia Fei and bite him on the neck at any moment. Li Guan laughed as if he did not mind Xia Fei and Avril showing their affection to each other in front of the crowd. He signaled the old man with a goatee again, who nodded in return. The third person to play the galaxy piano was a woman. She was said to be a noble from another sovereign nation. She was beautiful despite being in her 40s, but the thick makeup on her face was unable to hide her wrinkles. She would soon age and lose her brilliance. The beauty of a woman faded with age, and it must be the greatest sorrow of every beautiful woman. The piece she was playing was quite difficult. Everyone could easily tell how complicated the piece was from her rapid movements. She was swinging her body with great force, her huge busts bouncing around in the process, allowing many perverted men to satisfy their lust. The woman raised her hands proudly in the air after playing the final note, her face already covered in sweat. She smiled and told the crowd that she must excuse herself to touch up her makeup. The crowd sent her off with a huge applause. The old man with a goatee stepped forward and looked at Xia Fei menacingly. I feel that it's too boring if only the old folks play the galaxy piano. We happen to have some fresh blood among us today, why don't we ask them to play us a song? Everyone immediately fixed their eyes on Xia Fei, they all knew who the old man was referring to. Avril suddenly tightened her grip on Xia Fei's hand. She could see the gloating look in the crowd's eyes. Xia Fei was from Earth, a primitive planet. He had just learned how to dance, so how would he know how to play the galaxy piano? He managed to make up for his lack of skills in dancing with his agile footwork, so he had not made a mistake during the dance. Now, they were asking Xia Fei to play the galaxy piano. It was very likely that Xia Fei had never seen the strange instrument before today, let alone perform music with it. Obviously, these people were purposely setting Xia Fei up to embarrass himself. Avril was enraged. She scanned the crowd coldly before landing her gaze on Ernst. She knew that her grandfather was the only person who could save Xia Fei from embarrassing himself now. Either way, Xia Fei was still a guest. Ernst had no reason to make his guest feel uncomfortable. Ernst frowned. He, too, believed that the suggestion was crossing the line. The fact that Xia Fei was given the honor of the first dance already indicated his status as an important guest of their Jian family. These people were basically trying to embarrass the Jian family by not showing their important guest any respect. A middle-aged man with a square face stepped forward and said, the young man had the first dance with Avril, indicating that he's not an outsider. Why don't we give him a chance to play a piece so that we can get to know him better? Xia Fei could easily hear the gloating in the man's voice. He faced the crowd with a smile. I seriously don't know how to play the galaxy piano, so I shouldn't ruin everyone's mood. The crowd chuckled. It was a party of the high society, so it was embarrassing for anyone to admit that they could not play the galaxy piano. Ernst nodded. He was just about to give Xia Fei an out when Li Guan suddenly walked out of the crowd and said, "Young man, stop joking with us, no one here doesn't know how to play the galaxy piano. Are you perhaps looking down on us with your willingness to share your skills with us?" Xia Fei immediately realized that the father and son of the Li family were trying to set him up. Even if he did dodge the bullet this time, he would still embarrass himself in front of the members of the upper class. He might even make the headlines tomorrow. The truth was that Xia Fei did not really care about his reputation, but with how Avril's hand was getting colder, Xia Fei understood that this situation was not only placing him at the heart of the struggle but was also implicating her. Avril had already shown her great courage by inviting him to be her first dance. Did he want her to endure the pressure of a lot of rumors again? "Li Guan, do you want me to play you a song?" Thuram asked with wide eyes. He obviously sounded displeased. Even the military triumvirate agreed that Li Guan had definitely overdone it. Even if he had some personal grudge against Xia Fei, it was inappropriate to embarrass him in front of this crowd. After all, the host of the party was innocent. Xia Fei suddenly walked out from the crowd, went to the galaxy piano, and touched it with his finger. "Since everyone is so eager to hear my performance, I have no choice but to do it," Xia Fei said calmly, "but please forgive me if I'm not good enough." Li Guan burst out laughing and clapped. He knew that his plan had worked. Xia Fei would become the biggest laughingstock of the night after his performance. It was impossible for anyone, who did not undergo strict training, to play the galaxy piano. He might struggle to even play a note, let alone a whole piece. Even though the experts were able to play mysterious pieces on the galaxy piano, the instrument also had another nickname, the novice killer. Xia Fei was not even a novice. Li Guan could not wait to hear Xia Fei produce some terrible noise on the galaxy piano. Avril opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed the words, instead. It would be more embarrassing if she advised Xia Fei against it now. She straightened her chest. Her feminine characteristics were starting to become more obvious. She looked at Xia Fei firmly as if to tell him, "Go do it, I'll bear all the consequences with you." Xia Fei smiled at Avril. His face was at ease and brimming with confidence. Avril suddenly noticed that Xia Fei was not nervous at all. If the galaxy piano was a weapon, Xia Fei would be a warrior playing with it in his hands while facing the enemy, provoking him in a calm manner. Tai frowned. Being brave was a good trait, but overestimating one's capabilities was not something a wise person would do. He shook his head and looked into the distance, wondering if it was better for the party to end earlier. The soldiers had a strong sense of justice. The hot-tempered Admiral Leighton spat on the ground and glared at Li Guan. However, the man was not bothered at all, since he was determined to let Xia Fei embarrass himself today. He would soon put his plan to get his revenge in motion. Unlike Li Mo, Li Guan was planning to strike from all directions. Today was only the beginning, he had prepared a lot more delicacies for Xia Fei to enjoy. Xia Fei sat in front of the galaxy piano. He looked at the crowd and exchanged glances with those with a gloating look in their eyes. Xia Fei grinned and said, "The piece I'm going to play is called Rebirth of the Galaxy." Rebirth of the Galaxy? Did I hear it right? That's an insanely difficult piece. Could he really play such a difficult piece at such a young age? Humph! What a joke, I bet that he doesn't even know what Rebirth of the Galaxy actually is. The crowd began discussing among themselves. Thuram sadly covered his eyes and murmured, "Old buddy, Xia Fei is seriously going to embarrass himself this time." Most people were curious apart from being puzzled and shocked. Tai rubbed his jaw and asked, "Can Xia Fei really play the Rebirth of the Galaxy?" Williams shook his head. "I don't know, let's wait and see, but I think it's best not to have too much hope in him." Xia Fei's fingers moved rapidly across the instrument. The first symphony was narrating the life of a happy meteor living in a galaxy. Xia Fei's style of playing was completely disoriented. His finger placement was off too, but he had a good sense of rhythm. He managed to express the magnificence of the galaxy and the joy of the meteor. Avril's eyes widened in excitement. She grabbed Pang Xing by the corner of his clothes and exclaimed, "Xia Fei can play the galaxy piano, he's a genius." Pang Xing smiled, "Young lady, the man you chose is definitely the most brilliant." Avril blushed. She grumbled softly yet seemed very pleased. Li Guan's face darkened. He could not understand why Xia Fei knew how to play the galaxy piano. His movement and finger placement were clumsy. Everyone could tell that he was an amateur, yet the notes were surprisingly on point without any mistake. Li Mo began to feel uneasy. Not only did his father's plan fail to embarrass Xia Fei, he ended up getting a lot of attention, instead. Li Guan tried his best to remain calm as he told Li Mo, "Don't worry, it's only the first symphony. The second symphony, Destruction, is the part where everyone thinks is the hardest. He's obviously a novice judging from the way he plays the Galaxy piano, so there's no way that he can play the second symphony. He's sure to shit himself." Chapter 309, Symphony of Life. Everyone knew that the second symphony of Rebirth of the Galaxy was the most difficult. The melody was murky but hurried, for it was narrating the destruction in darkness of the galaxy. Avril nervously clenched her fists as the tune gradually became gloomier. She knew that the moment Xia Fei was really put to test had arrived. Even though Avril had been learning from the best teachers in the Alliance, she still did not have the confidence to complete the second symphony of Rebirth of the Galaxy. After all, she was still too young and it required a lot of practice as well as experience to play the Galaxy piano. Musicality, even Avril with the best teachers had yet to master it. Could Xia Fei possibly do it? The melody became gloomier, like black clouds looming over a city right before a storm. Xia Fei's range of motion was getting bigger. He was using all his might to press the keys. His body shuddered as if he could sense a darkness creeping into him. Even his gaze became extremely focused. An experienced warrior would be familiar with it. It was a natural reaction when they were facing a strong enemy and their lives were being threatened. The melody was stirring up everyone's emotion. A musician would perceive every note with their heart, feeling happy when the music was lively and grieving when the tone was sorrowful. A piece could only touch its audience when it was played with emotions. The people surrounding Xia Fei felt that a stormy cloud was looming over them together with a strong sense of death, as if a powerful enemy was approaching in the storm. The people were astounded. Xia Fei was pouring his heart into his performance, pouring the feelings in his heart into the Galaxy piano with his clumsy technique, which was then transmitted to the others listening to the piece. Everyone perceived the same music differently. Rebirth of the Galaxy was known for its gloominess and darkness, yet Xia Fei was focusing on the sorrow of life and the darkness of death. Each note was striking the crowd's ears like huge rocks. Some of the vulnerable women clenched their hearts, worried that these might jump out of their chests, for the gloominess and the irresistible death, which Xia Fei was narrating through his performance, felt too real to them. The people of the upper society rarely experienced darkness and death, but Xia Fei was using his music to show them the true essence of death. It was the end of everything. Nothing in the world could ever be comparable to it, not to mention that Xia Fei was narrating the destruction of the galaxy, which was several times more impactful than the death of a single life. Sobs. Silent tears. The sobs that one tried their best to withhold. It was akin to a person who could not make any sound even when they were dying. They could neither resist nor deny it. 1. 2. 3. The crowd soon began to shed tears of discontent. The whole Sunset Villa was immersed in sorrow as if their end was right before them. Tai, the silver-haired admiral, frowned. Among the crowd, Thuram and he had been on the brink of death multiple times, yet he was still deeply influenced by Xia Fei's performance. He could not help but admit that even he would struggle to narrate death so perfectly. He was more concerned about what Xia Fei had been through, for him to be able to narrate the breath of the god of death so precisely. Tai gathered his strength and broke the crystalline glass in his hand. The crack was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. The crowd quickly wiped their tears and pretended that nothing had happened, seemingly having just woken up from a dream. Most people quickly left the scene without even bothering to come up with an excuse. More importantly, their fragile hearts could no longer endure the cruel darkness further. They were unwilling to even stay for a second more. Xia Fei, who was totally carried away by his own performance, slowed down his fingers significantly. The melody was no longer giving the crowd the unbearable pressure. Xia Fei knew that Tai had broken the glass at a particular moment when his control over the instrument was the weakest. Tai had sharply picked up the weak point and produced just enough sound by breaking the glass to wake him up. Only an opportunist with strong musicality could do it. Xia Fei twisted his lips and unwillingly adjusted the melody to an acceptable extent for the crowd. The truth was, even Xia Fei was indulged in the thrill of having a showdown with the god of death. The scenes of life and death he had been through flashed through his mind rapidly. Unfortunately, Tai's intervention served as a break point, and the melody gradually calmed down, too. Avril let out a relieved sigh with a pale face. She was shocked by Xia Fei's performance, but she too was under suffocating pressure due to his improvisation. The Third Symphony, Rebirth, soon began. The joyful music brought the crowd's thoughts back to spring, the season of life, the time when all creations grow and multiply endlessly. Li Guan and Li Mo exchanged glances. The son's eyes were filled with fatigue. The cowardly man had long lost his will to fight. Xia Fei's marvelous performance had completely destroyed the last glimpse of hope in him, and he was in very low spirits. If his father was not around, he would definitely have ran from the land of disappointment to somewhere far away. He did not want to see Xia Fei ever again. Li Guan's eyes were filled with disappointment. He was not a coward. He would not admit his defeat so easily, yet he was displeased by his son's behavior. He looked up at the old man with a goatee, who was wiping his tears with a handkerchief. He almost broke down mentally after listening to Xia Fei's improvisation. The old man quickly collected his thoughts when he noticed Li Guan looking at him. He nodded heavily and pretended to be glaring at Xia Fei. However, he was simply putting up an act, while his heart was actually still pounding heavily. Being able to play the Galaxy piano doesn't necessarily reflect a person's qualities. Some people have been playing the Galaxy piano for their whole life, yet they're still living in ignorance. Some people have never had the chance to listen to music, yet they're able to play the strongest note of life, Xia Fei said calmly with a smile while playing the instrument as if he was narrating a story from a long time ago. Xia Fei's voice merged perfectly with the music. His voice was not loud, yet it was able to reach far away and enter everyone's heart. The crowd was extremely quiet, for everyone was listening to him attentively. If a person doesn't have music in their heart, they can only make a fuss about nothing, even when they're given the most expensive instrument in the world, but for those with music in their hearts, they can play the most touching piece with a single piece of leaf. The sentence ended together with the final note. The crowd was still lost in their thoughts. Whether it was because of the music or Xia Fei's speech, everyone was holding their breaths. It was as if they were afraid to ruin the mood. Xia Fei looked around him before setting his eyes on the father-son pair of the Li family. He said in a calm voice, "Mr. Li, I wonder if you are satisfied with my performance." Chapter 310, A Heavy Assault Cruiser. Xia Fei asked with a smile, "Mr. Li, are you satisfied with the piece?" Li Guan tightened his grip on the glass and answered reluctantly, "It's not bad." He could feel his face burning after uttering the words and had this urge to dig himself a tunnel to hide in. It was Li Guan who suggested that Xia Fei play the Galaxy piano, for he was planning to humiliate Xia Fei with it. Alas, instead, he was complimenting him now as Xia Fei's performance was simply out of everyone's expectation. Not only did Li Guan fail to achieve his goal, Xia Fei slapped him right in the face, too. The crowd gave their applause, with even a few sentimental women shedding tears. Words were not needed to describe how great the performance was. The suffocating pressure it had placed everyone under conquered the scene. Avril ran out of the crowd, hugged Xia Fei, and buried her face into his chest. The crowd chuckled, yet their laughter no longer had any hint of disdain but admiration and envy, instead. Nicole was clapping while in tears, as if she was the one who had jumped into Xia Fei's arms instead of Avril. She could not help but think how fortunate Avril was to possess something she had always dreamed of. A forlorn pain gripped her heart. Nicole took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Her role in the circle was not as carefree as Avril, for she was carrying the heavy burden of leading the entire Gaia Industries, thus, she must remain firm and independent in front of outsiders. "Thank you," Xia Fei told Phantom. Phantom sighed. "There's no need to thank me, I'm just simulating the performance so you can play the right keys. It's you who interpreted Rebirth of the Galaxy. To be honest, I've come to the realization that you possess great talent in music. It might be a little shaky at the start, but you're able to adapt quickly to the techniques of playing the Galaxy piano. You're like a completely different person at the end, and your ability to perceive music is impressive, too." Xia Fei smiled, "We'll worry about it later, I'm not interested in learning how to play the Galaxy piano for now." Xia Fei had no idea how to play the Galaxy piano. It was actually his first time playing an instrument. Normally, it was unlikely he could play such a difficult piece even with Phantom's help, yet he somehow did it. Perhaps the melody had reached somewhere deep in Xia Fei's heart, for he felt as if he could understand what the melody was conveying. Many musicians lacked the vividness when performing Rebirth of the Galaxy because they had never crossed paths with death in their lives. They were clueless about the gruesomeness their hearts would be filled with when darkness arrived. Xia Fei's approach was very simple. Phantom would be playing the Galaxy piano first, but since he was just an apparition, the galaxy piano would not produce any sound when he was playing. He could only simulate it while humming the melody himself. Xia Fei merely followed the melody and mimicked Phantom's movements, including the force he was applying to each key while expressing what he thought the melody was conveying. Xia Fei was a speed ability user. His agility and memory were a lot more impressive than normal people, so he had been able to memorize Phantom's actions and replay them like a projector. Since Xia Fei had never practiced playing the instrument, he was a little clumsy at the beginning. He was only able to play the right notes accurately, and his finger placement obviously hinted that he was just an amateur. He was also struggling with his performance, but to his relief, the first symphony was the easiest part of the piece. It gave Xia Fei sufficient time to get the hang of the techniques while perceiving what the melody was trying to tell him. Xia Fei had already gotten used to playing the galaxy piano when he reached the second symphony. He had also perceived the composer's original intention when he wrote the piece by then, so he started adding what he had perceived into his performance, and the effects were surprisingly good. Even he was carried away by his performance. Xia Fei, who had never studied music, was able to perform such a complicated piece despite his clumsy executions. "All right, let's put the piano away and chat among ourselves," Ernst said with a smile. As Avril's grandfather, Ernst never wanted Avril to be with Xia Fei. The difference in their status alone was already an impassable obstacle for them, not to mention that Xia Fei had killed his son. However, as the patriarch of the Jian family, Ernst was very pleased with Xia Fei's performance tonight. After all, Xia Fei was still his guest. The young man even had the first dance with Avril, so the Jian family would be put to shame too if Xia Fei got picked on. Ernst was now holding a strong grudge against Li Guan. He had tacitly agreed to Li Guan picking on Xia Fei since he preferred Avril to be with Li Mo. After all, the two were well matched in terms of their status, but Ernst had never permitted Li Guan to involve the Jian family when he was picking on Xia Fei. Li Guan's actions had seriously disgusted Ernst. A few household staff carefully moved the expensive galaxy piano away. It was soon past midnight. According to the traditions of the capital ring, the host of the birthday party, Ernst, would be lighting up fireworks to celebrate his birthday. The party would also enter its next phase. Everyone's discussion was still revolving around Xia Fei's performance. The upper class had the tendency to respect scholars and artists. Xia Fei's performance might not be enough to help him blend into the circle completely, but it had greatly eliminated the doubts and distrust that many initially had toward him. Tai having a secret conversation with Xia Fei, Avril asking Xia Fei to be her first dance, and the young man's remarkable performance of Rebirth of the Galaxy, Xia Fei had won himself enough bargaining chips. A few sensible people were already taking the initiative to invite Xia Fei to their parties. They believed that Xia Fei might be able to secure himself a spot in the upper circle one day. Many people knew that having an extra friend was better than having an extra enemy. That being said, the so-called friends in the upper circle were not the kind who were willing to take a bullet for others, but the kind who were only concerned about attaining mutual benefits. Li Guan coldly watched the people strike up conversations with Xia Fei, and suddenly he wore a faint grin. The old man with a goatee, who was taking orders from him, immediately understood his intention. He approached Xia Fei and pretended to give him a toast. He then said in a loud voice, "Xia Fei, I heard that you own a company." Xia Fei smiled and said proudly, "That's right, it's Quantum Holdings, which is based on my home planet." The old man with a goatee nodded. "I heard that Quantum Holdings' revenue only amounted to 230 million star coins last year." The upper class was controlling most of the alliance's money, so these big shots were rather sensitive when it came to that. The sum of 230 million was only a monthly allowance to many people at the scene, yet it was the yearly revenue of Xia Fei's company. The crowd was quite shocked. Is he actually just a pauper? The place immediately fell silent. Even the slow-witted guests knew that the man with a goatee was purposely picking on Xia Fei. Who would suddenly bring up a company's revenue for no reason? The upper class was very sensitive toward money, but people rarely discussed their earnings in public. They believed that it was embarrassing to be talking about money on an occasion like this, much less if it was just a paltry amount. Ernst almost passed out from anger. The others might be unaware, but he clearly knew that the man with a goatee was Mandetta. His company owed the Planet Conglomerate Bank a huge debt because of poor management, so the man had submitted himself to Li Guan. He was the typical sycophant. To think that Mandetta dared to pick on the Jian family in front of the crowd with his financial status. He would not have the guts to do it by himself, so Li Guan was obviously pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Ernst did not speak, but he was glaring at Li Guan. It was already the second time tonight, even a person with a good temper would lose it eventually. Li Guan turned around and chatted with a foxy woman beside him, pretending that he had nothing to do with the circumstances. Xia Fei responded calmly, "That's indeed the case. Quantum Holdings was only established less than 3 years ago." The crowd suddenly chuckled as they listened to Xia Fei introduce his company. 3 years? Even my dog has been around longer than that. Isn't that obvious? Shouldn't a business that has only been around for less than 3 years, with a yearly revenue of less than 300 million, be called a workshop, instead? Does that make Xia Fei an owner of a workshop? How amusing, I've never thought that I would have the chance to attend the same party as an owner of a workshop. Even though the people were talking softly, Xia Fei could still hear them clearly. It was a circle of people with money and fame, so Xia Fei was just a pauper in their eyes, and a pauper had no place in their circle. Mandetta had no intention to stop there. He was hoping to turn Xia Fei into a laughingstock to fawn upon Li Guan. He was struggling to cheer himself up when he recalled the debt that was due next month. Even though he might end up offending the Jians, he did not owe them any money. Even if he was given a chance to change his mind, he would still choose to side with Li Guan. Your family has recently reached a deal with Nucleus Mining. They'll provide your company with the needed ores for your products, but a few hours ago, that company was bought by Stalwart International and was forced to be liquidated. I'm afraid that the deal between you and Nucleus Mining is no longer valid. I wonder how your company is going to handle that. Mandetta said gloatingly. Li Guan was pleased with himself. Everything was done according to his plan, just to teach Xia Fei a lesson. A mining company was as insignificant as an ant to Planet Conglomerate, the biggest bank in the alliance. Driving the company that was working with Xia Fei's company bankrupt to disrupt Quantum Holdings' operations was akin to ordering a cup of coffee in a cafe, yet it was a deadly blow to Xia Fei's company, which had only started not long ago. Xia Fei was startled. Charlie did mention the ores meant to be used for producing the energy shield boosters were bought by other parties at an extremely low price. Was it the same company this man had just mentioned? I have yet to receive any news about Nucleus Mining's bankruptcy. Where did you hear about it? Xia Fei asked. Mandetta said indifferently, certain things are never a secret. Many people in the circle already know that Nucleus Mining's liquidation will be disclosed tomorrow morning. Xia Fei smiled. That's fine, we'll still get our deposit back if the company has gone bankrupt. We'll just need to find another company to work with. It's not that simple, Mandetta said cunningly. The liquidation of a company won't be completed within a day. I'm afraid that it may take some time. I heard that your company had signed a 5-year contract with them. The deposit must be a lot for a small company like yours. If you can't get the deposit back, won't it affect the company's operation? Xia Fei displayed outstanding psychological qualities while handling Mandetta's aggressive provocation. He was being neither servile nor overbearing as he calmly answered the questions. It was Tai who felt anxious, instead. Tai took a step forward and said in a hoarse voice, Quantum Holdings is now an official A-list supplier of the military. Even if Nucleus Mining did go bankrupt, other mining companies should be more than willing to work with Quantum Holdings, so I don't think it's necessarily a bad news for it. What? Xia Fei's workshop is an A-list supplier to the military. How's that possible? Not every company has the chance to work with the military, much less be an A-list supplier for it. It's far more superior than ordinary suppliers. I wouldn't believe it if Xia Fei said this himself, but it's Tai who said it. Are you seriously doubting his words? The crowd began discussing among themselves. Li Guan suddenly felt like the world was spinning. The plot twist was crazier than a science fiction novel. He was planning to use the fact that Xia Fei's company did not have much influence to crush him and then threaten Xia Fei to end his relationship with Avril before murdering him. However, Tai's words had completely destroyed his plan. Even an idiot knew the consequences of going against the will of the military. If Xia Fei was now an A-list supplier of the military, it meant that Quantum Holdings would be providing the military with essential equipment. Even the formidable Li family could not stir any trouble with Quantum Holdings. After all, Xia Fei had the Alliance's army behind him. The crowd suddenly became passionate. Many strangers went up to Xia Fei to introduce themselves and give him their contacts. Xia Fei handled the situation calmly, claiming that he was only the owner of Quantum Holdings and did not take part in its management. He gave them Charlie's contact, instead. Avril was observing everything happily. Every woman would want their man to excel, and Xia Fei's performance had greatly exceeded her expectation. She could not help but feel that she was the luckiest woman in the world. The attention Xia Fei was getting served a great contrast with the sense of loss the Li father-son duo was feeling. Li Guan took a deep breath after seeing how dispirited his son was. He then turned and left while Li Mo followed behind him with his head lowered. Admiral Tai, thank you. Xia Fei found the chance to express his gratitude. Tai nodded. I was just saying the truth. You will soon understand that being an A-list supplier of the military isn't as simple as you think. Your prosperity and decline is tightly related to the military's strength, so the military won't just sit and watch when someone tries to pick on you. That being said, Xia Fei said, I must keep my promise and fulfill my end of the deal punctually without compromising on the quality of the products. Tai chuckled. That's right. You're a smart man. Our relationship is based on mutual benefits. Once you receive the plaque tomorrow, you should measure its weight first before hanging it up. Xia Fei was confused. Didn't you say I still need to wait for the Congress and the President's approval? Tai said confidently, those politicians have no say in the military. They must pass the motion if I say so. The military serves the alliance instead of a single person or organization. Besides, I've already given my word today. The whole alliance will know about it soon, so we can simply skip the formalities. Xia Fei smiled. He admired Tai's attitude of not treating the politicians seriously. The military possessed absolute power, so it would be disastrous to the people if a person or an organization was controlling it. Avril quietly stood on one side while Xia Fei handled the crowd. She was holding a glass of juice as she ate fresh crystal grapes. The surprise Xia Fei had given her tonight was beyond what she had imagined. She was unusually calm. The world had always belonged to men. Avril felt a lot more at ease after Xia Fei secured a spot on the big stage of the Pan-Human Alliance. Nicole came over. The two young women sat side by side while observing Xia Fei. They were so alike, yet they were completely different, too. Avril had Xia Fei. She was able to rely on him for everything, and she would rely on him even more from now onward. Xia Fei was the one who had stepped forward too in her most difficult time. Nicole never had a person like that. She had to bear everything with her young and tender shoulders. You're very lucky. Nicole took a sip of the wine and spoke softly. Avril blushed a little, then replied softly, I think so, too. Nicole let out a sigh. She began drinking even one glass after another. I'll go and talk to Xia Fei for a while. Do you mind? Nicole asked mysteriously. Go ahead, Avril replied. Aren't you worried that I'm going to steal him? Avril wore a cunning look. Xia Fei won't leave me. You're that confident? Nicole asked in a surprised tone. Would a man who risked his life for you leave you so easily? Unless I've done something wrong, but how could I possibly dare to hurt him? Avril said in a voice filled with joy, then she subconsciously looked at Xia Fei. Nicole was lost in her thoughts. She emptied the glass of wine in her hand before going to Xia Fei while murmuring under her breath, it's true that the world has never been fair. Nicole brought Xia Fei to a corner. He was a bit worried, since the lady was obviously a little drunk. She was already stammering slightly. Where's the number I gave you? I threw it away, Xia Fei said honestly. Why? Nicole glared at Xia Fei. Because I don't need a job now. Xia Fei smiled. Nicole fell silent for a moment before she laughed self-mockingly. She took out a pen from her bag and wrote a number on Xia Fei's palm. She said softly, call me at 9 in the morning tomorrow. I won't wait any more after 9. Xia Fei frowned. What for? Nicole said mysteriously, I'm giving you a gift. Xia Fei smiled. Miss Nicole, it's my pleasure to be able to serve you, so you shouldn't think too much about it. Nicole did not seem to hear it, she merely turned and went down Half Moon Hill, indifferently saying as she did, no man is stupid enough to reject a heavy assault cruiser, and you don't look stupid to me. Chapter 311, A Cruiser with the Most Explosive Firepower. Life was like that. Xia Fei was seen as no more than a pauper without becoming an A-list supplier for the military. At best, he was someone who could play a bit of the galaxy piano. However, after General Tai announced that Xia Fei had the qualifications to become an A-list supplier of the military, everyone's attitude towards Xia Fei did a 180. With nucleus mining folding, Quantum Holdings' mineral supply had become alarmingly scarce, which would have lost them a large profit. But that no longer mattered, for several large mining corporations in the alliance immediately sought cooperation with Xia Fei. Not only did they step in to provide his company ores with expediency while also foregoing the deposit, their price was even 20% lower than the going rate. It was a level of treatment that was simply unimaginable before. There were also many businessmen who were eager to make deals with Xia Fei, and their reason was the same, that shiny golden plaque that Xia Fei now owned, with engravings in a large font, A-list supplier of the Pan-Human Alliance's military. As day broke, this extremely luxurious banquet came to an end. Xia Fei had one hand holding onto the railing, leaning as he admired the view beyond, a single hung taschen between his lips. "Congratulations!" Avril's father Newman came walking over. From his steely expression, it seemed that this was not exactly what he was feeling inside. Xia Fei nodded, not saying a word. There would always be a gulf between him and the whole family due to his hand at Barty's death. None could be happy over what had happened, and it was only for Avril's sake that no one had outright mentioned it. "Looks like you didn't really enjoy this banquet," Newman said. Xia Fei smiled, expressing himself frankly. "I did not, but I will learn to accept it." Newman looked far and watched Avril, who was sending the distinguished guests off. She was wearing a sweet smile on her face, most likely the happiest person last night. Sighing, Newman extended a hand to Xia Fei. "I welcome you to the most decadent circle in the whole alliance." Xia Fei was slightly surprised. He reciprocated by extending his own and shaking their clasped hands. The two did not have anything more to say to each other, but both men knew that they could no longer ignore the other's existence, and it was all for Avril's sake. Gaia Industries, one of the 4 major warship manufacturing companies in the Pan-Human Alliance. Nicole Sawyer sat in her office, eyeing the clock on her desk. It was 8:58 in the morning, Venal time zone, yet Xia Fei's call had yet to arrive. Frowning, Nicole pushed a button and connected to her secretary outside. "What time is it?" Nicole asked. 8:58. "Charwoman, do you have something on? This is already the 3rd time you're calling me to ask for the time." "Is the clock on your desk spoiled?" asked her secretary curiously. There were many ways to get the time, be it via the communicator or with a clock, even the microcomputer would have the time displayed. Actually, all the equipment was directly connected to a standard atomic clock, only going by a second off every million years. The secretary simply could not fathom why Nicole would still be asking him the time despite the various ways to find out herself. "Yeah, no worries. You may get back to what you're doing." Ending the call, Nicole had both her hands placed under her chin, looking out the window as she wondered to herself, is he actually not coming? That's impossible. That's a heavy assault cruiser, why would he have any reason to reject it? Could Avril have said something to him? Maybe he doesn't trust me. No matter what wild thoughts Nicole was contemplating over, the person whom she was hoping to appear did not show up. Turning on her computer, Nicole got ready to begin work for the day as she silently told herself that life must go on and that she should not be discouraged by this little matter. That was when the communicator on her desk rang. Nicole was first startled by it before grabbing it with gusto. Nicole Sawyer. Only after hearing her name did the video image of Xia Fei appear. Nicole realized that she had made quite the gaffe by picking up the call in such a hurry. Xia Fei smiled. "Morning, Miss Nicole." Nicole raised her eyebrow, forcing herself to be calm as she said evenly, "Sorry, it's already 9. It's already too late for you to call now." Xia Fei replied, "I'm never late. Please take a closer look at your clock." Nicole looked at the time on her clock and saw numbers jumping. It was 9 in the morning, on the dot. "Of course, I'm not of the habit of being early, either," Xia Fei said, smiling. "Where are we going?" Xia Fei was seated in a Gaian Tristan-class frigate, and beside him was the lady he met with last night. "Why are you asking so many questions? Besides, it's not like I'm selling you off." Nicole's eyes ran over Xia Fei as she added, "Plus, you aren't really worth much when sold." Xia Fei was speechless. The smartest thing to do when a woman was being unruly was to remain quiet, so Xia Fei continued to stare out the window, not speaking to her anymore. As such, Nicole only felt that it was too quiet, and the empty ship was giving a sort of suppressive vibe. "Do you want to know what the heavy assault cruiser I mentioned looks like?" Nicole asked. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. Nicole actually hated the scent of cigarettes, but for some reason, she tolerated that smelly tobacco and pretended not to be bothered by it. It couldn't be more powerful than this warship, could it? On the surface, it looks like any other Tristan-class frigate, but this ship isn't anything simple. I believe that it's the legendary Comet class, Xia Fei said. Nicole nodded. To think you'd have quite a good understanding of warships. That's right, this ship is actually a Comet class, specially manufactured for the Alliance's elite Tristan-class special force fleets, the Alligators. Every of them costs well over 900 million star coins, and that is just the price of this one ship. If we also include the equipment, I'm afraid that the number will go up close to 2 billion star coins. Xia Fei could not help but be flabbergasted. The Comet-class frigate boasted both powerful combat strength and defensive capabilities. He had only read about it in books, and this was the first time he had heard of a frigate costing 900 million star coins, which was enough to buy a battleship several times stronger. This ship was essentially carved out of solid gold. What a pity that such a powerful ship is no longer in production, Xia Fei said regretfully. Nicole mysteriously laughed. Do you know why these top-notch warships ceased production? Why? I'm not telling you. Nicole strolled over to the coffee machine and brought over 2 cups of coffee. You'll understand once you see that heavy assault cruiser I've mentioned before. The frigate arrived on a planet which was teeming with life. Xia Fei followed Nicole off the frigate and looked around, puzzled. They were in the midst of a grove of ancient trees with birds and the fragrance of flowers all around them. There was a mountain, which reached into the clouds, a distance away. It was completely covered in snow, with several mountain eagles flying above, searching for a meal. This looked to be a great tourist destination, but Xia Fei had no idea why would Nicole bring him into such a place. There was a small airfield in this forest, seemingly able to contain no more than several dozens of frigates or 6 cruisers. This was exactly where their Comet-class frigate got parked. The staff carried 2 chairs over, even setting up a parasol between, with fruits and little cakes neatly set on a table. Nicole sat down as she crossed her leg in a figure of 4. Let's take a seat first. Miss Nicole, where is this heavy assault cruiser you told me about? Xia Fei asked. There's no rush. Accompany me for tea first. Nicole took a teacup to her lips as she said this. The red tea inside was steaming, so she lightly blew on it and took a sip. Xia Fei had no choice but to play along. Sitting down with Nicole, his eyes subconsciously went over the scars on her wrist. Nicole had very casual makeup on her face, and the high heels and cumbersome maxi dress were gone. All in all, she was wearing less elaborate get-up today. Actually, you can get laser surgery to completely cover up those sorts of scars, Xia Fei said softly. Nicole's expression changed. Her fingers subconsciously fingered her scars for a while before saying, I know, but I want to keep them. There are some things that I don't ever want to forget my whole life, and they serve as a reminder even after a long time has passed. Xia Fei smiled. The real scars are more suitable to be buried in your heart, not anywhere else. Nicole froze abruptly, her eyes turning glossy before she nodded lightly, silent. After some time, a spacecraft elevator from beneath a landing apron opened, then an army green warship was slowly raised from below. Xia Fei tossed the cigarette butt in hand and walked over to the ship in a daze. This is amazing. This ship's too spectacular. High-precision titanium alloy as its hull, possessing an enhanced neutron cannon blaster with an anti-warp disruptor. Oh, heavens! This isn't just a ship, it's a good to honest killing weapon. Xia Fei was beside himself with excitement. I dare to bet that even a battleship, a ship 2 grades above a frigate, may not be its match. I've never seen such a pure gunship. Nicole set her teacup down, evidently delighted with herself as she walked to Xia Fei. So was the wait worth it? Xia Fei nodded deeply. Very much so. Is this the heavy assault cruiser you mentioned? Nicole giggled. Look at how excited you got. If a single heavy assault cruiser already got you so animated, won't you just faint with giddiness if you see the latest model, the Ishtar class? Xia Fei did not ask about this other heavy assault cruiser that Nicole mentioned. He was touching the sturdy hull of the ship right in front of his eyes, thrilled. What's it called? Gaia Company, the standard Deimos class heavy assault cruiser, Nicole said. Xia Fei was very enthusiastic about his company products, and the same could be said of Nicole. She was very happy as well, something that genuinely came from the bottom of her heart. Deimos class heavy assault cruiser. Xia Fei asked, why have I never read any information about such a warship? Could this be the new model that you're discussing with Thuram about? Nicole laughed. Oh, no. Uncle Thuram will be getting a different heavy assault cruiser, which is that Ishtar class I've just mentioned. The Deimos class is a pure gunship, while the Ishtar class heavy assault cruiser is a drone assault warship. The two fight differently, and I think a professional like you will completely understand what I mean after taking a look around the ship once. Xia Fei nodded, eagerly boarding the ship. Nicole did not follow Xia Fei, choosing instead to continue drinking her tea under the sun, tasting the delicious little treats. She lifted her bracelet, lightly brushing her fingers across her scars over and over as she muttered to herself, "Do I really have to leave you?" It was more than an hour later when Xia Fei finally got off the Deimos class heavy assault cruiser. He took a cup of tea, drank it in one go, and used his sleeve to clean the corners of his lips before he sat down on the chair and let out a long sigh. "You missed a spot." Nicole took out a silk handkerchief from her breast pocket and handed it toward Xia Fei. Xia Fei laughed heartily and used his sleeves to clean his mouth again. "Better." Nicole was a little disappointed, nodding her head as she dropped the handkerchief on the table. Xia Fei continued. "I gave this Deimos class heavy assault cruiser a very thorough examination. This is a very impressive ship." Nicole sighed. "If only it's as good as you claimed." "The military refused to buy this ship, which was why we had to redesign a different heavy assault cruiser for them." Xia Fei nodded. "I'm not at all surprised. The design of this ship is so outstanding that its fate is already sealed from the get-go. If I'm not mistaken, this ship should have a firepower rating well over 600 points, right?" Xia Fei probed. Nicole nodded. "That's right. It has a firepower rating at 640 points, and if modified more, this number can be pushed even further." Xia Fei laughed. "Taking the Alliance ship size grade into account, with the frigates being the smallest, it's the destroyer, cruiser, battleship, capital ship, and the super capital ship. The Deimos ought to be around a third grade cruiser if we go by the size of the ship. The standard cruiser's firepower won't be rated over 250 points though, and even a battlecruiser won't be rated higher than 500 point, but the firepower of this ship actually achieved the shocking 640 points rating. That's a battleship grade firepower. The person who designed this ship must have been insane. In order to raise its firepower, he abandoned all long-range combat capabilities, installing something as insanely powerful like the enhanced neutron blasters. That's why the Deimos class heavy assault cruiser only has a single way to do battle, and that's to charge straight into the midst of the enemy and recklessly take the battle to them, using its tremendous firepower to bombard the enemy into smithereens." Nico furrowed her brows. "Actually, the Deimos class also has its own drone bay, able to send out drones to engage in long-range combat." Xia Fei chuckled. "Miss Nicole, you've got to be kidding me. Its firepower system dominates a large chunk of space in this ship, and the drone bay you speak of can only send 10 light combat drones at best. What can they take down with such meager firepower? Even a normal frigate won't be troubled by it." Nicole was speechless. The strength of 10 light combat drones was absolutely paltry, unable to cause any harm to anyone. That was why the long-range capabilities of the Deimos class heavy assault cruiser was as good as non-existent. An organization like the military won't allow such a sacrificial warship to be part of their fleet. The pilot of this ship will be required to have the determination to die, rushing right into the enemy lines to fight recklessly, which is completely incongruent with the uniform combat style that the Alliance military emphasizes on. Hence, they rejected to include this Deimos, Xia Fei said. Nicole explained, "That's what General Tai said as well. He said that the Deimos class is more suited for those with a death wish, and a firepower-focused warship, which seeks only to attack, won't be suitable for the military." Xia Fei commented, "Tai's correct, this warship isn't suited for the military, but it's perfect for me." Nina frowned. "Why is that?" "Because it's crazy, enough," replied Xia Fei, beside himself with excitement. Nicole tittered, throwing a furtive glance to her assistant. Very soon, another heavy assault cruiser appeared from underground. "What if I let you choose between the two?" Xia Fei was very elated today. The heavy assault cruiser was a warship that had not been formally incorporated into the military, and it was an Alliance-level secret. Today, not only did he get to see such a ship firsthand, he actually managed to see two of them. "What are your thoughts on this Ishtar class, comparing it to the Deimos class heavy assault cruiser?" Nicole asked. Xia Fei mulled over his answer for a while. The two ships engage in battle differently. Deimos rely on its powerful blasters to take on the enemy at close range, while Ishtar is more of an all-rounder. It's able to release 50 heavy combat drones, shredding the enemy into scrap like ants overwhelming the bigger foe. In conclusion, Ishtar focuses on guile, while Deimos is a lot more vicious. Which would you choose between the two? The Deimos class, Xia Fei said without a moment's hesitation. Nicole was skeptical. You've already said that the Ishtar class is more of an all-rounder, possessing plenty of means to take on the enemy. Furthermore, it is guileful, so why would you still choose the Deimos class heavy assault cruiser despite it being limited to just a single style of fighting? Xia Fei answered, because of its firepower. Firepower? Is the Ishtar class not enough on that front? No, it's enough. As a cruiser, being able to have a firepower that goes beyond that of a battlecruiser is good, but the Deimos class has an even greater firepower, comparable to that which a battleship has. Nicole helplessly shook her head. And here I was thinking that you're a smart man, to think you're just so-so. The Deimos class has a tremendous firepower, but that strength will first require it to get in front of the enemy. After all, the range of those enhanced neutron blasters fitted on the warship have a very short range. What would you do if you were to come across an enemy that you couldn't get near? Wouldn't you end up becoming passively beaten up? Xia Fei did not answer Nicole's question. He simply lit a cigarette. 7 blasters might be pushing it, but it could easily fit in 6 blasters. If I were to tweak the weapons system and upgrade it accordingly, its firepower might even break 800 points. But... Xia Fei interrupted Nicole. There's no buts. That's an 800 firepower rating we're talking about. The standard firepower rating calculation is done with geometrical algorithms. Though it will have more than 3 times the firepower a normal cruiser possesses on paper, its actual attack effected can achieve at least 12 times of that. Even the stronger battleship will have trouble reaching such numbers, so why would I forego such a heaven-defying firepower and seek to be more guileful? Nicole shook her head. What about the fact that it can't do anything other than recklessly put its life on the line to fight? Xia Fei smiled in response. I already have a very shameless warship in my Vampire, so a ship which possesses outrageous damage output is far more attractive to me. Though I'm someone who more often fights unconventionally than not, I'm able to put my life on the line and go for broke when backus into a corner. Chapter 312, Furball's Food. The heavy assault cruiser, an epoch-defining product in the history of human warships, had been called a second-generation elite cruiser. It had firepower and defense that transcended the ships of the same grade, and it was by no means an exaggeration to say that a heavy assault cruiser was already nearer to battleships, which were 2 grades above cruisers, in terms of performance while retaining a cruiser's flexibility and speed. Battleships were what presently made up the main fighting force of the Pan-Human Alliance, with its thick armor and strong firepower, which could be quite a threat when exchanging fire in a battle. Meanwhile, the heavy assault cruisers were just like their namesake, they were built solely to rush at the enemy with sudden speed, flying at top speed and with high firepower as they blitzed through the core of the enemy formation, directly going for their vitals. The appearance of the heavy assault cruisers would completely change the way people did space battles once introduced without a doubt, complicating the battlefield even further, making it far more flexible. I finally understand why the powerful Comet-class frigate can no longer be manufactured. It's because the Alliance now has the capabilities to manufacture T2 warships, so T1 elite warships like Comets are no longer as important. Xia Fei mused. Nicole laughed. That's right, this is part of the reason. Actually, while T1 elite warships are less comprehensive than T2 warships, they're cheaper to make and the production process is also much more developed. The military will still have T1 warships as their main force for a good long time, with T2 warships as support. To be precise, the advent of the T2 warships impacts the existence of T1 elite warships like the Comet the most, but there are some ships out there that they can't replace, such as the Vampire you are presently piloting. Its powerful energy-draining capability can't be matched by any T2 warships. Xia Fei smiled. Miss Nicole, let us talk about the price now. Though I really like this Deimos, I'm afraid I won't be able to afford it if the price is too high. Nicole wagged her fingers playfully. This is one of the prototype Deimos-class heavy assault cruisers we've created, properly configured in order to test the viability of warships in battle. Every component and equipment within are top-notch, and such a ship can't be measured with money alone. This ship is a groundbreaking prototype of a new line of warships, so it can't be sold but can only be gifted. Xia Fei was baffled. A gift for me? We are hardly related, so why would you do something like this? Nicole answered, we are both businessmen, and surely you understand the idea behind mutual benefits? Your Quantum Holdings is now an A-list supplier for the military, so we will have plenty of opportunities to collaborate in the future. I'm of the personality to give the most expensive gift if I am to do so. How about it? Xia Fei scratched his head. He was no foreigner to the theory of gift-giving that Nicole subscribed to, for he was someone used to giving gifts as well, but he was more in the line of doing so with perfunctory small favors, while Nicole was being far more generous than him. The cost of a single heavy assault cruiser like this Deimos on the black market might be incalculably huge, making such a gift far too expensive. Xia Fei hesitated. He was of the belief that anything easily acquired would surely have strings attached, making it hard for him to decide at the moment. He did not know if he should accept such a huge gift. Xia Fei really did like this Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser, but if there were conditions behind these gifts that he could not accept, Xia Fei would not hesitate to reject the kindness. Nicole could tell what Xia Fei was thinking, so she added, "I'm not going to lie to you, though you failed to win the Golden Finger Cup this time, I'm of the personal belief that you are the true champion. This Deimos was already rejected by the military, and for a new product that I've spent so much money and effort in researching and developing to be left in such disuse, I simply can't abide by it." The four warship manufacturing companies pretty much did the research and development of heavy assault cruisers at the same time, but it's only Deimos that got rejected by the military. All the products of the other companies more or less received purchase orders for by the military, and that's simply a huge shame. I simply refuse to accept such an outcome. That's why I've decided to change this situation. It's not just you, someone else with superb warship retrofitting skills and another with immense combat experience will be receiving my generous gifts. It's my plan to have Deimos, dismissed by the military, not be seen as any weaker than the other warships. Nicole was serious when she gave this explanation, her tone filled with fierce determination. Xia Fei greatly admired this unyielding attitude, especially since Nicole was a lady who was barely 18 years of age. Xia Fei said in a deep voice, "So you're hoping that I'd be able to rectify the injustice brought onto the Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser?" Nicole replied, "Precisely." Xia Fei furrowed his brows. "This is a huge gamble. In the event I fail to turn this Deimos into a fearsome exterminator, it will mean that this priceless warship of yours will have gone to waste." Nicole was grim. "I'm willing to make the bet. Besides, I believe that you'll have a way to maximize the prowess of this warship fully. Quickly agree to this. This is a heavy assault cruiser, and there's nothing to hesitate about, Xia Fei. It isn't like you to look a gift horse in its mouth." Phantom could no longer stand this, yelling as he urged Xia Fei to take the deal from the sidelines. Xia Fei used several minutes to mull over the proposition before the severe look on his face cracked into a smile. He looked to Nicole with a grin. "I guess even a fool won't reject such favorable conditions. I agree to do my best in giving it a shot." Nicole seemed to let out a sigh. "Good. How do you plan to retrofit Deimos?" Koafio answered, "Simplify it further. Give up on the drone bay and the living quarters. Fully improve its firepower and defensive capabilities. Since this Deimos is a pure gunship, there are only two things that it needs to accomplish. First is to get hold of the enemy, and second is to destroy them." Nicole was skeptical. "That's your good idea." Xia Fei simply replied, "There's no way to patch the weaknesses this ship has, so I'll focus on fully realizing its advantages, making it the strongest warship in a 1-versus-1 fight." "What about when there are many enemies?" Xia Fei burst into laughter. "Miss Nicole, there's no ship that can be all-powerful. As long as you remember this point, it becomes very easy to understand how I think. A really outstanding warship must not necessarily be able to do everything by itself, but it will be one as long as it's able to do one thing best." Nicole seemed to have an understanding of this, slowly nodding. "How confident are you of succeeding?" Xia Fei answered, "What we've discussed won't mean anything before we do an actual inspection. I merely said that I'll give it a shot. Even if I succeed, Deimos will not suddenly see great sales, though it will at least not be a waste." Nicole said, "Okay, give me 2 days. The ship will be completely fitted as per your specifications." Xia Fei found it hard to believe. 2 days? "Miss Nicole, can you really complete so much work in just 2 days? That's inconceivable. This is Gaia Industries you're talking, we're one of the 4 major warship manufacturing companies in the alliance." "There's nothing that is impossible," Nicole smugly replied. Nicole did not return with Xia Fei but had stayed behind in the Gaian Evaluation Center, instead. Waving goodbye to her, Xia Fei hurried on board the warship, subconsciously catching sight of Nicole's wrist. The exquisite bracelet she was wearing was gone and the pink scars were clear for all to see. Whoosh! Nicole stared somewhat dejectedly at the sky as that frigate disappeared among the stars. A hoverchair came floating behind her. An old man was seated on it, casually wearing a simple cotton shirt. It was unknown when was the last time he shaved, for the beard on his chin was a tangled mess. "Nicole," this old man lightly called. Nicole turned around to smile. "Father, are you feeling a little better today?" Squatting, Nicole placed her hand on her father's hand. It was unknown what illness this old man was suffering from, but his hand was shaking non-stop. It was as if he was about to have a stroke, and a closer inspection would let one see that his pupils were also constantly bouncing about, shuddering dozens of times every second, far faster than what a normal human could achieve. "Why are you here today?" Nicole asked sweetly. She needed to be stern and uptight when in front of others since she was the chairwoman of Gaia Industries, but she could not help but reveal the tenderness of a young girl in front of her father. "I'm here to see you," Grundy Sawyer said. "You should know very well that there's only one prototype Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser, so why did you tell him that there are three?" "I know," Nicole softly answered. "And you ended up giving him the prototype." He shares a very good relationship with Avril. mm. They have been together for close to 3 years now and will very likely be together for a very long time. mm. No matter what Grundy said, Nicole only gave him a hum for an answer. Sighing, Grundy said, "Forget it. Do whatever you want." "I would like to have the scars on my wrists removed," Nicole suddenly mentioned. Grundy buzzed, hoarsely stammering, "Gee, good. Good. You're finally willing to let go. I'm very happy for you." The news of Xia Fei being accepted as an A-list supplier of the military broke out across the alliance overnight. Practically all the media outlets were covering it, with people's interest in the matter digging up Xia Fei's past and publicizing it. Everyone quickly learned that this average-looking young man was anything but conventional, be it his participation in the super-long battle during the adjudicator assessment, the fact that he had gone missing for a full year after investigating ruins belonging to the ancient civilization, or how he had managed to escape from the Blood Matrix, destroying this secret organization that had existed for decades in one go. Everyone was discussing these matters avidly, and of course not one of them could have forgotten his astounding performance during the Golden Finger Cup. These reporters had even managed to dig up Xia Fei's past of doing deliveries back on Earth. Everyone quickly learned that Xia Fei's experiences were like an inspirational Hollywood film. In just over the course of 3 years, Xia Fei had transformed from a delivery boy, whom no one knew about, and becoming a warrior at the Advanced Star River rank to being an A-list supplier of the military. It was an unprecedented leap. Such an improvement speed could be called miraculous, and many everyday citizens looked up to Xia Fei as their goal, hoping to one day become as famous as him. The ever-sensitive news media outlets noticed the public's great interest in Xia Fei, so they spared no expense to search for any news about him to report. Paparazzis were sent in droves, searching frantically for Xia Fei's tracks, but what none of them knew was that, while everyone was eagerly hoping to learn news of him, Xia Fei had actually left. Saying goodbye to Avril all by himself, Xia Fei piloted his newly acquired Deimos heavy assault cruiser straight for the long journey ahead. His goal, the Black Abyss. Xia Fei had christened this warship Impaler. Impaler was an assault-focused gunship. It only had one weapon, its blasters, and just had one goal, assault. It had one style of combat, head-to-head, and given its long and narrow shape, calling it Impaler felt apt. Xia Fei's former ship, Vampire, was fitted in the Impaler's hangar bay, able to participate in battle as an artful frigate if the need arose. Impaler and Vampire were hardly the strongest ships in the Pan-Human Alliance, but they were definitely the most unique. Impaler possessed an insane firepower, like the boldest warrior, that even a battleship might have trouble handling the amount of damage it could dish out. Meanwhile, Vampire was even more unruly than a street hooligan. Armed with an energy-draining device, which could sap an enemy ship's power source, it could leave the enemy ship in a state better off dead, where all they could see was themselves getting attacked without even being able to mount an effective retaliation. Xia Fei had already realized a long time ago that a truly exceptional warship did not care to be an all-rounder but to have distinctive features. A jack of all trades but a master of none was hardly comparable to someone who had devoted their whole life to a single field of study, taking it to the extremes. Currently, Butcher and Sarah were on the screen. Xia Fei smiled as he greeted the two before asking Sarah, "How are the goods that you were tasked to procure?" 10,000 energy shield boosters was not enough to fill 2 Iteron-class industrial ships. Xia Fei had arranged for the remaining space in the ships to be allocated into carrying over some living supplies. The Death Trio star region was already barren, so if they were to fall into the chaos of war, selling these supplies that they were bringing over might well see some decent profits. Since the industrial ships would have otherwise left the space unused, Xia Fei was not going to miss out on this chance to earn some profits. Though it might not be much, every penny counted. They're all stored in the cargo hold, ready for transport. We're merely waiting to set off, Sarah said. To the side, Butcher was pouting. Not just that, even our frigates have been stocked along with Miss Sarah's goods. Just take a look for yourself. Xia Fei saw Butcher grab a handful of compressed ham from his table, and there was even more food beside him. The cabin was all completely packed with foodstuff as if it were a food warehouse. Sarah knitted her eyebrows together. The orders I had received were to pack as much as we possibly could. Your ships had space, so of course we're not going to waste any of it. Butcher shrugged and did not say a word. Xia Fei knew that Butcher was only kidding, but Sarah was being too serious. After all, she grew up in the Wild Star region, and flexibility was not a trait she had picked up. Xia Fei chuckled. That's not a bad thing, is it? Brother Butcher, you can eat as much as you like with all the food there, who knows? You might even be able to put on a few more layers of fat in this one trip. I'm en route to our rendezvous point, so you guys can take this time to get some rest. Give your comrades a few days of shore leave and wait for me to arrive before we head off. Butcher hesitated for some time before he finally asked, Xia Fei. I have something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Your Quantum Holdings has become an A-list supplier of the military, and my comrades from the Blood Matrix are all of course very happy for you, but you should know that we're hoping to form an exploration team, specifically to set forth on an expedition in search of a route to Eden. Going by Alliance rules and regulations, our exploration team will be considered a paramilitary institution, and the paperwork for its registration will be extremely troublesome. Plus, we'll have to file reports on our ongoings to the military at intervals, so we're all hoping to put this exploration team under your name, calling it Quantum Expeditions, to spare us plenty of trouble. Would you be amenable to such an arrangement? Xia Fei was originally planning to hire Butcher and his men for his use. After all, they were warriors who were bloodied by battles, and such experienced warriors, who knew how to act during critical junctures, possessed far more combat effectiveness than fresh recruits. Hearing Butcher's words meant that their group still intended to become an exploration team, adventuring all across the universe. No problem, Brother Butcher, just leave it to me. I'll send someone to send in the application and file it with the military, Xia Fei said. Winning over people's hearts was not something to be rushed. Xia Fei decided to go along with Butcher's request for now before slowly convincing them later when the timing was right. Butcher nodded gratefully. That's wonderful. My comrades and I will surely do a good job with this errand, so you can rest easy. The journey was long. As he shifted to eating, sleeping, and cultivating, Xia Fei realized a very serious problem: the little creature Furball was not eating. It had been dozens of days since Furball was born, and the little creature had not eaten anything aside from licking his fingers. Xia Fei tried all he could to provide it with all sorts of food, but not once did Furball give any of these items a glance, proudly lifting its head up as if it were dismissive of them all. There were some organisms in this universe that could obtain energy from their environment without needing to ingest food. Xia Fei had no idea just what Furball was, but he reckoned that it must be similar to those fantastical creatures that did not need to eat. Xia Fei only realized the gravity of the situation several days later. Furball was lying in Xia Fei's palm with its eyes half closed, looking completely dazed and listless. The originally beautiful silver fur had lost its luster, looking to be one size smaller than when it was born, appearing very weak. The panicking Xia Fei made some milk and tried to force it down its mouth, but the little creature maintained this look of absolute abhorrence, barely drinking anything and then spitting it all out. It looked at Xia Fei pleadingly as if telling him not to make it drink the milk. This thing is too picky. I didn't even get to drink a drop of inferior quality milk when I was growing up, Xia Fei somewhat angrily complained. The moment Furball saw that Xia Fei was mad, it rubbed its body against Xia Fei as if coaxing him, making Xia Fei torn between laughing or crying. Could it be that this exotic beast's eating habits aren't the same as humans? Phantom was muttering to himself in a corner. According to records in the Beast Spirit Codex, there are some exotic beasts that will eat metal or ore minerals. Should we perhaps give it a shot? Xia Fei whizzed away from the cabin and collected what metal and ore he could carry and brought them all back. Spreading everything out on the table, he then poured out everything inside his spatial ring, including Celestial Moon. Furball was under this mess of items, and they saw as it listlessly stared at everything around it once. All of a sudden, its eyes sparkled, then vaguely emitted a green glow. Whoosh! Furball excitedly dashed over to where a purple ore was lying, its mouth nearly salivating. The purple heart of spirit. Furball could not possibly be thinking of eating that, could it? Phantom exclaimed. He looked at Xia Fei with a sympathetic gaze. Xia Fei, I'm afraid that you're gonna go bankrupt this time. Chapter 313, 3 Conditions. Xia Fei suddenly had the impulse to choke Furball. That purple heart of spirit had an inestimable value, acquiring it after his fraughtful journey in the Wild Star region. No one would have guessed that Furball would actually eat it before Xia Fei could even enjoy it. All he saw was Furball lazily lying on top of the heart of spirit, hiccuping from time to time, looking very comfortable. Meanwhile, the originally radiant heart of spirit had dulled significantly, no longer as dazzling as before. From the reduction in its color, Xia Fei could already tell that Furball had absorbed a third of the energy inside, though he had no idea just how its small body could contain that wild energy. Xia Fei could already feel his 5 senses and insides swimming just from trying to extract that bit of energy from a tiny red heart of spirit, yet this Furball, which was no bigger than a chicken's egg, had absorbed so much in one go. It had to be mentioned that the energy contained within a purple heart of spirit was 1,000 times that of a red heart of spirit. Well done, Furball! Phantom gloated with glee. Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Phantom. What do you mean well done? That purple heart of spirit is a priceless treasure. If this guy continues eating it like this, there's no way I'll be able to raise it even if I have a mountain of gold and silver to my name. That's practically stealing. Actually, Xia Fei was more irked by Furball's dismissive attitude. There were also low-grade red heart of spirits spread across the desk, yet this creature had not even spared them a glance, going right for the expensive purple heart of spirit. Xia Fei's heart ached as he used his fingers to calculate just how much Furball had cost him with this one meal, and the final sum he came up with left him utterly dejected. I'm going to use the Beast Spirit Codex to communicate with it, find out just what is inside its stupid head. Xia Fei was furious. A single meal cost him several battleships. The appetite Furball had just demonstrated had completely infuriated him. Don't! Phantom hurried to stop Xia Fei. Furball is still in its infancy, so how can it withstand your attempt at invading its brain? You may end up causing some irreversible damage if things go awry. Best to wait for it to grow a bit older first. Xia Fei was being stubborn. How do you think I'm going to even rear it if it keeps eating like this? I wish I can just slap it to death right now. Phantom had a sudden inspiration as he blurted out, it's already eaten purple stone. If you slap it right now, there's no way for you to recuperate the investment you've previously made to it. Xia Fei froze. Phantom's words made sense, killing Furball was very easy, but doing so would hardly cause it to spit out what it had eaten, and he would end up coming away empty-handed both ways. His raised right hand landed on Furball's side. He flicked the little ball of fur off the purple heart of spirit. Unfortunately, the little creature had no idea that Xia Fei was enraged, turning around beautifully as it sailed in the air, accurately landing on the back of Xia Fei's hand. It hugged his hand tightly, then furiously licked it as if very grateful for Xia Fei feeding it. Actually, Furball was still very cute even when it was not eating and was just like a precocious child. It was constantly showing weakness before Xia Fei, making it appear to be trying to please its master. Xia Fei sighed and began collecting everything on the desk. He held that dimmed purple heart of spirit in his hand, staring at it for a good long while before heaving another sigh and putting it back into his spatial ring. Ever since he learned the technique of extracting energy from the heart of spirit, Xia Fei had always been thinking of how he could create an energy conversion device to utilize the purple heart of spirit in his possession so that he could improve his cultivation. Now, it seemed that everything was nothing but dust in the wind. Not only that, Xia Fei still had no clue just what else he could feed Furball with once it completely consumed the only purple heart of spirit he currently had. Suck up, Xia Fei chided as he gave Furball a light smack. Furball was unfazed, continuing to ingratiate itself to Xia Fei, licking aggressively with its tiny tongue at times, rubbing its soft fur at other times. Xia Fei suddenly realized that this little creature was actually very cunning, for it was very obviously acting all docile and tame after having taken advantage of him. According to the records in the Beast Spirit Codex, the higher grade an exotic beast is, the more picky they are with their food. Furball enjoys hearts of spirit, which means that it's an energy type of a high grade, Phantom gleefully commented. Xia Fei sat in a chair and lit up a hung tashan, plainly saying, I, of course, know what you've just said. It's only in the heat of the moment that I reacted the way I did moments ago. There's no question that Furball is a high-grade exotic beast, but it's far too dramatic, it even gave that haughty look after eating the energy within that purple heart of spirit. Phantom laughed. Doesn't that just prove that excellence runs in its veins as well, being able to show such regal disdain for sentient beings from birth? Who knows? Perhaps Furball will grow up to become an exotic beast that is at the Beast King grade. Beast King? Xia Fei gave this idea some thought. Who knows how long it'll be until it grows up, though? It's going to eat away plenty of money if it has a really long growth period. Phantom pouted. The more it eats, the more precious it is, and the more powerful its future potential becomes. This is like investing in stocks, it matters not how much you've invested but what returns you'll be getting. Furball is still young, you can establish a contract with it after it grows up some more so that it becomes your exotic beast exclusively, never betraying you. In the event that it really grows up to be a Beast King grade exotic beast, you'll have immensely profited from it. Xia Fei nodded. He stuffed the now satiated Furball back into his bosom, lightly patting it a few times. I hope that you're not going to eat like that every day, or else I'll really end up going bankrupt. What Xia Fei worried about did not happen. Furball had gone into deep slumber after that hearty meal, curled up in Xia Fei's bosom every day. Even when Xia Fei poked it, the little creature merely gave his finger a little lick before going back to sleep as if ingesting the heart of spirit was sapping its energy greatly. Xia Fei thought back to his experience when he was younger and had a dog. A puppy would not have any notion of being full, so it was easy for problems to crop up if their diet was not controlled. Xia Fei had, thus, decided to control Furball's appetite in order not to let him overeat like this time. Several days of observation later, Xia Fei discovered that, though Furball spent all its time asleep, nothing out of the ordinary happened to the creature's body. Its fur had recovered the luster from before, maybe even slightly shinier, but its body was still the size of a little chick, not at all appearing to have grown larger. Going by what Xia Fei understood of exotic beasts, there was no need for them to be large, but they could not be weak and small like Furball, either. For such a small creature, which Xia Fei could send flying several dozens meters away with a light flick, would it not just be swallowed whole in one bite if it ran into a vicious beast? It was not often that Xia Fei had free time, so he decided to spend this period learning the delusion manual that Shadowless had given him. There were over 1,000 forbidden techniques recorded within, and Xia Fei had yet to find the chance to cultivate it since it came into his possession. Xia Fei could only bemoan the fact that he did not have the ability to be everywhere at once, such that he could participate in the tournament, spend time with Avril, cultivate the Beast Spirit Codex, psychokinesis, research the Nether Bell in his book on robot coding, manage quantum holdings, discuss further cooperation with Alliance military, and so on and so forth. There were so many things that needed his attention, so he could barely find time to breathe. Fortunately, Xia Fei's nerves were tough enough, so he could devote all his time to cultivation and research every day beyond 2 hours of rest. Any other average human would probably go insane from lethargy if they were in his shoes. He was still a week or so away from his rendezvous with Sarah and Butcher. Xia Fei made the decision to devote all his time on studying the Forbidden Manual during this period. He made himself a bowl of fried paste noodles and brought it into his study, eating as he read the manual. The decorations of this antique study was simple and elegant, chocked full of calligraphy and portraits of famed individuals whom Xia Fei did not recognize. This study had not been installed at Xia Fei's behest but was Nicole's instructions. Gaia Industries did the retrofitting and modification of this impaler, and the only modification Xia Fei made was remove the overclocking chip from Vampire and move it to impaler. Sometimes, Xia Fei really wished that he had a few more copies of the overclocking chip, for swapping it in and out of ships like this was very inefficient. Unfortunately, it was not easy to acquire that type of ancient civilization AI chip, requiring quite a bit of luck on top of its expensive price tag. A big bowl of fried paste noodles was very quickly consumed by Xia Fei. His fortune might have changed, not requiring him to eat such commoner's fare, yet he still enjoyed fried paste noodles the most. First, it was to his taste, and second, he would always get this feeling that he was back on Earth every time he ate a bowl. This could perhaps be what nostalgia was. Propping his 2 legs on the desk, Xia Fei comfortably lit himself a cigarette as his eyes scanned through the manual quickly. Hey, walking through walls sounds like a good technique, care to learn it? Phantom happily asked. Xia Fei shook his head and pointed to the row of small fonts below. Look carefully, I'll have to observe abstinence in order to learn it, I have no intentions of becoming a monk. Phantom nodded, laughing. Oh, yet. With how the relationship between Avril and you is advancing, perhaps Avril may be unwilling to let you even if you want to become a monk. Xia Fei rolled his eyes, though he was feeling a bit restless deep down. He was almost 20 yet still a virgin. Xia Fei himself was quite embarrassed by this fact. Besides, he was still a completely functional and healthy human being. He could not deny that the thought had crossed his mind, but he felt that Avril was simply too good to him, which was why he had decided to endure it first. Xia Fei calmed himself down and continued flicking through the pages. Xia Fei had already schemed through the manual before, only, he was not carefully reading every word and each technique like today. After all, there were tens of thousands of remarkable techniques recorded within the manual, and choosing one or two of the most exceptional techniques to cultivate was not easy. Xia Fei had once thought of learning everything inside the entire manual, but he understood the concept of biting off more than one could chew all too well. It was not about having an abundant set of techniques but specializing in the few, instead. Currently, Xia Fei already had the Beast Spirit Codex, Psychokinesis, and the Sly Thrust. With these three major techniques, what he now needed was not another, which he could cause mass destruction with, but something he could make up for his weakness. Setting down that heavy delusion manual, Xia Fei knitted his brows. It was not that it was not a good manual, in fact, a lot of the forbidden techniques written within were incredible, but there was always a price to be paid for each technique. Xia Fei was never one to shy away from making sacrifices, and he was a firm believer that the biggest rewards came with the greatest risks. Essentially, all these techniques were decent, but nothing truly stood out, which would make Xia Fei's eyes shine. What, you don't like any of these? Phantom probed. Xia Fei nodded. I keep feeling that they lack something, and my intuition is telling me that none of these techniques is appropriate. The most eye-catching technique is cerebral shock, exclusively taught to the assassin sex death guards. From a martial arts standpoint, cerebral shock is indeed not bad, but cultivating it will not only require one to pay the price with their life force but will also cause irreversible damage to the practitioner's brain. Every single one of those death guards is glazed eyes and impassive. I originally thought that it's due to their long isolation. Only after reading this manual's description did I finally understand that those were all side effects of their cultivation. I have no wish of becoming such an inhumane existence. Phantom sighed. Those who get chosen to be death guards sure have it rough, no way of returning to normal life after cultivating the technique, and utilizing cerebral shock requires them to pay with their life force just to increase their cultivation by leaps and bounds. The price is simply too much. Xia Fei continued. I know there's a price for everything, but it's important to always keep the price-performance ratio in mind. The price for these forbidden techniques just isn't worth it, and the cost and benefit just aren't balanced, which is what's making this hard for me. He recalled what Shadowless had told him before his departure from Nameless. These are all forbidden techniques, learn what you wish, but whatever you do, don't learn what you can't. Everything is done in moderation. Xia Fei suddenly realized that Shadowless seemed to be telling him not to learn these techniques, but if Shadowless did not want that outcome, why would he give it as a master's gift to his student? Xia Fei could not make sense of it. He stood up and paced around. The more he thought of Shadowless's words, the more he felt that there was a deeper meaning in it, and his astute instincts were also stopping him from cultivating. The most up-to-date novellas are published on Fruitnoelo. Act decisively, or else you'll face a world of trouble, Xia Fei muttered to himself. Having this manual around me will just be a disaster waiting to happen, better if I just destroy it. Phantom coaxed him against the idea. This is the only item our ancestor, Grand Elder Shadowless, left to you. You ought to at least keep it as a keepsake. Xia Fei answered, don't forget that Shadowless also said that I should destroy the manual if I don't wish to cultivate any of the techniques within. You need to understand, these are forbidden techniques, which tempt anyone like the devil. If there's one day I ever let my hot-headedness get to me and cultivate these awful techniques, the results may be disastrous. Since Master Shadowless already gave such a warning, I feel that it's best if I follow it and destroy this. Phantom was speechless. He had always been one who respected his elders and teachers, so there was no way he could retort now that Xia Fei had mentioned Shadowless's parting words. With the weapon in hand, Xia Fei's Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger shredded the manual into scrap. Delusion, which was a compendium of forbidden techniques, had been destroyed by his hands. What a waste! Phantom kept sighing as he shook his head, finding it somewhat unbearable. Actually, Xia Fei proceeded to destroy delusion thoroughly because of his intuition rather than Shadowless's parting words, but just having the thought to ruin such a miraculous manual required a level of resolution, which Phantom admired greatly. Many of the greatest regrets of people were their unwillingness to listen to their hearts. Their intuition was telling them to go south, yet they still stuck to heading north. Casually picking up a box carton, Xia Fei prepared to gather all the shredded paper and dump it in the ship's incinerator. All of a sudden, Xia Fei felt a wave of icy coldness on his fingertips, as if he had touched something strange. Xia Fei exclaimed. His fingers explored the scrap of paper in hand and soon picked out a thin and transparent cloth. The cloth was as thin as cicada's wing, as if it was just air when he held it in his hand. Aside from its nearly non-existent weight, Xia Fei could just barely make out some words on it. Xia Fei tried to tear it, only to find out that even with his substantial arm strength, he could not destroy this cloth. The toughness of the material was unexpected. No wonder even the sharp life-seeker tri-dagger was unable to slice it apart, Xia Fei said to himself. The amazing piece of cloth had only increased his curiosity. Clearing out the desk, Xia Fei spread out that piece of cloth flat on the surface. The desk was made of dark rosewood, while the cloth was white and transparent. With the two together and the refraction of colors, Xia Fei could finally make out what was written on it. Fold and rub, Xia Fei read aloud, then frowned. Phantom stood at the side, bewildered, not daring to make a sound. Xia Fei was silent for a good, long while before he folded the cloth and used his two hands to lightly rub it with itself, causing it to shine brighter and brighter. So this cloth will actually cause such a reaction when rubbed, Xia Fei thought to himself. He then increased the speed of his motion. Slowly, that cloth became as shiny as a projected screen, just like a soft and foldable fluorescent lamp. Xia Fei continued to rub it patiently, his speed evening out at a pace which was neither too fast nor too slow. A burning sensation could be felt in his palms, as if what he was holding was a piece of burning charcoal, but Xia Fei did not pay any attention to this. He endured the feeling and just continued to rub the cloth, his curiosity piqued. Xia Fei could not wait to find out just what sort of secret awaited him on this cloth. Just as Xia Fei felt that he could no longer withstand that heat being emitted from the cloth, something suddenly happened without warning. The glaring glow shot out in every direction, and what followed was a dull thrumming. Xia Fei subconsciously closed his eyes to prevent that strong light from hurting them. He waited a while before he opened his eyes, only to make a shocking discovery. A large projection was floating in the air, and gradually fading words were depicted on it. Xia Fei hurriedly read the content. This master of yours is gratified to know that you didn't foolishly cultivate those harmful forbidden techniques. Actually, the harm that those forbidden techniques will bring isn't as simple as what's described in the texts. I don't know whether it's due to your disbelief of the words or your intuition that warned you against cultivating such techniques, but either way, you fulfilled the first condition I had set for you, intelligence. You understand how to seek advantages while avoiding disadvantages. Though the manual is harmful, I'm sure you could have fetched a lot of money by selling it. The fact that you destroyed the book as per my instruction and didn't seek any monetary gain satisfied my second condition, trustworthy. Reading up to this point, Xia Fei could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Actually, he had not placed much weight over Shadowless's agreement. He had simply followed his instincts and done what he felt needed to be done, and hearing Shadowless praise him as such made him feel somewhat embarrassed. The third condition, luck. You didn't dispose of this manual right away, either by tossing it into the trash or burning it. Had you done either, you wouldn't have seen this limited scroll. It means that you possess some luck, and this satisfied my third condition. Chapter 314, A New Translation Chip. When Xia Fei followed his heart and destroyed that compendium of forbidden techniques, albeit with some reluctance, the manual suddenly revealed its true face. No one would have expected that there was actually something else inside delusion. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and continued to read the words on the screen. The paper used to record this text is called Limited Scroll, and it's no longer known where such a miraculous item came from. I only coincidentally found this while taking care of the 1000 Manual Pavilion in the Assassin sect. The limited scroll will automatically destroy itself once activated, so you must remember every word I recorded in it. Ever since I began taking care of the 4 major secret archives of the Assassin sect many years ago, I've kept researching the sect's history. According to what I understand, there's a dark age during our long history when the Assassin sect had completely disregarded the conventional rules set by the Hitman Syndicate, burning, killing, and pillaging without any regard, staining their 2 hands with blood. Even today, there were still many within the syndicate who held a grudge against the assassin sect. Actually, they could not be blamed, and it's the sins our ancestors left to us. The combat strength that the assassin sect possessed in those days was great. Even our current number 1 ultimate technique, sly thrust, was no more than an insignificant gimmick to them. Unfortunately, time passed, and plenty of these ultimate techniques have been lost in the sands of time. It's the very common sly thrust which ended up becoming the sect's treasure. This itself had to be the greatest regret of the assassin sect. Before you left, I did gift you this manual dubbed as Delusion. All the forbidden techniques are just some harmful martial arts which hardly have any benefits, and while they will definitely increase the cultivation of the user when learned, they'll also result in severe complications after, making the benefits unworthy of the losses. The reason I did it in such a way is purely a cover-up and also this master of yours wishing to test you. Since you're smart enough to have not learned any of those forbidden techniques and also destroyed the manual as per my instruction, I'm now awarding you with the real delusion technique. Xia Fei and Phantom were both extremely shocked once they read up to this point. Who knew what would be the consequences if Xia Fei had learned those harmful techniques? Moreover, essentially any single mistake made throughout the process could have very well lost Xia Fei the opportunity to obtain the true delusion technique. However, what Xia Fei could not make sense of was why Shadowless would go about in such a roundabout manner despite his clear intention of wanting to impart the technique. Delusion is a high-grade space-tier martial arts technique. Its power is staggering, and your master can't bear to see such a technique become lost, so I've thought of finding at least a single inheritor for this manual. However, the manual has a very high requirement for a cultivator. It must be someone who is both righteous and evil. Moon Shadow of the Assassin sect fulfills this requirement, but given how he and Silver Shadow have been secretly contending with each other all these years, recently escalating in terms of intensity, I'm afraid that giving him the manual will upset the balance of the entire sect. The strengthening of one side will no doubt cause the other to become weaker, and I'm not willing to see such a situation occur. Ever since I've felt that my time is approaching, I've always been hesitating. That's until you showed up. Your personality, which melds both goodness and evil, shone brightly before my eyes, willing to go at any lengths just to achieve victory, yet also with your principles and bottom line. If you're a proper disciple of the Assassin sect, I wouldn't even hesitate to give this delusion manual to you. After mulling over this deep into the night, I decided to give you one final test to see if you are able to cultivate this top-tier technique. The fact that you're reading these parting words of mine now is proof that you've passed my test and is no doubt the ideal candidate to learn the delusion technique. Though we're only master and student in name, I still have final instructions that I want to give you as your master. If in the future you are willing to pass down this delusion manual to an appropriate disciple of the Assassin sect, then do so, but if you don't wish to, then let this technique disappear forever. Until recently, I've learned that the saying, people will still think of what they leave behind even after they're nothing but ashes, is quite a joke. Everything has its destiny, and there's no need for us mortals to interfere. This is your master saying farewell. What remained after was the entire content of the delusion manual, which Xia Fei hurriedly took out a stationery to record everything. The flash receded, and that limited scroll disappeared. The study returned to normal. It was as if nothing had transpired aside from the mess of paper scraps that were still littering the floor. Putting down the pen in his hand, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and leaned back in the chair. He took a drag, letting the smoke fill the air. Grand Elder Shadowless must have gone through an intense mental struggle before ultimately deciding to impart this technique on me using such a convoluted method. Though he didn't say anything, the characters he wrote showed the internal turmoil he's feeling then. It's only when there were 2 sentences left did he finally let go of his burden and prepare to accept the call of death. Phantom sighed. Xia Fei nodded. Perhaps that's what everyone will experience before they die. From being unable to let go of living till finally accepting death's inevitability. A space-tier secret manual. Earth, heaven, space, and time. The space tier is the second highest of all known techniques, and this one is even considered a high-grade space tier. This gift from the Grand Elder isn't anything simple, Phantom said. Xia Fei replied, I still think that Master Shadowless seemed to have a significant change in his mood while he was writing this passage, as if he had thought of something but didn't end up mentioning. Forget it. Since the man's gone from this mortal plane, there's no need for us, the living, to make guesses about what he's really thinking. Let's see just how wondrous this secret manual really is. An hour later, after Xia Fei finished reading the 3,000-word delusion manual many times, he could more or less get a sense of the technique. Delusion was a kind of disorientation technique which would cause distress to the enemy's vision and hearing, confining them into a shapeless cage to be annihilated in one fell swoop. The technique was not only used in solo combat but was also useful when arranging troops. It was nothing like any martial arts technique but was a sort of a strange formation, instead. Xia Fei was perplexed. Shadowless had clearly said that it was a martial arts technique and a high-grade space tier at that. Why did it seem like a formation then? Could his master Shadowless have made a mistake while copying the technique? Xia Fei shook his head. Shadowless had spent half his life in the 4 major secret archives of the assassin sect. The man must have read countless martial arts techniques. Besides, he still had his mental faculty about him despite his age, so why would he have not noticed such an obvious problem? Phantom was skeptical as well. Just like his master Moon Shadow, while Phantom was an inept killer, he was very well read, especially in books about strange and rare medicinal concoctions, which he had read tens of thousands of times. He simply could not believe that the delusion manual was a martial arts technique. It was clearly a sort of disorientating formation. Actually, this isn't a bad formation, it's an uneven arrangement that can provide opportunities to kill within the mundane. It will be fairly powerful when used, Phantom mumbled. Xia Fei shook his head. While that may be true, it's still far from being the high-grade space tier secret manual that Shadowless made it out to be. I'm afraid that it won't even be strange to find a similar disorientating formation being taught as part of any military school's curriculum. Phantom was speechless. It was true that the ancient humans had an immense push to study formations during the cold weapon era, but they were now in the space era, where armies would emphasize on their ships' firepower when they confronted each other, and formations were merely supplementary. Xia Fei was stroking his chin thoughtfully as he wondered. Could this be a sort of test as well? Xia Fei was never one to give up, so of course he attempted to find the crux of the problem here. The script used in the delusion manual was a bit obscure, and the sentences themselves did not read well, as if the person who had written the manual was not well versed enough in the language. There were plenty of problematic sentences, which meant that Xia Fei could only attempt to make sense of what was being written with his own inference. There were plenty of scripts in the universe, and even the small Earth had over 100 scripts. It was the same for language, too. This manual was written with one which was obscure, and the only reason he could understand what it meant was the translation chip embedded in his brain. For 3 days straight, Xia Fei failed to uncover the mystery behind the words, and he could not help but feel somewhat frustrated because of it. After dinner, Xia Fei brewed himself a cup of Biluakun tea, heading back to his room with it to give Avril a call. This had also become his daily routine. After all, he was about to enter the no-man's zone in a few days, and Xia Fei was not at all confident that the Black Bat radar would be capable of maintaining communication with the Alliance, which was why he was taking this time to connect to the interplanetary internet and spend time conversing with her. Avril, who was obediently waiting in her bedroom like before, happily greeted him in some foreign language when she saw Xia Fei. "What did you just say? Why don't I understand it?" Xia Fei asked, confused. Avril somewhat cheekily replied, "That's Talund for good evening. It is a very old language and must be alien to your translation chip, so it's unable to translate it in time." Xia Fei was stunned. "Could you repeat that again?" "I said that it's Talund, meaning good evening," Avril said, clueless. Xia Fei shook his head. "No, I meant what you said after. That it must be alien to your translation chip." Xia Fei clapped once, realization dawning upon him as he stood up. He excitedly told her. "I got it. So it's an issue with the translation chip." Avril had no idea what Xia Fei was so excited about, so she softly said, "The translation chip also has grades, and the higher grade a translation chip is, the more languages it can understand. Human languages have always been very complex, and a translation chip won't only need to have a high recognition capability, its computational speed and logic unit have to be outstanding as well. Most translation chips can very reliably perform language and script translation, even the cheap ones can do a fairly good job with most, but you'll need a more powerful logic unit for the more complex languages and scripts due to how specialized they are, or else it can't recognize what is being said or written." Hearing Avril's explanation, Xia Fei became all the more confident that the reason he had been unable to understand delusion was the low-quality translation chip inside his head. He hurriedly wrote down a row of words and gave it to Avril to read. "Do you recognize these words?" Avril earnestly nodded, repeating it back to him in Venal. Xia Fei was elated when he discovered that some of the connotations of the words were completely changed after Avril's translation. Phantom mouth hung open in shock as he rumbled, "No wonder. The chip in my brain is a very common model as well, so both of us have been unable to extract the real meaning from behind the text." Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. "You're a spirit, how would you have a brain?" Phantom was silent for a while. "How would I know? While it's true that I'm a spirit, my thoughts are still as before, and even my translation chip works like in the past." With that, Phantom shook his head and became flabbergasted. "That's not right. My body's gone, so the translation chip is gone as well. How could I still be able to feel it work? Why is this the case? Why haven't I realized this issue before? No, something's not right. This is completely illogical." Xia Fei had not thought that a casual question of curiosity from him could cause Phantom to fall into an inextricable spiral of thoughts. Pursing his lips, Xia Fei ignored the baffled Phantom. Since he finally uncovered the problem, the most important thing at hand was to solve the issue. Avril was still curious on why Xia Fei had asked her such a thing, and Xia Fei very lightly brushed aside this, chatting with her for a bit, even throwing in a few interesting jokes and such, which made Avril laugh until her belly hurt. Xia Fei had discovered that jokes were like weapons with 100% efficacy when used on women. As long as they were happy, they would easily forget all their worries and were all the more willing to spend time with others. This was especially the case with Avril, who was a happy-go-lucky sort, which made her even more receptive to jokes. Disconnecting from the call, Xia Fei hurriedly went to the interplanetary internet and searched for further information regarding translation chips. On a planet by the name of Enera, right before the no man's zone. Though this place was not as bustling as Venal, it was one of the largest planets before entering the no man's zone. Xia Fei booked a surgery there to swap his translation chip out for a newer and better model. There was a hospital called Fraternity in the metropolis. Xia Fei arrived at the reception and told the nurse in charge of receiving patients his name. The woman smiled. "Good evening, Mr. Xia. Your appointment with neurosurgeon Qin Fang has already been prepared. You may take the elevator to level 16, the office of Dr. Qin." Xia Fei nodded. He passed through the reception area and stepped into an elevator. As the doors closed, Xia Fei furrowed his brows. "Phantom, do you feel as if someone's following me?" Phantom shook his head. "Not at all. I've been looking behind you all this time. Perhaps you're just being too wary. Not many know that we've left the Venal Star region, not to mention that we're already near in the Alliance's outer regions. Who would care to follow you this far?" Xia Fei nodded. His impaler was very fast, and each warp it did was 40% further than the average warship, covering close to 70,000 light-years in one go. A common warship would have a really tough time just keeping up with him even if they had a way of locating him. After all, Impaler was an elite heavy assault cruiser with a cruise and warp speed the usual warships could not keep up with. The kindly nurse led Xia Fei into Qin Fang's office. According to the information he got from the interplanetary internet, the neurosurgeon Qin Fang was quite well known in the area, a holder of the special class attending physician license issued by the Alliance, which meant that his skills were worth trusting. Implanting a translation chip was definitely no child's play. Connecting a single biochip to the complex yet fragile human brain was an extremely dangerous task, which was why Xia Fei had been willing to pay the exorbitant cost of 10,000 star coins an hour for the best local doctor to complete this procedure. The information on Dr. Qin was pretty much accurate aside from the fact that he looked a little darker in person than the photo online. Video systems would often go through several scans and processes, which was why humans often looked a bit more handsome in pictures than in person. The nurse poured 2 cups of coffee as Xia Fei sat right across Qin Fang. "Mr. Xia, please allow me to check the working conditions of your current translation chip," Qin Fang very courteously requested. Xia Fei nodded and followed the man to a depth scanner. Qin Fang adjusted the device accordingly and a dark red laser shot forth, quickly establishing connection with Xia Fei's translation chip, concurrently displaying the chip inside his head. Xia Fei only knew that there was a biochip in his head, and this was actually the first time he could see it. All he saw was a chip the size of a soybean sealed within a thin layer of alloy to prevent it from suffering any signal interference and liquid corrosion. Nothing special was added to it. Qin Fang very carefully examined the chip and invited Xia Fei back to the seat before he smiled. "Mr. Xia, I'll be frank. Though this translation chip is an older model and of average performance, it's still working fine. Are you sure that you want to swap it out?" Xia Fei nodded firmly. "I'm certain. Qin Fang replied, okay, then. It is but a small surgery to have it swapped out, and the entire process is very safe. There's practically no danger, so may I ask what model would you like to swap it for? The FXX5, Xia Fei answered. He had already chosen a model online before, confirming that the hospital had the chip in its inventory, only making his appointment after. Qin Fang was startled, barely able to contain his emotions as he asked, Mr. Xia, are you sure that you want the FXX5 translation chip? That chip itself cost 60 million star coins, do you perhaps wish to reconsider? Xia Fei shook his head nonchalantly. Nope, I've already decided on it. Qin Fang flushed red. Mr. Xia, I must say that you indeed have an eye for quality. The FXX5 translation chip is the most specialized translation chip in the entire alliance, said to have been designed for the use of language experts. You'll no longer have any difficulties recognizing the language or script of human or other races as long as you have it installed. I'm not bragging, but we are the only location in the entire era that has such an expensive specialized no-wait, more like a master-grade translation chip. I'm sure you won't have any regrets after. Qin Fang kept going for quite some time, which caused Phantom to wonder. Why is this guy so excited? Could this be a criminal-run shop front? Xia Fei chuckled. No, of course not. Just that FXX5 translation chip is truly so expensive there's no way for it to be bought by just anyone in such a desolate star region. I checked the records, and this hospital purchased that chip decades ago, yet they haven't managed to sell it all these years. They're of course delighted after I mentioned that I'm going to take it off their hands. So that's the case. Phantom nodded. I couldn't tell from how stingy you usually were that you'd also be willing to invest in such things. Xia Fei sighed. No one will enjoy having their brain cut open just to swap out their chip every other day. Might as well make a one-time investment and get the very best that is on offer. Instantly, Xia Fei turned to the window looking outside, muttering to himself, why do I feel as if someone's been watching me? Chapter 315, Dust Ability. In the operation room, Xia Fei was lying flat on the surgery bed, under anesthesia, as the neurosurgeon Qin Fang held a laser surgical scalpel and very deftly worked it. In the technologically advanced Pan-Human Alliance, machines had largely taken over human work, especially in something as complicated as brain surgery. The nimble mechanical arm was far more precise than that of human hands, and a neurosurgeon's primary responsibility had become that of an equipment operator. Logically speaking, machines had the potential to completely take over the role as a doctor, and it was only their lack of an AI system that prevented this eventually. This was all due to the fear of humans toward robots with a high intelligence, which meant that all the machineries were only half-automated, they were only able to move according to a human's request to perform the surgery accordingly, unable to determine the psychological state of a patient being operated on, which was why there was still a need for a surgeon's supervision. It was said that surgical operations during the ancient civilization's era were completely overseen by machines, serving humans faithfully for tens of thousands of years. Just when humans were used to treating these robots as their kin, the robots suddenly betrayed their trust, causing the originally prosperous ancient civilization to fall into ruins. The robots, which were created by human hands, were like children to humanity. For the children to turn and kill their parents, it was simply such an unimaginably horrific tragedy, so perhaps the deep-seated hatred that humans held toward robots was born out of the immense love they once held toward them back then. Xia Fei had lost his senses, letting Qin Fang have free rein to cut up his skull. This was an extremely dangerous situation for any warrior, and a true warrior would not lose their control over their surroundings at any time, for that was no different from handing their life over to someone else. Xia Fei was of course very clear about this, and he had covered a psychic thread all around him, which could not be seen with the naked eye so that he could remain conscious. This psychic thread would alert Xia Fei in the first instance if any danger were to come to pass, forcing his brain to awaken from his anesthetic-induced state. For most people, having this subtle mental control was practically an impossible task, but Xia Fei had specialized training on this front, and from the standpoint as a high-level ability warrior that had his seventh brain region completely opened, this was not in the least bit difficult. Besides, Phantom was also swimming around in his surroundings. This immortal spirit was not exactly super sensitive to the changes around him, but he was at least able to observe the slight fluctuations in energy and mental power, and having the perception of these two working in tandem complemented well. Xia Fei would actually do this whenever he slept, and never had there been any problem, though this time, he actually vaguely felt a sense of threat from around him. It was completely formless and odorless. There were no energy fluctuations to speak of. In this gloom, a shape that Xia Fei had completely no knowledge of was slowly closing in. Xia Fei's skull was sliced open, and his nervous system was completely anesthetized. He was like a warrior without a weapon, so if someone were to ambush him, there would be no way for him not to passively take it. Silently and without any forewarning, an intricately crafted butterfly knife made a flurry of cuts in the air. The knife was minuscule, but it exuded a very shocking murderous intent. Phantom, Xia Fei, Qin Fang, none of them could sense the Grim Reaper closing in on them. That was because none of them would have thought that someone could infiltrate in such an incredible manner. This person's body had already turned into as small as a molecule, intermingling with air. Even the small knife in hand was no bigger than a mote of dust. He looked to be very weak, as if a single gust of wind could send him flying for tens of thousands of miles, but he was also very dangerous. Even though he was as small as dust, there was no doubt about the sense of cool calmness surrounding him. An imperceptible danger was the most dangerous danger. Xia Fei had no idea who had said such a line, but he was now mired in such a danger, and the threat was getting closer and closer. Dust. It was a special ability that turned its user into dust. Xia Fei had once read an article on Earth about how when repairing the Muzhu temple in Tibet, people found a corpse inside the wall, who was a great lama that practiced tantric Buddhism. What people found strange was the dispersed state of his corpse, where every cell of his body had been melded with the wall. It was impossible to distinguish just what was part of the stony wall and which was the lama. Science could only give a hypothesis that the lama had managed to grasp the secret behind diffusing one's body into molecules and attempted to pass through that thick stone wall doing so. Unfortunately, for some reason, due to a sudden loss of control, the whole person ended up stuck in the wall. Xia Fei was young then, so he completely did not believe that such an inexplicable thing could be real, yet who would have thought that, many years later, Xia Fei would really meet a killer with the dust ability, and he would actually make his move while Xia Fei was under the knife and completely unable to resist? The butterfly knife continued to dance in his hand, and that killer came with the wind, without leaving any trace whatsoever. With just a thought, the killer's knife began to transform and landed deep in Xia Fei's most vital point for a fatal strike. This was also the fearsomeness of the dust ability, as if nothing was there, the ability could disintegrate the user and the things around them at any time, as well as restore everything back to original whenever the user wanted. The killer glanced with the corner of his eyes and noticed something strange in Xia Fei's brain. There was an inconspicuous scar on his brain stem, and if a microscope were to be used to observe this, he would have discovered it was a star, a black star, with 2 rings orbiting it. Exclaimed the killer. Of course, no one could have heard him. He shook his head helplessly as a light smile appeared across his face. I wouldn't have imagined, not at all, muttered the killer to himself. That said, the killer escaped from the room without leaving a trace. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was still on the operating table, yet to notice this intrusion, and how he had just escaped from the gates of hell. In the blink of an eye, the killer had turned into a breeze which blew by, just like a particle of sand in the desert getting carried far away by wind. In a dark alley, several stray cats were searching for food in the trash, but sadly, even the humans themselves had trouble filling their stomach here in the slums, so there was hardly any food that got thrown out. The cats here were all skinny bags of bones, their fur faint and patchy. The killer took a look around his surroundings and revealed himself when he saw that there was no one around. Like in a sci-fi movie, the air rapidly solidified, then a transparent human form appeared and color very swiftly returned. A young man in his early 20s had appeared in that alley without a warning. The man whistled as he played around with that butterfly knife, walking toward the intersection as if he had not done anything. His steps were light, not at all making a single sound with every step. His face even held a soft smile. It had to be said that this young man had very delicate features. He was clearly a man whose looks would easily make most women jealous, and when he smiled, his cheeks would even have 2 deep dimples. If he were to dress like a woman, he would very likely entrance tens of thousands of men out there. Standing by the intersection was a middle-aged man in a pressed suit. This expensive suit, which he was wearing, was made out of pure wool, standing out very starkly considering the humble slums they were in. None of these people who lived in the area could even buy the sleeve of this suit even if they worked their whole lives for it. He was wearing a deep blue bowler hat, with the brim pressed so very low that half his face was covered. The middle-aged man was leaning against a wall very casually. There was hardly anywhere clean here in the slums, yet this person did not seem to care about dirtying the expensive suit. It was as if the only thing he cared about was being comfortable while standing there, and nothing else mattered. The pretty-faced young man and that middle-aged man wearing his expensive suit passed each other, neither looking at the other, as if they were mere passers-by on the street. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the butterfly knife that the young man was holding moved. As quick as a bolt of lightning, the edge of this knife barely flashed past the middle-aged man's cheeks, hovering just away from both the wall and his face. There was hardly any sound, as if he was just cutting tofu. It could be seen that this beautifully crafted little knife was no toy but a weapon that could kill without spilling blood, instead. "Are you following me?" asked the young man, slowly retracting his knife. "There's no need for me to follow you because stray cats love the slums." The middle-aged man lowered his head. He was not even feeling panicky even after the knife came a millimeter away from his face, remaining so calm that it was frightening. "Did you fail?" asked the middle-aged man. The young man chuckled and curiously asked, "How did you know?" "Because your knife doesn't have the smell of blood on it." The young man pressed his lips together as he shrugged lightly. He quickly slotted the knife back into his sleeve, disappearing like magic. Slotting both his hands into his pockets, the young man mimicked the middle-aged man and leaned against the wall, except while the middle-aged man had his head lowered, the young man was looking right up to the hot sun. "I wouldn't leave any trace of blood if I could kill anyone," the young man softly corrected. The middle-aged man was unperturbed. "Trust me. As long as it's a knife that kills someone, there will always be a unique smell of blood lingering." The young man laughed. "So many years, yet you're still as stubborn as before." The middle-aged man shook his head. "I'm just the same as before, but the stray cat has been honed into a clean knife." The young man happily replied. "Clean knife is a good name, right? I came up with it." The middle-aged man sighed. "I still prefer the stray cat." "What's the difference?" "The stray cat uses a butterfly knife, and so too does clean knife. The stray cat only cared about life and not money, while the clean knife takes both." The young man was quiet for a good moment before flashing a bright smile. "Anyone would get tired after killing too many. Instead, I'm more interested in money right now. Besides, didn't you also go and become a guard dog for that so-and-so? So you and I have both changed. The little mongrel has turned into a guard dog, while the stray cat has turned into a lucky cat, with neither being better off than the other. The Li family. I went to work for the immutable gold Li family," the middle-aged man said gruffly. "You'd best remember that name." The young man laughed, taking exception to the advice. "I like immutable gold, but I dislike the Li family. Whether you like them or not, they're your employer this time, and that means killing for them after taking their money." "I know." The young man casually whistled at a middle-aged woman walking down the street, scaring her off as she fled. "Then, why did you let Xia Fei off if you knew that?" asked the middle-aged man, annoyed. He had lifted his face and was now looking straight at the young man, the mustache above his lips bristling. Chapter 316, Super Cloning Technique. If Xia Fei were present, he would very quickly identify that man with the mustache, for he was none other than Li Mo's most powerful underling. The relationship between the mustachioed man and clean knife was very intriguing as well. It was as if the two had known each other long before, with how familiar either was with the other. The ever-present bodyguard of Li Mo and the famous killer knowing each other? How could it be a simple encounter? Even Xia Fei would not have guessed that he had actually been followed during this secret operation to transport military hardware to Black Abyss. It looked like the Li family was not about to let him off so easily. "Why did you let Xia Fei off if you already knew that?" the mustachioed man asked, annoyed. "I didn't let him off. It's just 2 hands and a pair of eyes. I'll give them to you sooner or later," Clean Knife lightly answered. "Mongrel bro, have you been to the Death Tri region before?" The mustachioed man shook his head. "Why?" Clean Knife cracked a slight smile. "I heard that the Death Tri region is a very interesting place, and it's also Xia Fei's destination. Why don't the two of us head toward the forbidden place?" The mustachioed man was speechless. Seeing that Clean Knife was unwilling to do the deed here, he once more pushed his hat even lower. "No matter where you follow that man to, you will still have to make your move. You ought to be very clear on that point." Whoosh! That silver butterfly knife that Clean Knife had hidden away was once more in his hand. "With my knife in hand, you can rest easy." The mustachioed man nodded, leaving without making a sound as he took the road which led northward. Clean Knife played with the butterfly knife in hand, whistling as he went southbound. Once the mustachioed man disappeared from his line of sight, Clean Knife suddenly revealed a mysterious smile as he said under his breath, "Xia Fei, oh Xia Fei. To think you have also been to Heritage Planet. Big Brother shall let you off this one time, consider this a gift to a man who managed to escape from hell." Xia Fei splashed some cool water on his face while in a bathroom to recover quickly from the anesthesia. Warriors must never let their guard down no matter when. "I seem to have sensed someone entering and leaving earlier," Xia Fei said as he looked at himself in the mirror. Phantom pouted. "I say, you're so tense at all times. I've been keeping watch by your side this entire time, and not even a shadow of a ghost entered the room. Besides, didn't you already set up a layer of mental defenses, so you ought to have discovered anything peculiar if someone did intrude?" Xia Fei shrugged. "My instincts have always been correct. Perhaps it's because I've been feeling a little tired recently, so I ended up feeling overly nervous. Sometimes, I really wonder what's the point of having you around. You're clearly a spirit, so you can't possibly kill anyone who gets near without me realizing it first, can you?" Phantom somewhat proudly lifted his head. "Don't forget how you managed to survive back when you took that purple jade in the bathtub. Don't look down on the strength a spirit has, I just might be able to save your life at crucial moments." Xia Fei smirked. "This Grand Elder shall leave my life in your hands then, disciple." Phantom's expression changed. Xia Fei was Shadowless's unacknowledged disciple, so in terms of seniority, even Phantom's master had to call Xia Fei a Grand Elder. He had always seen Xia Fei as someone of a younger generation, yet he had somehow turned into a disciple in one night. Phantom did not find this satisfactory, but he was also helpless against it. Paying the bill with his credit card, Xia Fei returned to his impaler, immediately getting the warship up and into space, hurrying onward to the rendezvous point he had set with Sarah. The Alliance military stationed in Black Abyss was up against foes with greater numbers, and the successive losses in the war meant that they were constantly losing ground. There were already signs of unrest within the army, and Yai had urged Xia Fei several times, hoping that the energy shield boosters would arrive quickly and grant them aid. Once more reading the delusion manual he had copied, Xia Fei could already see the difference having the FXX5 translation chip. Not only did it accurately and rapidly translate the text, it even used far more plain and unpretentious words in the process, so even an old lady would have no trouble understanding what was written. Perusing the entire manual twice, Xia Fei set it down and heaved a sigh. "Oh, my god! Delusion is actually a cloning technique." Because Phantom was still unable to understand the original text, he anxiously asked, "What do you mean cloning technique? Quick, explain it to me." Xia Fei patiently gave Phantom a clear and concise overview of the delusion manual. The former saw the latter's eyes glow in recognition as a look of glee plastered over his face. Shock. Extreme shock. Xia Fei and Phantom were both completely shocked by the incredible cloning technique, delusion. Delusion is really too powerful. Most cloning techniques can only use one's mental energy to create an illusion exactly like the user themselves. While this will confuse the enemy, it won't be able to pose any threat on the enemy in any sense, not to mention the substantial mental expenditure such a technique requires. The moment the user becomes exhausted, the clone will deform as its flaws become apparent. In any case, the usual cloning technique out there is just a trick to baffle the enemy when used, yet delusion is something entirely different. The technique can be used on other people and exotic beasts, making someone else appear to be exactly like the user, even to the point where it will even be able to get past voice systems. In terms of the technique's usage or the clone created, this is simply as good as a perfect clone of the real person. Plus, the mental energy expenditure of this cloning technique is extremely low, essentially allowing the clone to be kept in form for a very long time, achieving the capability of a long-term replacement. Most importantly, the delusion technique can be utilized in real combat. If used on a combat-capable entity, it will be possible to execute an even greater combat strength in a fight, dealing a double blow to the enemy. Take for example if you manage to clone a powerful ice ability user like Chen Dong, with a speed ability and an ice ability, you can attack the enemy in a completely different manner with the same look. This will allow you to deal such massive damage to the enemy that they may even die without realizing what has happened. Or you can get someone else to appear as you to the public, while you can hide in the shadows with sly thrust. There's no way anyone could stop you from killing the enemy without anyone even realizing it. Xia Fei nodded. I of course understand what you're saying, so let's begin cultivating it now. By then, let's see who can stop two Xia Feis at the same time. The last part of the delusion manual detailed the grades. Delusion had a total of 9 grades, and every improvement would increase the length of time and the cumulative power of the cloning technique. Grade 1 of delusion allowed a user to create a clone which was an exact copy of themselves, and both could share 10% of energy. That was to say, when one of them ran out of energy, the other entity's energy could supplement the former. Meanwhile, the clone could last for an hour in standard alliance time. Grade 2 doubled the time to 2 hours, and the transferable energy increased to 20% as well. Grade 3 went up to 4 hours, and the transferable energy went up to 30%. Going by this trajectory, by the time Xia Fei cultivated delusion to grade 9, his clone would be able to last for a full 256 hours, which was well over 10 days, and the original body and clone could transfer as much as 90% of their energy with each other. Thus, if for example the two had an energy value of 100, the original body could borrow 90% of the energy at grade 9, instantly reaching 1.9 times their energy value to unleash a far more powerful attack this way. Furthermore, if Xia Fei's clone was a Beast King grade beast, and it had 1000 energy value, Xia Fei could very well allow his clone to use 10 times his combat strength through the 90% energy transfer. That 100 energy value would instantly turn into 1000, the brutality of such an attack was simply hard to imagine. Action spoke louder than words. Xia Fei was still about 4 days away from meeting Sarah and the others. He did not waste even a second of time and immediately began reclusing himself to cultivate delusion, devoting his whole heart into learning this super cloning technique. 4 days later, inside that cultivation room of the warship. Because Impaler was a cruiser, the space it had was far larger than the inside of Vampire. This was why, no matter how much Xia Fei had requested for the mechanics to pack the warship with as many weapon systems as possible, there was still enough space for him to have dedicated rooms for dining, cultivation, and other such daily activities. Coupled with the indescribable subtle feelings Nicole had for Xia Fei, the equipment on board was all swapped out for the very best available on the market regardless of the cost, such that everything was comprehensive yet Spartan. I did it. I've finally done it. Xia Fei leaped up to his feet as he declared his success with excitement. Awesome! To think you would manage to cultivate to delusion grade 2 in just 4 days, you're progressing very quickly. Phantom was also visibly excited by this. Xia Fei shrugged. I did not expect myself to be able to progress so quickly, either. Forget it, I'll go take a shower first and have a huge feast to celebrate. Well, I think I know why, Phantom mysteriously offered. Aside from sly thrust, both your cultivation of the Beast Spirit Codex and psychokinesis are mental type abilities, so you've subconsciously accumulated plenty of experience, forming a very good foundation for mental type techniques. The delusion cloning technique is similarly a mental type technique, so cultivating it while having plenty of experience in the said field naturally means that you'll be able to achieve results with half the effort. Xia Fei nodded. What you said makes a lot of sense. My progress while cultivating the Beast Spirit Codex has been the slowest, and the effect isn't exactly obvious, but it becomes much easier when cultivating my range control technique. Plus, I've seen the same thing these last few days when cultivating the delusion cloning technique. The speed of my progress has become fast. Phantom continued speaking. Facts have proven that you are very suited for cultivating such mental type techniques. Of course, your speed ability can't be neglected. Now, your 7th brain region has started to show signs of recovery. I even realized that, the more you spend cultivating, plus the more variety of techniques you cultivate, your 7th brain region also becomes faster at repairing itself. Taking a cold shower as quickly as he could, Xia Fei stood in front of the refrigerator and took out plenty of food from within. I originally planned to absorb the energy source within the purple heart of spirit to raise my speed ability, but now that Furball has taken that to be its food, does that mean that I'll have to continue drinking these nasty medicinal concoctions of yours? Xia Fei asked as he began devouring the food before him. Phantom shook his head. It's not that simple. Your speed ability has pretty much been raised to legendary rank. I'm afraid that normal medicinal concoctions will hardly work on you, while those with precious medicinal ingredients are very hard to come by. Xia Fei chuckled. Guess we'll just have to go with the flow, there's nothing we can do much about this situation, anyway. It's as the old saying goes, we'll cross the bridge when we get there. I still plan to test my delusion cloning technique later after I'm done with my meal. Phantom furrowed his brows. The delusion cloning technique requires coordination with an exotic beast or human to work, and you're the only living being aboard this ship. Xia Fei was speechless, but an idea abruptly came to him. He stuck his hand into his bosom pocket and pulled out the still sleeping furball, staring at it with ill intent. Furball slightly opened its eyes and rubbed against Xia Fei all friendly-like. It was completely unaware of what it was about to experience. Chapter 317, A Failed Experiment. Xia Fei placed furball on the floor, and watched as the roly-poly furball rolled about. Its cute small eyes were on Xia Fei, seemingly trying to use this manner to ingratiate itself to him. "Don't move about, little guy. We're going to play a game." Xia Fei used his finger to point at furball as he said. It was as if the little creature understood Xia Fei's words. It obediently lay down on the floor, unmoving, with its eyes filled with expectancy. "Furball is still so young, wouldn't this hurt it?" Phantom asked with a frown. He could not particularly bear to let the cute little furball be used for an experiment. Xia Fei, however, thought nothing of it. "It shouldn't be a problem. It won't die from me trying it out a little. Besides, this is a cloning technique, not some lethal secret arts." A glowing ball gathered on Xia Fei's fingertips as if Xia Fei was holding onto a pearl, which was constantly revolving and shining, much like a ball of lightning. Who knew if furball would be able to withstand it? Concentrating, Xia Fei carefully observed the state of this glowing ball of energy in his hand. The manual had stated that the clone entity would be no different from himself, so he did not think there should be any danger in this. As such, he slowly moved his hand toward furball. The young furball of course had no concept of danger, so the pretty ball of glowing energy drew its attention greatly. It watched blankly that ball in Xia Fei's hands, making gleeful sounds for quite some time. Phantom sighed. He could not watch this further, for he felt that tragedy would unfold once that ball of energy Xia Fei had formed touched the little furball due to the latter being far too small and weak. It was so much so that anyone would feel great sympathy for it if they laid their eyes on it. Furthermore, furball had absolutely no idea what harm meant, and it was still thinking that Xia Fei was just playing a game with it. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei decided to carry out this potentially dangerous plan of his and use furball to test his cloning technique with. The ball of energy was getting closer and closer to furball, and it was also getting more and more excited. It was akin to a child, who was sitting on the ground, happily clapping its hands. All of a sudden, furball leaped up and swallowed Xia Fei's energy ball whole. Xia Fei was startled, freezing right there on the spot. The situation had not developed as he had imagined. He originally wanted to transform furball into his clone, but furball actually swallowed his energy ball. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. There did not seem to be any changes to furball. Instead, it was lying comfortably on the ground, sticking its tongue out to lick its lips, looking as if it was eager for more. Xia Fei glanced at Phantom, who looked right back at him. The two eyes widened, tongue-tied over what they had just witnessed. Did it just eat your clone?" Phantom hesitantly asked. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows together. According to the manual, the technique will immediately take effect once it comes into contact with the subject. Could furball have really eaten it like that? Xia Fei was unwilling to just let this stand. Could delusion, the technique that he had spent days of hard work cultivating, not even take on the tiny furball? Humph! I refuse to believe that I won't be able to apply the cloning technique onto you. Xia Fei spat angrily. He gathered another energy ball and dashed over aggressively. No one would have guessed that furball would get addicted to eating Xia Fei's clone. Without even waiting for Xia Fei to reach it, furball already bounded right for the ball of energy, opening and closing its mouth just like that, easily swallowing the energy ball Xia Fei had formed after much effort. Gnawing, furball beamed at Xia Fei radiantly, as if saying, "Master, it's so delicious. Feed me another." Xia Fei was infuriated. He had expended plenty of mental force just to gather those energy balls, yet he had not managed to do the test he originally planned before they became food to furball. Anger rushed into his heart as his temper reared its ugly head. Xia Fei yelled as he pulled out a rope from his spatial ring and bound furball without another word. "See what I'm going to do to you if you keep eating." Xia Fei angrily threatened. Furball had no idea why Xia Fei was so angry, looking at him with its innocent gaze. It had to be said that furball truly had a flair for acting. It was seemingly playing the part of an aggrieved child, with its eyes on the verge of tears. Xia Fei could not help but hesitate at that moment, his heart filling with feelings of pity and sympathy for the creature. This was when he happened to notice that its mouth was twisted into a little smirk. Then and there, it became apparent to him that furball had merely been acting the entire time. "What a cunning furball, to think you'd dare to trick me!" Xia Fei angrily growled. Now that the gig was up, nothing Verbal did would help garner mercy for it. Xia Fei made a decision in his mind as he loudly declared, "Wait till I seal up your mouth tightly, see how you're gonna eat again." About half an hour later, a strange scene could be seen in that room. Xia Fei was collapsed on the couch, completely exhausted. He had one hand helplessly placed over his forehead, with somewhat prominent dark eye circles. Meanwhile, Verbal, which was tied up on the table, was bobbing its head excitedly, even burping from time to time. The man and the ball of fur were a stark contrast with each other. It was obvious that in this battle between the oppressed and oppressor, it was Verbal that came out on top. Phantom sighed, looking at Xia Fei with sympathy. "You clearly know that Verbal is capable of absorbing energy, so why go about so desperately? See, now Verbal is completely fine while you're so tired you can't even stand up." Xia Fei twisted his lips in annoyance. He stuck a hung tash into his mouth and silently took a puff and lit it up. Verbal's display here had indeed been very surprising. Xia Fei had used tape to seal its mouth to stop it from eating the energy balls, but he was still unable to stop it from absorbing them. As long as his energy ball touched its body, it would disappear as if it had fallen into a bottomless pit. Xia Fei was a very stubborn person, and he refused to admit defeat. As such, he kept doing the same thing repeatedly to the point that he depleted almost all his energy, collapsing from exhaustion right onto that couch, while Verbal still remained as energetic as ever. Listlessly puffing out a smoke ring, Xia Fei cursed, "Verbal's such a bastard. I've been nice enough to feed it, yet it still doesn't wish to cooperate and let me experiment my technique using it." Phantom chuckled. "Looks like Verbal has the ability to absorb energy, the heart of spirit is energy, and your mental force is also energy. That's why, unless it agrees, there's no way for you to use it as your clone." Xia Fei mulled over this for some time. Verbal's ability to absorb energy is pretty strong. It's only been a few days since it absorbed the purple heart of spirit, yet it's still able to swallow so much of my mental force. Perhaps it's just as you said, it really grow into a king-grade exotic beast. Phantom wondered. Since you already knew that energy would be useless against Verbal, why did you persist with your experiments, exhausting your energy in the process? Xia Fei answered, "While both my mental force and the heart of spirit are both energy, they're actually very different. According to my observations, Verbal has become more cunning ever since it ate the heart of spirit, and that isn't a good thing. Perhaps it's because of the overwhelmingly intense energy inside the heart of spirit, so the young Verbal went down this path of evil. In a way, I was trying to test and see just where Verbal's absorbing all that energy to and know if Verbal's personality will be affected by the different kinds of energy it absorbs." Phantom was stunned. "I originally thought that you're doing all that out of a moment of spite, but who would have thought that you'd have such deep intentions?" Xia Fei smiled. "Unfortunately, I failed to probe the extent of Verbal's energy absorption, so perhaps this little guy is really a bottomless pit, but I'm also looking forward to this." The impaler slowly descended and landed on the spaceport tarmac. Sarah, Butcher, as well as the bunch of warriors from the Blood Matrix, had long been waiting for him there. Their eyes could not help but sparkle the moment they saw Xia Fei's cool heavy assault carrier arrive. Its army green exterior was not particularly eye-catching, but under its restrained appearance was an overwhelmingly imposing aura. Even a layman could tell at a glance that the ship was anything but simple. When the boarding bay opened, Xia Fei came out with a smile. He had undergone severe physical exertion after that debacle with Verbal, and while Xia Fei had taken some white dew to replenish his energy, he could still feel his legs aching and his dark circles still being visible. Some, who were concerned, loudly shouted, "Brother Xia Fei, just what woman bent you into such a shape?" Everyone laughed raucously. Sarah's glare on Xia Fei was very unnatural, as if she was angry with him. Xia Fei did not humor such a nonsensical question, turning to greet everyone. When he got near Sarah, the lady from the Wild Star region softly commented, "You ought to look after yourself no matter how good she was." Xia Fei felt very awkward. It was only just a joke, yet Sarah had taken it for truth. The disposition of a lady from the Wild Star region and a lady inside the alliance was completely different. The former generally thought that it was normal for men to pursue their pleasures outside, especially for men who had minor accomplishments like Xia Fei. Had he been living in the Wild Star region, he would most likely have harbored his harem, which was why Sarah had told Xia Fei to take care of himself, not at all concerned with the issue of him being together with a woman. The rest of the men of course burst into another round of laughter, beginning to joke about Xia Fei and Sarah. These warriors from the Blood Matrix had a very easygoing personality, and Xia Fei was helpless against their teasing. According to the plan, the fleet would have a final day of rest tonight before everyone embarked on their long journey to Black Abyss. Xia Fei, Sarah, Butcher, and everyone else went to the hotel that they had previously booked. Xia Fei readily treated everyone to a sumptuous feast. After all, their journey would begin after today, and all they would have to sustain on would be canned food. Besides, Xia Fei was looking for opportunities to express his gratitude to Butcher and his brothers. The feast proceeded with great enthusiasm, delicious wine flowing freely as the delicacies piled up. Xia Fei raised his glass to give a toast. "Gentlemen, I've just received a piece of good news. The Alliance military approved the application of quantum expeditions, and the license for large warships has been issued. Upon your return from this trip, everyone can immediately begin their exploration careers. On behalf of Quantum Holdings and myself, I wish everyone great success." The men were all extremely excited by this news. Phantom shook his head as he said to Xia Fei, "Looks like Butcher and these warriors from the Blood Matrix are still very eager to be explorers. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to make them join Quantum Holdings' defense force." Xia Fei smiled. "What's the hurry? We'll take care of things, one after another, as they come. Let's proceed on this journey to Black Abyss first, we'll talk about everything else after we're done securing territory." Chapter 318, Arriving at the Black Abyss. Whoosh! A fleet comprising the Impaler, 2 Iteron-class industrial ships, 2 Catalyst-class destroyers, and 4 Kestrel-class frigates flew past the Pan-Human Alliance's border as it headed straight for the Black Abyss. "Everyone, have you received my route map yet?" Xia Fei stood aboard his Impaler's captain cabin as he asked the other captains on his screen. "Received. Received." Xia Fei chuckled and gave an order. "Great. Then we shall have Brother Butcher lead 2 destroyers and take point as the vanguard. The rest will support. Let's pilot our ship toward our destination, the Black Abyss." Butcher nodded gravely. "All right. Leave it to me. As long as this radar of yours works fine, I can guarantee that this escort mission will be a success." Xia Fei replied, "It's called the Black Bat radar, and while it isn't perfect, it should not be too weak. As long as you send out the signal for an all-clear after you land, the rest of the fleet will soon follow." This escort mission was anything but mundane, so Xia Fei had to act with caution. While the interplanetary internet was operating smoothly right now, there was no saying that it would not stop working any days from now. They would, thus, have to completely rely on the Black Bat radar to engage in long-distance communication. The 9 ships lined up one by one, with 2 destroyers in front which abruptly created a wormhole as Butcher told Xia Fei, "We'll be making the first move and send you a signal once we're certain that there's nothing strange on the other side." Xia Fei nodded. "All right. I'll leave this to you." The 2 destroyers quickly disappeared into space as Xia Fei hugged himself and waited. Normally, the Catalyst-class destroyers should be leaving their respective wormholes in approximately 10 minutes and regain their communications capabilities. Sure enough, after 10 minutes passed, Xia Fei received a call from Butcher reporting that all was well on his end, so the rest of the warships proceeded to prepare their warp jumps, leaping across the universe toward their destination. 5 minutes after Xia Fei's fleet departed, an Amarian Crusader-class interceptor appeared at where the fleet had previously been parked. Clean Knife was in a chair, trimming his fingernails with the butterfly knife. His fingers were slender and long just like a woman's, though the difference was that his 2 nimble and pretty hands were drenched in fresh blood, a complete contrast from the elegant temperament that often accompanied such hands. The mustachioed man was seated at the command deck. The entire ship only had him and Clean Knife, so he had taken up the responsibility of being the captain of this ship. "Not going after them? Aren't you afraid of losing them?" Clean Knife asked breezily, not even lifting his head as he did. The mustachioed man harumphed. "Lose them? This is an Inceptor of the latest model, considered to be a T2 elite warship. It's fitted with an extra long-range warp engine, and I also installed a positioning chip on Xia Fei's warship. I'll be able to catch them even if they run off to the ends of the universe." Clean Knife was nonchalant. "I don't know a thing about warships. All I know are knives. In any case, I won't be the reason if we fail to catch up to him. As long as the money that should be in my pocket remains unchanged, I don't care what happens." The mustachioed man glared at Clean Knife, a little irate. "When did you become so money-minded? In those few years I haven't seen you." Clean Knife retorted, "I haven't seen you these last few years, and you've turned into a guard dog. The mustachioed man was speechless for some time before he left out a sigh in annoyance. We wouldn't have had so many problems if you'd just killed him before he even stepped out of the alliance. Now, all we can do is follow them on a trip to the accursed Death Tri region. Clean Knife happily whistled. I told you that the Death Tri region is a very interesting place. I really wish to take a spin around the place. But I don't, the mustachioed man growled. Clean Knife continued to whistle a little tune, which he learned from parts unknown, with a cheeky smile plastered on his face. I don't care whether you like it or not. This trip was unexpectedly uneventful, and even the usually weak interplanetary internet remained uninterrupted, not to mention any of those pirates who were rumored to have banded together. At a location some 12 warps away from their destination, the fleet took a break. 2 small shuttles ferried Sarah and Butcher to Xia Fei in his impaler. The 3 sat together, then Xia Fei pulled up a star map. Brother Butcher, Sarah. There's an asteroid belt out here, so hold the fleet here, while I go discuss some details with the Black Abyss's consortium forces. I'll use my Black Bat radar to signal you guys once we reach an agreement. Butcher nodded. Xia Fei, aren't you being a little too overly cautious here? Xia Fei switched off the star map and seriously answered, anything abnormal surely means that something's amiss, our journey so far has been too uneventful. After all, we're traversing through a war zone, yet we haven't seen a single outlaw, pirate, or even a trace of the military. Don't any of you find that strange? Well, Butcher paused when you put it that way, it's indeed a little strange. The news in the Alliance greatly exaggerated the extent of the war in the Death Tri region, but who would have thought that it would be so peaceful? Okay, we'll do as you instructed. Give me 3 days' time. If I fail to contact any of you within the next 3 days, leave immediately, Xia Fei very calmly ordered. Sarah was startled. She did not understand what Xia Fei was trying to say here, and she looked at him puzzledly. Xia Fei faked a cough before smiling. I'm just giving you these orders in case. Relax. I'll be fine. Butcher expressed his understanding of Xia Fei's arrangements. He needed to think with the worst-case scenario in mind. Caution, caution, and even more caution. Patting Xia Fei on the shoulder, Butcher laughed. Don't worry. I know what you mean. Go on, I guarantee to send you safely back home if anything happens. Sarah was even more baffled now. She was still a woman, so she had no clue about how men did things. She bit her lower lip, seemingly wanting to say something but unable to bring herself to do so. Arriving at Yaoyi's military base once again, Xia Fei could not help but lament what he saw. The huge parking apron for warships was empty, with only several old and run-down ships remaining for show. Most could not even fly. The entire base was quiet, and the weeds were beginning to sprout. It did not take long for these hardy little organisms to grow, occupying a large patch of the ground. Xia Fei met Yaoyi in his office. The latter had plenty more white hair than when they last met, even his face looked to have aged quite a bit since then. Only his well-ironed uniform looked the same. Sit. Yaoyi tossed the document in his hand down as he asked, how's master? Xia Fei smiled. The first thing Yaoyi asked him was not the military equipment but Qin Meng, which showed how much he still cared for that old man. Oh, the old man recovered from that severe illness of his before, and his appetite has recently been great, able to devour half a cow in one sitting. He's currently back on my home planet, Earth, recuperating. He's spending his days so carefreely that you don't have to worry. With me around, I'll definitely make sure that old man Qin Meng can live a comfortable life. Yaoyi nodded, saying to Xia Fei, to think that me, as his disciple, couldn't even be beside the master when he needed people the most, what a great sin. Brother Xia Fei, I heard that it's all been thanks to you. Master told me that you had risked your life to obtain the medicine needed to save his life. Xia Fei waved his hand dismissively. That old man and I have quite a good relationship with each other, so of course I did everything I could. A moment of silence was shared before Yaoyi broached the subject matter at hand. Why are you here alone? Xia Fei answered, don't worry. The goods will immediately arrive the moment we sign the contract. Yaoyi tightened his brows. Brother Xia Fei, don't you trust me? Xia Fei laughed boisterously. That's definitely not the case. My warship is merely much faster, so I arrived first and proceeded to greet you as well as get myself a drink. The cargo is already on its way here and will be arriving shortly. Yaoyi was still skeptical, so he said, how about this, I'll immediately contact the consortium headquarters and do my best to get you an audience with the main leaders so that we can all sit down and discuss the details of the agreement. Xia Fei pulled out a cigarette and plainly stated, I'm in no rush, brother Yai. You can take your time and contact them. It was Yai's expression that had changed greatly. Of course, Xia Fei was in no hurry. If the negotiations fell through, all he had to do was get up and leave, but could the natives of the Black Abyss do the same? After all, they were all essentially stuck here. They were the local warlords, and no one would give them even the slightest glance if they returned to the alliance. Terminus and Evil Gulf Stream had both formed a large coalition force and were aggressively making moves on their land. At present, they already hold 1/3 of the Black Abyss's territory, so if this were to continue, it would only be a matter of time before the people in this region ended up getting swallowed by their aggressors. This was a war that had no means of retreat, they either had to win or lose everything. Don't worry, the Big Five will convene tomorrow morning and go over the finer details of the agreement. As long as the conditions are acceptable, the consortium will most definitely have the agreement locked in as soon as possible, Yai said. Xia Fei laughed. I hope that's the case, too. I've recently reached a consensus with the Alliance military, and now they're hurrying me to increase production of the energy shield boosters so they can equip their ships with those. How annoying! Yai knew very well that Xia Fei had become an A-list supplier of the Alliance military and that his words bore much greater weight than before. He was only afraid that Xia Fei would be too greedy in tomorrow's negotiations. Let's go. I've prepared a reception for you. Meanwhile, we can celebrate your company becoming a designated A-list supplier of the military. This is a very happy event worthy of toasting to, Yai said. Stepping out the door, Xia Fei subconsciously turned to look around the place. Phantom, I've felt it again. Seems like someone's truly following me. Phantom shrugged. Then, all I can say is that the sense of perception that you are so proud of seems to have weakened recently. Anyway, I don't see anything. Saying this, a gust of wind came blowing past, carrying fluttering dust, which very quickly disappeared into the horizon. Why haven't you made your move yet? The mustachioed man frowned at Clean Knife, his words sounding reproachful. You're the one who said that you'll do the deed the instant we arrived at the Black Abyss. Clean Knife was playing with his butterfly knife as if nothing had happened. The knife danced and twirled deftly in his hand. What are you so anxious for? I still wish to take in the sights the Death Tri region has to offer. I've already picked out the time and location. I'll rest tonight and use my butterfly 10 steps tomorrow to retrieve his 2 eyes and hands for you so that you can give your master a satisfactory account. The mustachioed man was slightly shocked. The butterfly 10 steps? Killing thousands in 10 steps. You're actually going to use the butterfly 10 steps on Xia Fei? Is there even such a need for you to use the strongest martial arts technique, which you are famous for, on him? Of course. Clean Knife's pupils withheld a cold intent. He then emotionlessly remarked, against a warrior who climbed out from the depths of hell, it's necessary to send them off with the best I can offer. Hell? Clean Knife smiled. Enough questions. You won't ever understand it, anyway. Chapter 319, Looting a Burning House. Early the next morning, Xia Fei followed Yai into the secret communications room, where he would soon be in a conference call with the various warlords of the Black Abyss Star region to discuss what they could offer in exchange for his 10,000 energy shield boosters. Xia Fei had both his hands stuffed into his pants pockets, a hung taschen between his lips. He appeared not in the least bit anxious. He had already become an A-list supplier of the Alliance military, so it was no longer the same as before, for now his energy shield boosters had been recognized by the military, an organization which would forever need his new products. These warlords of the Black Abyss were already on the brink of collapse, urgently needing something to turn the tables on their enemies. This new military hardware was tantamount to gifting charcoal in the middle of winter right now. It was as the saying went, taking utmost advantage when one is on the verge of a death-inducing sickness. Xia Fei had already made his decision to fleece them properly this one chance he got, so they would never suspect that Xia Fei was here as a shrewd businessman. Gifting charcoal amidst winter? He might be giving them the charcoal, but he would of course be here to acquire gold in return. Turning a corner, Xia Fei and Yai walked into a building, which looked very much like an astronomy observation deck. A huge metal antenna tower reaching up to the clouds was being used to transmit ancient communication waves. In the Black Abyss, far away from the Alliance territory, sometimes these ancient communication devices worked better than the interplanetary internet, owing to the latter's instability. With the army already sent to the front lines, there was hardly anyone else around the military base. After Xia Fei rounded a corner and disappeared from sight, the mustachioed man in an all-black outfit abruptly appeared. Still not making your move, the mustachioed man asked. There was someone in midair, but only a soft voice could be heard. There's no rush here. They'll soon be taking the same route back. I'll set up the butterfly 10 steps formation before they do, completing this mission once and for all. The mustachioed man nodded, disappearing into the corner of a wall, while Clean Knife turned into a soft breeze as he made his way into the center of the corridor. While the ancient communication device provided stable connection, it was a lot more inconvenient to operate, and the communications officer was constantly busying with it. Xia Fei was bored waiting, so he went to the corridor by himself to pass the time. Standing by the window, he could very clearly make out the path strewn with fallen leaves below. What Xia Fei did not know was that this path, which he had just walked on moments before, had been turned into one which led straight to a new destination, death. Xia Fei lit a cigarette once again. He always enjoyed a cigarette every time he had to think. Nicotine could calm a person's nerves at the cost of their lifespan, and most smart people would rarely partake in it. Xia Fei did not share this notion, however. The harm smoking did to a person's health in exchange for a moment of calmness was very worthwhile to someone like Xia Fei, for he was a firm believer of the transactional cost theory. The butterfly killer Clean Knife was seated at the center of the path down below. He raised his head up to look up at Xia Fei, whistling as he did. Due to his dust ability, he was so small that no one could see or sense his presence. All this time, Xia Fei still had no idea what sort of danger he was about to face. No one knew what Clean Knife's bottom line was, and even fewer truly understood his strength. The only thing certain was that, after Xia Fei returned from the Heritage Planet and saw an astronomical leap in his strength, so too did Clean Knife, another person who had been to Heritage Planet. This was a battle of the unknown, between two warriors who had both visited Heritage Planet, meeting out here in the desolate Black Abyss. This would be a fight between Sly Thrust and the Butterfly 10 Steps, with Xia Fei's Celestial Moon and Clean Knife's Butterfly Life-Taker Knife, just who would emerge as the victor. We've connected, the communications officer reported. Yai nodded and gestured for Xia Fei to enter the conference room. There were 4 screens, each with a man seated, while Xia Fei was beside Yai. The big 5 of the Black Abyss were all present. 5 men, 5 faces. All of them were differently shaped, but they all shared the same expression. Each and every one of them looked glum, their eyes revealing their restlessness. The Big 5 was the nickname for the 5 most powerful warlords in the Black Abyss, and in this consortium, which they had formed this time. The 5 of them made up for at least 60% of the forces, so their strength was evident. As long as these 5 men could be convinced, the rest of the forces would fall in line, and all the other smaller warlords were no exceptions. Yai first gave a simple introduction to everyone present. Everyone already knew who Xia Fei was and why he had come here, so they immediately dove into the topic of the agreement. With danger right at their doorsteps, every second delayed would just result in greater crisis. A fat, old man in his 70s was the first to speak. Will this energy shield booster really improve our combat strength drastically? Xia Fei already knew from Yai's introduction that this man was called Mvila, and he owned the most territory in the Black Abyss. He was also the biggest warlord and the strongest of the 5. His words weighed greatly among this group of 5. With a smile, Xia Fei loudly offered, the energy shield boosters have already been deployed by the Alliance military, and will soon be fitted to all the ships under their command. I'm sure none of you has any issues when it comes to the military's choices, right? The lot was silent. When everyone learned that Quantum Holdings had been recognized as an A-list supplier by the military, it had caused quite a commotion among them, for the military cooperating with a small enterprise was an unprecedented endeavor that no one had succeeded before. Xia Fei paused before continuing. My Quantum Holdings is a very small company. Does any of you guys know why the military agreed to include it on the list of A-rated suppliers? These men all had no idea, and it was Mvila who wrinkled his forehead and asked deeply, I'm also very puzzled by this. The military always does a strict inspection of any prospective supplier's qualifications, and no matter how one looks at it, Quantum Holdings doesn't meet any of the criteria for it to be recognized by the military body as an A-list supplier. Of course, I am merely stating facts and don't mean to be derogatory in any way. Xia Fei answered him seriously, you're not wrong, Quantum Holdings does lack the qualifications to be an A-list supplier, but our product qualified, and that's because the energy shield boosters passed the military's level 5 stress test in their secret laboratory. What? The level 5 stress test? Did the energy shield booster really pass the level 5 stress test? That's simply unbelievable. Xia Fei silently observed the reaction of these men. It was clear that they were not only moved but also extremely shocked by this news. Actually, Xia Fei had exaggerated quite a lot. After all, it was not a single energy shield booster that passed the level 5 stress test but rather a defensive shield array of the boosters put together. Though Xia Fei had not been a shrewd businessman for long, this did not affect his potential to become one. Deceiving them in the guise of revolution, exaggerated bragging and publicity, these were all tricks Xia Fei knew all too well. Even if these people learned the truth later, they could not blame Xia Fei, for he did not specify if it was an individual energy shield booster or a defensive shield array that passed the level 5 stress test. Ultimately, they were still products of Quantum Holdings. If that's the case, why don't you lay out your conditions? Vila gave him the floor. Xia Fei nodded and turned on his microcomputer to display a map of the Death Tri region. There was already a marked area in red, with also a layer of yellow around it. Pointing with a finger, Xia Fei stated, 10,000 energy shield boosters will be gifted to you all, and if you win this war, I want the area I've marked on the map. I want full control of the territory, be it in terms of governance or military affairs. The marked yellow area has no habitable planets and will act as a military buffer zone. Nobody's army will be allowed entry. That's a large piece of territory you're asking for. I'm afraid that there may be over 100 habitable planets there, exclaimed a fairly ugly-looking, skinny old man as he looked at the map. Xia Fei chuckled. There aren't many there. This is merely a fairly large territory, but the land's barren. There are only 6 life-sustaining planets in that part of space. The skinny, old man nodded, stroking that sparse goatee under his chin with one hand. Life-sustaining planets were where humans could survive and live. They would have air, water, and all the other necessary living conditions humans required. In the barren Death Tri region, every single life-sustaining planet was priceless, for planets that could not sustain life were essentially useless beyond mining purposes. The necessary labor and food all needed to depend on habitable planets for continued living. Everyone's heart leaped in their respective chest when they saw that huge territory Xia Fei had highlighted on the map, but when they learned that there would only be 6 life-sustaining planets in that part of space, they could not help but sigh in relief. Planets were the most worthless things in the Death Tri region, and they were also the most valuable things. Planets that could not sustain life were a dime a dozen, and no one cared about them at all. Vila examined the territory that Xia Fei had marked carefully before saying, honestly, the area you've marked doesn't seem all that great at first glance. It's far away, but from what we've gathered, it's 1A grade planet, which is very suitable for human and animal habitation, 2B grades, and 3C grades. Furthermore, 5 of these 6 planets are in the same star system, which makes them a very good and rare find. Besides, the minerals are plentiful in the area you chose, with practically large deposits of various ores. There are also those planets that have yet to be surveyed for minerals. Don't you think that you are being too greedy for swapping 10,000 energy shield boosters, given what you are asking in exchange? The location that Xia Fei had picked was in Terminus, not the Black Abyss, which was why none of these warlords from the Black Abyss had too much of an understanding of it. Vila's reminder had caused everyone to hurriedly examine their star maps, and all of them revealed their distaste after ascertaining the bounties of the location. This might perhaps be the only location across the entire Death Tri region with such special conditions in tandem. First was the fact that there were 5 quality life-sustaining planets in one star system. It was essentially a grace of God, since closer planets made it easier to develop trade, increasing the convenience for moving and communicating with one another, greatly helping promote the prosperity of the star system. There was also the precious grade A life-sustaining planet. The higher the grade, the more temperate and beautiful the planet, the more suitable it was for human inhabitation. The relationship of the Black Abyss, Terminus, and Evil Gulf Stream had deteriorated to such a point was ultimately because of these few A-grade life-sustaining planets. If a grade B life-sustaining planet could be exchanged for its weight in gold, then a grade A life-sustaining planet could be exchanged for diamonds. This was the desolate Death Tri region, and the value of a grade A life-sustaining planet was practically incalculable. As for that single grade B planet, which was separate from the rest, it would bear the responsibility of hosting the important Titan that Xia Fei was planning to manufacture. It was a planet close to the boundary of the region, making it the perfect spot for a secret factory to be established. This price Xia Fei had quoted to these warlords was not just high, it was extremely high. It was a cut that created a bleeding, open wound. The big five were all hesitant. Xia Fei opened his mouth and viciously bit off their arms with this one move. They had all seen their fair share of shrewd businessmen, but this was the first time that they had actually seen such a ferocious and shrewd businessman like Xia Fei. You can all discuss this among yourselves, I'm going to head off to the washroom. Xia Fei chuckled, leaving the others in this conference room after this one sentence. How very ferocious! The moment Xia Fei left the room, Amvila could not help but growl in his vexation, what kind of business is this? He's practically looting the house while it's on fire. Chapter 320, Clean Knife vs Xia Fei. He's practically looting the house while it's on fire. Amvila balled up a fist and slammed it down the desk as he growled angrily. Extremely dissatisfied with Xia Fei's appetite, everyone proceeded to complain. We might as well just snatch the goods he brought this time and later fabricate it as the pirates doing. Wouldn't we be killing two birds with one stone this way, proposed a burly man with a full beard. Yai laughed mirthlessly. Now that Xia Fei has become an A-list supplier of the Alliance military, killing him will essentially be going up against the entire Alliance. Everyone should be quite aware as to why we haven't burned bridges with the Alliance yet, right? Everyone fell silent. That A-list supplier plaque was indeed quite troublesome. The military would most likely not probe too much if the person in question were just an average merchant, but if they really did kill off Xia Fei, the Alliance military fleet might very well launch a full-scale investigation over the matter. No one was stupid enough to draw fire upon themselves at such a juncture. Angering the silver-haired General Tai was no laughing matter. That was when the only woman among the big five spoke. Has none of you understood anything since the start of this war till now? Where's the Alliance fleet that we've been pining our hopes on? Where has our hope of victory gone? Madame Laque's cold gaze swept across the other men present. This old lady with a crown of silver hair had not once said a word since the start of the conference, nor had she shown any sort of expression the entire time. She had been much like a sculpture, sitting with a ramrod straight back as she clutched her amber cane in hand. Well advanced in her years, Madame Laque had long lost her grace of her youth, but that dignified elegance of a real aristocrat remained. That young man is indeed very greedy, but what he's requesting isn't any of our land, he wants somewhere in the far-flung Terminus Star region, and I'm afraid we'll need to make preparations for the worst-case outcome of this war. If we don't hold on and achieve victory, everything we've done so far will be for naught. Right now, we can't even safeguard our territories, so why even talk about conquering our enemy's land? Madame Laque's words were like sharp needles that stabbed right into all their hearts, and the entire conference room descended into a deafening silence. Our latest chapters at Frihognovlo only. Yai raised his right hand and said, I agree. As someone in the military, I hate losing. Whoever can give me victory will become my benefactor, and I don't give a damn about Terminus. All I seek is to be victorious. The others, who had yet to make their stance known, turned toward Amvila, and they saw him heaving a sigh before similarly raising his right hand. Madame Laque and General Yai aren't wrong. We truly don't have any other choice right now. The Big Five ultimately voted in favor of Xia Fei's proposal, exchanging the territory he asked for with the equipment he had on hand. Of course, not one of them did so willingly, but the key was that Xia Fei had appeared at the most opportune moment. Opportunity would always be reserved for those with extraordinary insight and those who could act the fastest. Xia Fei had presented himself to the Black Abyss Consortium in their most crucial moment, which naturally allowed him to obtain the largest piece of the cake himself. You look to be very excited. Surely, you know that our agreement can only take in effect after we obtain control of the entire Death Tri region, or else that 10,000 energy shield boosters you've exchanged for will be useless, Yai remarked, somewhat puzzled. Xia Fei smiled. That's like buying a lottery ticket, no one will wish that they don't win the big prize. I'm willing to take my chances with this precisely because the final prize is big enough, making it worth my effort to gamble this one hand. Yai shook his head as he looked up to the sky. You've got a risk-taker spirit in your bones, indeed. Actually, I have an even greater desire to be victorious than you, so I hope that you'll truly grant me my wish. You should hope that both our wishes come true. Yai laughed and patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. You already have the contract in your hands, so when can we expect the goods? Xia Fei shrugged as he casually answered, very soon. I guarantee. Yai walked Xia Fei out of the communications center but did not go with him. Xia Fei knew that he must have plenty of other matters to discuss with the rest of the Big Five. After all, this was the time when their war was the most intense. Walking out the place all by himself and down that quiet path, Xia Fei sensed a shred of danger with his keen intuition. He could not help but come to a stop, light a cigarette, and quietly stare at the path ahead. "What's the matter?" Phantom curiously asked. "That feeling's back." "What feeling?" "That feeling of being watched. No, it's different this time. I can also sense a hint of murderous intent." Phantom pouted. "Xia Fei, you said that you're being watched twice already, yet nothing happened both times. Perhaps you ought to set aside time to visit a doctor, that intuition you're so proud of may not be so accurate every time." Xia Fei sparred with Phantom. "No, you should be the one going to see a doctor. Your very existence is illogical. What even is the reason behind someone dying but their spirit living on?" He took 2 steps out, then immediately realized that everything around him was amiss. That ancient antenna tower had disappeared without a trace, and even the trees on both sides of this path were gone, yet the path was still strewn with fallen yellow leaves. This path ahead ought to turn to the left after a dozen or so meters forward, but it had at this point turned into a straight path, which did not seem to end, leading to parts unknown. "Crap! You've entered a spatial plane someone set up prior." Phantom's expression changed greatly as he spoke to Xia Fei in a low voice. "Spatial plane? Do you still remember how I brought you into my spatial plane when we first met?" Phantom asked. Xia Fei nodded. Phantom's spatial plane could change at his will, blue skies and white clouds one moment, craggy mountain ranges the next. The changes were practically endless, making it slightly hard for anyone to believe what was happening. "Don't panic just yet. Every spatial plane has its node, and finding the node will allow you to break free from this plane easily." "How do I find this node?" Xia Fei asked as he got into stance. His finger hovered over his spatial ring, ready to release Celestial Moon at the drop of a hat. Phantom's expression was grim. "By sense. You need to sense your surroundings. The node will be connected to the world beyond, its temperature and lighting have just a slight difference to this plane, an almost imperceptible difference that you must strike with precision in order to break the plane." Xia Fei nodded to himself as he started to look around, scanning his surroundings carefully, but the scene around was all the same, and finding the node was easier said than done. This was when a man slowly appeared in front of Xia Fei like a cloud of dust, materializing from thin air. Xia Fei put his guard up vigilantly. He did not launch his attack, for it was evident that this man had a special ability that Xia Fei had not gotten a full grasp of. Clean Knife let out a soft laugh. His silver butterfly knife appeared, though he did not pounce right upon Xia Fei. Instead, he very rudely used it to pick on his teeth like a hooligan fresh off the streets. "You're Xia Fei?" "Yes, Xia is in summer and Fei is in flight," Xia Fei asked in all seriousness, "and who are you?" "The name's Clean Knife." "Who hired you to kill me?" Clean Knife chuckled, waving his butterfly knife in hand as he answered, "The people who sent me only want your 2 eyes and hands. They don't want you killed." Xia Fei laughed. He took a step forward and calmly countered, "Go ahead and come get my pair of eyes then if you can." Clean Knife beamed as he looked straight at Xia Fei. "I like that you're very confident, but I have to warn you, my butterfly 10 steps kills thousands in 10 steps. You're already trapped in my formation, and also you took your first step in. 9 more and you will be dead." Xia Fei's eyes gleamed as he took a step closer to Clean Knife. He smiled as he asked, "What about now?" Clean Knife shook his head in disappointment as he sighed. "You're still very stubborn. This isn't a joke. Don't you believe me?" Xia Fei took another step forward after Clean Knife said his piece. He then asked softly, "What do you think?" Clean Knife shrugged helplessly. "Looks like you really don't believe me." Xia Fei retorted, "Would you trust the words of someone trying to kill you?" "Not at all." Clean Knife had no idea how to respond to that. He realized that Xia Fei was not only obstinate but also very logical. "Actually, even if no one hired me, I would still seek to kill you. Of course, having someone pay the price for your eyes and hands makes it even better. Nevertheless, your life will be mine. I'll use my strongest combat technique and fight you till one of us dies. This ought to be the standard of courtesy you receive." Xia Fei nodded. "Very good. As a warrior, we should have consciousness of our mortality. As for my retaliation, I'll ensure I do all I can to give you the same." "Thank you." Clean Knife nodded lightly. "Who asked us to be survivors of Heritage Planet? Death is the only outcome for people like us." Xia Fei was startled, quickly throwing out a retort. What did you say? Have you been to Heritage Planet as well? Clean Knife chuckled. You understand now why I must kill you, right? As long as anyone who made their way out of Heritage Planet manages to kill 3 other survivors, they'll obtain the qualifications to return there a second time and train for another year. Xia Fei finished Clean Knife's statement. Anyone who survives Heritage Planet will receive a title called Inheritor. Inheritors have to keep the knowledge of Heritage Planet a secret, or else they'll be killed on the spot. Clean Knife carried on. Returning to Heritage Planet to train for another year, anyone who manages to return will be given the advanced title Blood Heir, and anyone who kills 3 Blood Heirs will be granted a third entry to Heritage Planet, allowing them to train there for 3 years. If they still survive this stint, they'll be granted the ultimate title Rebel and understand the law of space. Either man said the Heritage Planet's oath as if they were reciting something off their memory. Xia Fei and Clean Knife's expressions then became even colder. This is why only one of us will walk out from this alive, for we are both inheritors, Clean Knife declared icily. I agree. Xia Fei calmly pulled out Celestial Moon from his spatial ring, holding it in his hand. No one can stop me from comprehending the law of space. Anybody who gets in my way must die. Almost at the same time, the aura of both Xia Fei and Clean Knife changed. An overwhelming aura of killing intent instantly engulfed their surroundings. Chapter 321, Immortal Weapon. Xia Fei and Clean Knife no longer concealed the killing intent within them, releasing their utmost fighting spirit which overwhelmed their surroundings. What was surprising was that the seemingly overly refined Clean Knife was actually so intense that his killing intent did not lose to Xia Fei's. In fact, it could be considered even stronger by comparison. Both parties stared at each other as they stood a dozen or so meters apart, neither acting rashly. A true expert did not need to be overtly adversarial. This time of peace between the two might turn into bloodshed the next moment. At the same time, Phantom was still frantically searching for the node. After all, this was Clean Knife's spatial plane, and fighting here was as good as Xia Fei digging himself deeper into said trap. It would hardly be beneficial for him at all. You're very strong. Clean Knife's cheeky smile was gone, his comment serious. You're very strong, too. I suppose anyone who can make it out alive from Heritage Planet isn't a weakling, Xia Fei answered. Indeed. Heritage Planet is a place many are crazy about. Since one of us has got to die, why don't we leave our last words with each other? Fine. I'm Clean Knife, a man without any worries. The only thing that I will feel regret over is this butterfly life-taker knife. It's a very important knife to me, so I hope that you'll take it from me if you happen to win, Clean Knife said very earnestly. Xia Fei gave himself a moment's thought before pointing to the blood-red moor stone. Wear this if you win. Clean Knife nodded. I can promise you that. Phantom was stunned. He was a spirit who lived in the moor stone. Without Xia Fei, it would mean that he could only remain in one place, all alone, until the end of time. Xia Fei's condition was to let Clean Knife carry Phantom with him, in order not to let him be too lonely. Though he would not have anyone to talk to, he would at least still be able to see the sights. Phantom's eyes were red as tears welled up. Xia Fei, I will use this spirit life of mine to help you find this node and break this spatial plane, Phantom firmly swore. Xia Fei shook his head. This is my business, you don't have to intervene. Phantom was livid. He knew how stubborn Xia Fei was, and there was no way anyone could change his mind once he had made his decision. Almost at the same time, Clean Knife and Xia Fei slightly nodded to each other. And almost instantly, the two men acted. Xia Fei darted forward, a keen screech could be heard as he unsheathed his celestial moon, turning into circular blades that sealed Clean Knife in every possible direction. These silvery blades glinted in the light, like a pack of hungry wolves bearing their fangs, pouncing on Clean Knife with great ferocity. Whoosh! Clean Knife flashed him a smile and turned himself into dust, disappearing into the air without a trace. All 18 circular blades struck nothing but air. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and retracted his celestial moon. He was looking everywhere around him, alert. Just what sort of ability was that? Xia Fei asked into his consciousness. Must be a stealth type. Phantom offered. That's not right. Xia Fei shook his head. Celestial Moon has sealed off all possible routes of retreat just now, so even if he's on stealth, there shouldn't be any way for him to escape my attack. I don't think that his special ability is stealth, but something that really causes him to vanish. Could it be teleportation? Phantom wondered aloud. Xia Fei shook his head. Not like it, either. Teleport will leave behind an afterimage. Plus, I've cultivated the Beast Spirit Codex, so my eyes are far keener than anyone else's. If he really teleported, I should be able to locate the direction he teleported to and kill him accordingly. No matter the case, this opponent's very dangerous, Xia Fei said gravely. As he said this, the butterfly life-taker knife suddenly appeared above Xia Fei's head, and it was even more frightening than a scene from a horror film. An arm had appeared without a sound in mid-air, and it was even holding onto that knife. There was no head or body attached to this. It was just a lone arm clutching onto the knife. The knife flashed as fast as lightning, going straight for the top of Xia Fei's skull. Just in time. Xia Fei bellowed. His two legs bent as he used his two hands to clash against the blow from the top. He was holding his life-seeker tri-dagger in his left hand with the celestial moon on his right, crisscrossed together right before he went right to cut off this incoming arm. A shocking scene developed once again. Just as the tip of Xia Fei's weapons drove into where Clean Knife's body ought to be, the arm in the air and the knife abruptly disappeared, as if everything had turned into dust. Taking a step back, Xia Fei bit his lip. Evidently, Clean Knife would be a very difficult opponent. The latter's ability to attack and retreat without a trace was not something that the former had come across before, and it was completely unpredictable. An invisible opponent was the most dreadful thing to face. There was no telling if Clean Knife would just appear in the next second, launching a fatal blow at Xia Fei while leaving him completely unaware where the assailant was. If you want to hide from me, then so be it. Xia Fei roared, opening his two arms wide. Celestial moon went flying, its 18 blades sweeping across the entire spatial plane like streaking meteors. This was an aimless attack, and the circular blades were dancing all around as the sound of tearing wind could be heard as loud as thunder. At the same time, Xia Fei pulled out the third weapon from his spatial ring, Bloodthirsty Screech. Bloodthirsty Screech had quite the appearance of uninhibited brutality, and adding in the life-seeker tri-dagger that Xia Fei was holding in his left hand, it made for the weirdest weapon combination ever, and this was even as Celestial Moon continued to wreak havoc everywhere around Xia Fei. Xia Fei has plenty of weapons on him, but just what is he trying to do? Clean Knife furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, this while still in his dust form. Celestial Moon's aimless yet violent flight all around Xia Fei was making it impossible for him to get near Xia Fei, since he would be sliced by that ever-present circular blade formation if he were to show himself. Similarly, Xia Fei could not injure Clean Knife, for he simply had no clue where he was hiding. This was what was so great about the dust ability. By turning himself into something as small as a molecule which was one with the air, it was as if this spatial plane itself was Clean Knife. Is he trying to buy himself more time? That makes no sense. He isn't going to win no matter how long this goes on. I'm totally capable of waiting till he expends all his energy before making my attack, and it'll save me a lot more effort than attempting it now. Clean Knife was still talking to himself. That was when Clean Knife suddenly noticed that Xia Fei had raised that savage long sword in his hand high up, seemingly about to deliver an attack right at the node. Every spatial plane could not be completely sealed off from the outside world, and this very connection was also known as the node. Normally, the higher the cultivation, the smaller the node. In fact, it could even be as small as micrometers long and not something any average human could easily find. Since Xia Fei had managed to locate the node, it also meant that as long as he continued his attacks, he would be able to break his butterfly 10 steps formation. Break! The tip of his sword slashed the air, and though there was nothing around, this one cut he delivered actually caused the entire space around to tremble violently. The scene all around became twisted as that long path ahead started to writhe like a snake. The corner of Xia Fei's mouth curled, and he knew that he had discovered the node. As long as he put in a bit more strength, he would most definitely be able to break this damn spatial plane. Clean Knife panicked. The person who made the spatial plane would be one with it, and breaking this plane essentially meant his death as well. He suddenly appeared some dozens of meters away from Xia Fei, his palm lightly touching his bosom as he pulled out a black mechanical snake. Crap! That's an immortal weapon that the ancient civilization created, the butterfly serpent. Phantom anxiously yelled when he saw that black metal snake. Xia Fei was startled. He did not know what this butterfly serpent was, but he knew very well about weapon grades. This seemingly unremarkable little black snake was actually an immortal grade weapon, and he knew without even asking that it would most definitely have an incomparably powerful combat strength. Clean Knife lightly tapped the butterfly serpent with his finger, as if switching it on. The black snake promptly came to life. It bent its body backward and shot toward Xia Fei like a beam of laser. "Break, damn it!" Xia Fei yelled so loudly it was as if he had gone insane. He actually chose not to dodge or evade this incoming attack and continued to strike the node. Just as the butterfly serpent was about to reach Xia Fei, the man suddenly did an unimaginable motion. He swung out bloodthirsty screech with all his might as he followed it up with the Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger in his left hand. A longsword, which was well over 1.5 meters, and a short and powerful dagger struck the node in succession. Just as these two weapons were unleashed, Celestial Moon, which was still dancing in the air, exploded into action. Every single weapon that Xia Fei had in his arsenal was all sent to the same target, all sharing the same mission: break Clean Knife's spatial plane. Xia Fei threw caution to the wind and made his attacks, but that also caused him to lose his chance of escaping. That butterfly serpent was like a very agile little snake, rapidly coiling itself around Xia Fei's torso as it tightened its grip. Bloodthirsty screech stabbed right into the node, and it caused the entire world around Xia Fei to spin. Crack! The butterfly serpent suddenly started to contract, and that sound came from Xia Fei's bones. "Fine. Guess we'll just have to die together." Clean Knife bellowed, the butterfly life-taker knife in his hand going right for Xia Fei's throat. The butterfly serpent was still growing in length, and it was beginning to envelop Xia Fei's knee, essentially immobilizing him on the spot. Logically speaking, it was very hard for anyone to evade Clean Knife's plunging butterfly life-taker knife given the present circumstances. Yet what Clean Knife had no idea of was that Xia Fei still had his sly thrust technique to rely on. It was the most unpredictable body technique in the living world, which completely disregarded common sense. Digging in with his toes, Xia Fei's body was able to lean backward and turn to his side, reclining it as if he was lying down. Clean Knife completely did not expect this person to be able to twist his body despite being completely immobilized. His butterfly life-taker knife barely caught the tip of Xia Fei's hair in that one strike, still a centimeter away from Xia Fei's scalp. This unbelievable mid-air rotation won Xia Fei about 0.5 seconds, and in a fight between experts, 0.5 seconds was more than enough to turn the tide of combat. Ping ping ping. Several dull thuds rang out. Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger and Celestial Moon had struck the node one after another. After taking 2 slashes from bloodthirsty screech, this node lost half of its defenses and it was already shaking. As Xia Fei's body plopped down on the ground, Clean Knife's spatial plane also disappeared. As the spatial plane shared its life with its owner, Clean Knife only felt a suffocating feeling overwhelming his chest. He staggered, barely managing to take several steps before collapsing down on the ground. His face paled, as his breathing became shallower by the second. Tried as he might to free himself from the butterfly serpent's coiled grip, this metal chain was sturdy and simply refused to budge. "There's no need to struggle anymore. What you have on you is an immortal-grade weapon. Not just you, even a super expert won't be able to free themselves from it," Phantom consoled Xia Fei. Before Phantom could even finish his speech, Xia Fei saw Furball climb out from his bosom, a look of anger etched across its face, seemingly unhappy that this black metal chain had awoken it from some wonderful dream. With a tiny harumph, Furball turned to this immortal-grade weapon and gave it a vicious bite. Chapter 322, Butterfly Serpent. Xia Fei had never once wanted to kill a ball more than today. What was presently restricting Xia Fei was an immortal-grade weapon, yet Furball had just chomped down on this priceless and precious binding weapon, which could even restrict an immortal rank expert like a dumpling. Furball's eyes flashed with anger. It had originally been having a wonderful dream in Xia Fei's bosom, yet this black snake-like metal chain had so rudely awakened him. Furball was very displeased, and an exotic beast had their little tempers. Despite Furball being just a ball of fur, even it could get angry. "Don't!" Xia Fei shouted in a hurry. No one had any idea just what sort of creature was Furball, but Xia Fei knew very well that it was not some low-grade exotic beast. Just from it being able to absorb energy like crazy showed that the pet could very well swallow even hard metal into its belly. Unfortunately, Furball ignored this shout. It opened its mouth and gave the black, snake-like chain a vicious bite. Shing! The butterfly serpent, which was originally coiled tightly around Xia Fei, suddenly slackened, much like a snake that had been drained of its blood, falling weakly onto the ground. Xia Fei leaped to his feet and grabbed Furball, angrily barking, "Do you know what you've done? That's an immortal-grade weapon. It's worth a lot of money." Furball, of course, had no clue what money was, for all it cared was knowing whether it could eat that or not. The crafty Furball had this charmingly naive expression, acting all coy as it hopped onto Xia Fei's palm, vigorously using its small, pink tongue to lick Xia Fei's finger. Xia Fei was now caught between two hard decisions. On one hand, the immortal-grade weapon that Furball had ruined was worth a lot of money. Xia Fei was beside himself with anger over this, and he wished that he could just kill it. On the other hand, Furball itself could be a Beast King-grade exotic beast, possibly an expensive and precious creature. If he killed it, Xia Fei would only end up doubling his losses, yet there was no way he could contain the rage inside him. Just what should he do? The butterfly serpent isn't completely ruined. Furball only drained half of its energy, Phantom suddenly said. Xia Fei hurriedly pocketed Furball into his bosom as he picked up that snake-like chain, holding it in his hand to observe. Look, there's a casing in the rear end of this butterfly serpent, and that's where its energy storage system is placed. If I'm not mistaken, it should utilize the Heart of Spirit as a power source. Xia Fei opened the casing that Phantom had pointed at and pulled out several red Heart of Spirits from his spatial ring to toss inside it. Sure enough, the butterfly serpent came alive once again, coiling itself around Xia Fei's arm as if it was a living snake. This is quite a find. The ancient humans back then designed this butterfly serpent for the purpose of apprehending criminals. Even a high-rank speed ability user will have trouble escaping its pursuit. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. I've seen it in action just now, I would hardly call it fast. I could have escaped if I ran at my top speed. Phantom chuckled. The butterfly serpent isn't a speed weapon, but it's the sort that will very slowly increase its top speed during pursuit. As long as it has power, it won't stop until it completes its capture. Xia Fei was, of course, delighted to have obtained an immortal-grade weapon. Weapons were similarly ranked like special abilities, starting off from Star Light, Star Base, Star Domain, Star River, Legendary, Eternal up to Immortal. The grade of this butterfly serpent far outstripped any weapon Xia Fei had in his possession. Holding it in his hand, he gently caressed the butterfly serpent with his fingers. Its matte texture gave him the feeling that he was stroking a piece of cow leather that had been very finely polished, which only showed just how exquisitely crafted this weapon was. Where's Clean Knife? Phantom exclaimed. Xia Fei hastily turned around and looked behind him, only to find the place where Clean Knife had collapsed earlier to be empty. There was even the outline of a man lying on the ground where he had just been, yet the person himself had disappeared into thin air. Just what was going on? Xia Fei and Phantom had quite the canny senses, yet neither realized when Clean Knife had escaped. The spatial plane is linked to the user's life, so breaking his spatial plane equals to taking his life, Phantom said helplessly. Xia Fei pursed his lips. He's a very scary opponent. I don't wish to have such an enemy in this world. Besides, I have yet to retrieve the activation code for my second visit to Heritage Planet, so I won't let him off so easily. Storing that butterfly serpent into his spatial ring, Xia Fei immediately made his way to the impaler. He first used his black bat radar to inform Sarah and the others to set off before flying his impaler to the stars, searching for any clues that Clean Knife might have survived. Xia Fei only returned to Yaoyi's military base in the evening of the second day. Opening his bay doors, Xia Fei heaved a light sigh. Though he had searched for any trace of Clean Knife, it was still very tough to locate a single person in the sea of stars. There was a rare hustle and bustle in the base, for the soldiers tasked with staying back and guarding the base had all dropped whatever they were doing and arrived by the tarmac to carry goods. Aside from the energy shield boosters, there was also plenty of foodstuff and ammunition. These were among their urgently needed necessities. Where'd you go? Sarah was currently supervising the workers with the unloading when she anxiously set aside her work to run over to Xia Fei, evidently very concerned. Xia Fei shrugged. I just went for a little trip around outside. Have you gotten what I wanted? Sarah replied, everything's ready. What are you going to do with so much food and light weaponry? Porter has a soulmate living here in Black Abyss. Though he didn't openly mention this, I could tell that he's very concerned over her well-being, asking me several things about the situation here before I departed. That's why I've decided to swing by and visit her, maybe even bring her back into the alliance if possible. If she refuses, I'll leave her with enough supplies at the very least, so that she can continue living in this harsh environment. Sarah had a stubborn personality. Despite looking all fierce every day, she was actually the typical, soft-hearted person with a hearty exterior. She had the slightest smile as she asked, I didn't think you'd be so kind. I'm sure Uncle Porter would be very happy if he were to know about this. May I join you? Xia Fei hurriedly waved his hand. It's not safe out there. Besides, it's not a good idea for a single man and woman to share the same roof. Plus, Big Sister Windchime isn't fond of strangers, so it's best if I go alone. Xia Fei was, of course, more than aware of Sarah's thoughts, which was why he was in a hurry to reject the offer. Before Sarah could say another word, Yi could already be seen marching over enthusiastically. I'll go make the arrangements to have what you want transfer on board your ship, Sarah said before jogging away. Xia Fei, you've really sent me a huge gift this time. We're presently in a dire lack of rations, ammunition, and medical supplies. These goods you brought can be said to quell all my urgent needs. Yi excitedly expressed his appreciation. Xia Fei smiled. Brother Yi, you're mistaken. I'm only temporarily leaving these goods here in your base and will immediately transfer hands once I locate buyers. Yi's face paled as he asked, a little annoyed, are you perhaps afraid that I won't be able to afford it? Xia Fei quickly put on a smile and said, that's not what I mean. If I wanted to hide all this from you, I wouldn't even have them unload these goods here. I, of course, have no problem if you want to buy them, I'm just afraid that the price. Yi waved his hand dismissively. A seller will always ask for the most, while a buyer will only offer their least. I understand how business works. Give me your starting price. Xia Fei was now smiling cunningly. You do have what I want, and quite a lot of them as well. What is it? Men, Xia Fei said. Yi wrinkled his forehead. I'm not going to deny that the Death Tri region has an active slave trade. Though I'm very opposed to using humans as goods, this is a place where law and order is hardly enforced, and there are but limited sources of income. That's why I can only treat the illegal slave trade with one eye closed. I know quite a few slave traders here in the Black Abyss. Just tell me how many you need and I'll find a way to get them for you. Xia Fei shook his head without any hesitation. I don't want slaves. Then, what do you want? Soldiers. Men who have been to war, killed people, and have seen bloodshed. Veterans who are well versed in operating various kinds of machinery and hardware. Combat veterans. Yi was shocked, and he very swiftly told Xia Fei with much vehemence, as a general, how could I let the most powerful men under my command be sold off like that? Forget it. Xia Fei laughed uproariously. Brother Yi, I of course know how much you care about your soldiers, but you haven't even let me finish. I don't want slaves. Once your war is over, promise to let the soldiers I've selected to leave your service immediately and that'll do. As for whether they'll be willing to leave with me, I can deal with that myself. Yi was a lot more amenable to this after hearing what Xia Fei said, though he could not help but have his doubts. Just what exactly do you want to do with these combat veterans? Xia Fei answered, look, we have a prior agreement. If the Black Abyss Consortium wins the war, I'll have a large piece of land to me. I've got the land, so how can I not have the men to protect it? I can buy warships, but where will I buy the troops, and where will I find veterans with proper combat experience? That's why I want you to give me a chance to recruit a batch of experienced soldiers, who will help me guard my borders. Yi finally understood what Xia Fei was trying to do. He could not help but marvel that the recruitment of a private army from his was a brilliant idea. The entire alliance was in an age of peace, and it was only here in Black Abyss that there was a war ongoing. A soldier who had not seen a lick of blood or combat was not qualified to be called a soldier, so if Xia Fei was only interested in recruiting combat veterans, the Death Tri region was the only place he could do this. Furthermore, these soldiers would be born here in the Death Tri region, making them familiar with the local customs and people. When Xia Fei ultimately owned his part of space, having these people acting to secure his borders could not be any more appropriate. To think that Xia Fei would have considered all these factors before the ink had even dried on their contract. It was hard to tell if he had actually planned ahead or was just very optimistic about everything. Yi was still hesitating, eliciting a laugh from Xia Fei. I know that you are unwilling to let the soldiers you've personally trained go, but this is a fair choice to make. You aren't possibly thinking of having your soldiers fight for you their whole lives, are you? That paltry salary you're providing may not even be enough for them to find women to marry. When the war's over, let them join my private army, earn a bit more so that they can marry someone, and live their lives. That'll be what's fair to them. Besides, if they choose to follow you to the death, I won't snatch them away, either. It still depends on the choices they make. You don't have to give me an answer right away. I'm off to meet an old friend, so it won't be too late for you to come to a decision after my return. 36 hours later, on the planet where Windchime was staying. The impaler appeared out of its wormhole, and in front of Xia Fei was a planet in ruins. Thick, black smoke could be seen covering the skies. Xia Fei's heart shuddered as he slapped his command console before him, croaking, "Shit." Chapter 323, A Battle Transcending Ship Grades. The planet that Windchime resided on was in a state of destruction. There were billowing clouds of black smoke everywhere as if it had recently been ransacked. An emergency alert blared the instant the impaler exited its wormhole. Alert! Unknown warships rapidly approaching our current position. Xia Fei hastily glanced at the radar system and noticed that there were 2 frigates swiftly accelerating toward him. Activate the energy shield and have all weapon systems at the ready. Lock onto all enemy targets. Shum! The plume from the impaler's engine burst out, very quickly doing a complete about turn with its powerful propulsion, making a burn straight for the 2 frigates which were heading toward him. The radar system indicated that the 2 were Amarian Tormentor-class frigates, possessing decent firepower and defense, though their speed and maneuverability were lacking. Charge up to them and give them a sound beating. Xia Fei barked out his orders. The enemy had surprisingly discovered that Xia Fei did not just stand his ground but also accelerated into a charge right for them. They could not help but be somewhat shocked, even as they made a sudden split to the left and right in an attempt to increase their distance with Xia Fei. The impaler was not a model of warship commonly seen in the Alliance, so the enemy had never encountered such a ship before, which was why they had their misgivings toward it. Thinking of running away? Not so easy. Activate the warp disruptor as well as the stasis web of fire. Hold them in place. Zing! The disruptor and traction beam shot out. Xia Fei watched as the speed of the 2 tormentors rapidly dropped, slowing down to a tortoise's crawl in a brief moment. This was one of the features that the impaler boasted: it was able to stall 3 targets at once before unloading its full arsenal upon these targets and killing them. In battle, firepower was but one aspect of combat, while being able to ensnare the enemy was another. If a warship lacked the capability to catch its opponent within range of the attack, it would not matter how superior of a firepower it possessed. As long as the opponent could do an emergency warp, it would be capable of evading the attack. As a heavy assault cruiser which possessed the firepower of a battleship, the impaler's firepower could not only be deemed insane, it could also hold its own when it came to ensnaring enemy ships. Therefore, unless they were able to keep the impaler from coming near them forever, anyone who might find themselves within range of its disruptor or traction beam could only find death awaiting them. Thus, the impaler could be called the king of battles within its radius. Unfortunately, these 2 tormentors had no clue about the characteristics of the impaler, so it was as if they had gotten themselves caught on a venomous spider's web, with no hope of ever escaping from their fate. Thumb thumb! Both tormentors realized the danger they were in and began attacking at the same time. The white glows fired from their pulse laser cannons scored across the impaler, but it was nothing but an ineffective struggle in the throes of death. The impaler was a T2 elite heavy assault ship, and there was no way these 2 puny frigates could break his defenses without a battleship-grade firepower. Keep closing in on them and fire at will the moment they are within range, Xia Fei ruthlessly commanded. Alert! Another unknown warship is attempting to get a target lock on us. Xia Fei lowered his gaze to the radar and he subconsciously felt his heart skip a bit. A battleship. An Amarian Armageddon-class battleship was closing in on him fast. The impaler defeating a battleship 2 grades above its own was just a theoretical possibility, and it had never been attempted in reality at all. The data and actual combat were 2 different things altogether. After all, immediate response to an ever-changing battlefield was one such factor that cold and hard data could not comprehensively calculate. Alert! Another fleet is attempting to close in on us. Another. Phantom could not help but moan out loud. Another fleet of small warships had appeared in the distance. They consisted of 3 Metal Rupture-class cruisers and 2 Kaldarian Ferox-class battlecruisers. It was evident that they were a fleet with these other warships. This was to say that Xia Fei was about to take on 8 enemy ships, with one of them being an Armageddon-class battleship. The impaler would have a tough time just taking on the battleship alone, and just what sort of outcome could he expect now that he was facing against 8 different warships? Knitting his eyebrows together, Xia Fei decisively gave the order. Do a hard burn over. Continue the attack. Whoosh! The impaler immediately flew right up to a tormentor, and all 7 of his enhanced neutron blasters fired simultaneously. Boom boom boom! Something unexpected had happened. The impaler took 3 salvo of fire before it took down a tormentor. A bright big ball of fire engulfed the ship. The range of the enhanced neutron blasters was short, but it had a very quick fire rate. Every 1.5 seconds was another salvo, which meant to say that it took not even 5 seconds for that Tormentor-class frigate to be brought down once the Impaler was within range of it. To think the Impaler has such impressive firepower! Xia Fei could not help but exclaim loudly. Neutron blasters sure live up as the Alliance's top firepower output. With this experiment completed, Xia Fei's confidence soared greatly. Lock onto that Armageddon-class battleship with all our warp disruptors and stasis web afire. I want it completely stalled in place, Xia Fei commanded. Phantom curled his lips, feeling incredulous. You can't possibly be thinking of using a battleship as a test target, right? That's a proper killing machine, just its size alone is several dozen times ours. Shut up! When a commander is in command, nobody is allowed to express their opinion, Xia Fei arrogantly snarled. Phantom felt wronged, but he did not protest. It was a huge taboo for anyone to bother a commander when they were in the middle of taking command of a battle. On the battlefield, a soldier's responsibility was to heed the orders given. Even if the commander gave the order to climb a mountain of blades, it was the soldier's task to charge forward without any hesitation. Close in on the second Tormentor and unload all guns on it. Boom boom boom. 3 thunderous salvos of blasters fired, and another glow of fire appeared against the darkness of space. Xia Fei did not celebrate, for he knew very well that the 2 frigates were just the appetizers for this course. There was still a powerful battleship, which would prove to be the true challenge of this fight he had to take on. The Impaler was only the size of a cruiser, and the head-to-head against the heavily armored and insane firepower of the Armageddon-class battleship was on the cusp of breaking out. The range of pulse laser cannons was far greater than the enhanced neutron cannons that the Impaler was equipped with. This was why, before Xia Fei could get anywhere near it, the enemy battleship already fired off their first volley. The rumble of the cannon fire was deafening. The sound of the large pulse laser cannons was so loud that it was akin to the dull clap of thunder. This one volley from the battleship struck the waist of the Impaler, and the ship interior instantly rocked violently from the attack. What a strong firepower! Give me a damage report, stat. Xia Fei did not wait for the warship to settle before he yelled his order. Energy shield suffered 31% damage. Hull completely intact. Very good. Xia Fei could hardly contain his excitement. A heavy assault cruiser was not only battleship grade in terms of firepower, even its defense was up to par. To lose merely 31% of its energy shield against a volley of cannon fire from a battleship, such an outstanding defense was simply hard to believe. An assessment of the enemy's energy accumulation estimates the next volley to arrive in about 8.7 seconds. Xia Fei nodded. While the battleship has a strong firepower, its attack speed is slow. It needs time to accumulate the energy needed after every volley, and that's our chance. Engage in passive defense, prepare to brace for the next volley. Go go go. I want to get right up next to the ship in one go. Have the energy shield boosters operational at 100%. Boom. Sure enough, just as Xia Fei's words escaped his lips, another volley came from the Armageddon-class battleship. The ship interior shook violently once more, and everything that was not nailed down, water bottles, couches, or whatever else, flew everywhere. Damage report. Get the overclocking chip ready. Prepare to overclock. Due to how small the exterior of the Impaler was, the accuracy of the large pulse laser cannons was not exactly high. After all, the larger the caliber of the cannon, the greater the misalignment, not to mention that battleships were mainly adjusted to target large warships. The Impaler did not suffer any lasting damage from the 2 volleys, and it was instead able to agilely close in next to the Armageddon. Fire! Give it a thoroughly savage bombardment. Overclock at 100%. After overclocking, the enhanced neutron blasters could reach up to an astonishing 0.9 seconds per salvo. A strange scene developed amidst the stars. A small heavy assault cruiser had snared a huge battleship within its grasp and was now giving it a sound beating. It was like a child wailing upon a muscular adult. Anyone who saw such a scene could not help but be stupefied by what was happening, for it was simply far too bizarre. The 7 blasters kept firing brightly, and the intensity of the firepower was simply bewildering. There would be more than 10 shells landing on the battleship every second, and such a feeling was similar to setting firecrackers on the roof of a car. It was like a never-ending fusillade. On the other hand, the bulky Armageddon battleship needed more than 10 seconds for each of its volley. It was like a short and small speed boxer facing up against a big and heavyweight competitor. Logically speaking, it should be the heavyweight boxer who held the upper hand, but the reality of the situation had the skinny and small speed boxer pinning his opponent down on the ground and raining blows like a torrential storm with both fists. You are now in my world once we get into my range of fire. Fire! Keep up the relentless firing. Xia Fei was consumed by his excitement. He slammed a punch on his command console as he gave the order. Alert! 3 minutes until the enemy fleet gets into range. Xia Fei coldly snorted. 3 minutes is more than enough. The neutron blaster was a weapon that had a severe weakness, and that was its range, but the moment a warship with neutron blasters equipped were to close in on their target, it would instead be a huge calamity for any warship because of just how insanely high its overall damage output could reach. The Impaler very nimbly circled around that Armageddon-class battleship, using its speed to avoid the attacks coming from the enemy. The large pulse laser cannons possessed strong firepower, but their accuracy became terrible once they were used on targets close to them. It was completely incapable of breaking the Impaler's energy shield even after 3 salvos of cannon fire, but of course, that was also due to the energy shield boosters playing a vital role in all this. The Armageddon-class battleship was slowly unable to hold out the attack as raging fire after fire erupted around its hull. Looking out, Xia Fei could even see the ship's crew frantically fleeing in escape pods. Success! The combat prowess of the Impaler surpassed even my wildest imagination. Reality has proven that it is simply not even on par with battleships but greatly surpasses them in actual combat. Heavens! A cruiser taking down a battleship! I wouldn't even believe this if I hadn't witnessed this with my 2 eyes. Phantom was so thrilled that his 2 hands were tearing at his hair. One final push. Sink this ship! Xia Fei's eyes were bloodshot as he gave this merciless order. Chapter 324, The Gilded Green Face Beast. Just put in more effort and kill it. Xia Fei's eyes were scarlet as he fiendishly ordered. This Armageddon class was already on the verge of collapse, fire gushing out of it and the occasional explosions coming from within it, proclaiming its imminent doomsday. Xia Fei was very excited. He could not help but be excited. As one of the first people in the alliance to obtain a brand new and elite heavy assault cruiser, he was very likely to be the first person in the human-occupied territory to use such a cruiser in battle. Reality proved that heavy assault cruisers had an enormous advantage when dealing with a single battleship. Of course, this advantage was based on the fact that his foe was not very familiar with this new model of battleship. If the Armageddon class had been fitted with a stasis web of fire like the Impaler and was able to keep his ship immobile, it could volley it with its large pulse laser cannons, and Xia Fei's chances of survival would be grim in that scenario. If the battleship was equipped with the capture, energy drain, and electronic disruption systems, then while the Impaler might not lose, victory today would not be so easy. Battleships were of enormous sizes, and the fireworks produced by their explosion were incomparable, lighting up the entire night sky. Unsatisfied, Xia Fei prepared to destroy the 5 other warships which had arrived as reinforcements. Alas, when he looked at his radar and prepared to give the order to charge, several temporary wormholes opened up. Upon seeing one of their friendly warships destroyed, these scoundrels actually chose to run away. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and sat back in the command chair. As he recalled the battle just then, his lips curled up into a smile. I still think that you are being too risky just then. Heavy assault cruisers can take on battleships, which are 2 levels higher, but only in theory. How could you just start attacking without even being sure of your chances of winning? It's a good thing the enemy's backup ships couldn't approach in time, or else we would suffer a big loss, Phantom resentfully said. Xia Fei blew out a smoke circle before casually remarking, if you don't put things into practice, you'll never know the truth. I was actually planning to run away, but when I saw that the Impaler needed only 3 volleys to destroy a Tormentor, I changed my mind. That sort of fantastical battle is only plausible right now. Once the entire alliance learns of these heavy assault cruisers and begin researching ways to deal with the heaven-defying T2 elite ships, we'll have to choose our battles more carefully. Xia Fei paused a moment before continuing. Today, I once more verified the theory that I've always been pushing for. What theory? There's no such thing as the strongest ship or strongest module. The ship is just a platform. The parts that one installs on this platform ultimately decide the function of the ship. Xia Fei did not spend much time chatting with Phantom. Phantom was an amateur when it came to ships, modules, and machinery, and he found nothing of interest in chatting with an amateur. Moreover, Wind Chime's unknown fate still hung heavily in Xia Fei's heart. Old Porter was very fond of Wind Chime. If something really happened to her, the old man might be unable to recover. He was necessary to Quantum Holdings, and anything that happened to him would have far-reaching effects on the expansion plans Xia Fei was planning to carry out. The ship descended in a sea of fire. The powerful sandstorm had fanned the flames into an even greater frenzy. Xia Fei wrapped a scarf around his mouth. This was to block the sand, but it was also because he disliked the smell of burning corpses. Everyone would die, but to die without dignity like this made Xia Fei somewhat sad. In the shattered city, a small number of people began coming out to clean up their pillaged homes. A naked woman sat in a gloomy corner, her head buried in her arms as she wept. Her disheveled hair and filth-covered body told everyone what sort of nightmare she had experienced. An old man looked at his collapsed house and sighed. Bending down, he began to sort through the debris for anything useful. Turning the corner, Xia Fei saw several people attempting to put out the flames of a burning house. A useless man wailed. "It's gone, it's all gone." His head was buried in his arms. His wife was made of tougher stuff, with a babe wrapped in swaddling cloth as it sucked on her breast. She angrily cursed her good-for-nothing husband and ordered him to stand back up. It was fine as long as they were still alive, a house could be rebuilt while lives lost could not be returned. A man, who was helping out with the fire, noticed Xia Fei. He used an arm to wipe at the sweat on his forehead, leaving behind a pitch-black stain. "Have you come to find Miss Windchim?" asked the man once he reached him. Xia Fei very cautiously nodded. The man sighed. "I've seen you before. You ate quite a lot of chilies at Windchim's bar. That's the first time I've seen someone eat so many chilies. Is the bar okay?" Xia Fei asked. The man shook his head. "It's gone, but Miss Windchim is still around. I'll take you to her." Xia Fei nodded and followed the man out of the city. The sandstorm's power was blunted within the city, but as soon as he got out, he found it hard to open his eyes. As Xia Fei followed the man 5 or 6 kilometers out into the arid desert, he grew increasingly suspicious. Windchim was a frail woman, so why had she run off into the boundless desert? In front of him, he could vaguely make out yellow castles of sand. The locals had made them by mixing sand with a special type of resin, and it was said that they were tougher than steel. They were buildings unique to this planet, but with the increasing desertification of the land, the resin used to build these castles was nowhere to be found. This particular castle, which was in a state of disrepair, had probably been built a long time ago. "Come on, Miss Windchim is inside." The man turned to Xia Fei as he spoke aloud. The sandstorm blew strongly here, and the man needed to shout with all his strength for Xia Fei to hear him. Xia Fei nodded but said nothing. Instead, he secretly took out the Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger, keeping it concealed in his palm. Pushing open the door, the man warmly called Xia Fei over. "Little brother, hurry and get in. The sandstorm outside is too strong. There's water in here that you can use to wash your face." Just like all the buildings built by the locals, the doors and windows were double-layered to keep out the sand. Yellow dust had covered the windows, casting the room into darkness. Xia Fei frowned and suddenly charged inside. Whoosh! The sharp edge of the dagger swept across the necks of the gunmen hiding in the shadows. The Life-Seeker Tri-Dagger moved up as Xia Fei pressed its edge on the man's neck. The man had just been about to give Xia Fei water to wash his face, but the shabby metal basin had instead struck the ground with a clank. Accompanying it were the thuds of bodies hitting the ground. The man was dumbfounded. Xia Fei had taken less than a second to kill these people. This sort of superhuman strength was far beyond his abilities to handle. His face turned ashen, sweat drenching his forehead. "Who are you? What happened to Windchim?" Xia Fei coldly asked, his eyes flashing. He had no reason to treat people who had tried to ambush him kindly. Around another 300 kilometers into the desert was a canyon. Xia Fei carried the man as if he were a little chicken as he looked down the canyon. "Windchim is down there." "Yes, Windchim and the rebel army are hiding in this canyon, but I don't know their exact location." Crack! With a light twist of his palm, Xia Fei snapped the man's arm, upon which, the man fainted from the pain. Pack pack! With 2 heavy slaps, Xia Fei brutally awakened the man. "Tell me the truth. 70 kilometers to the south is Windchim's base. There are venomous snakes here. You absolutely shouldn't go down. There we go." Whoosh! He disappeared once more. 70 kilometers was just a light stroll to Xia Fei, and he arrived almost instantly. With the man's directions, Xia Fei made his way down the twisting road into the canyon. Things were much calmer at the bottom of the canyon, with the biting winds blowing overhead. Caves had been dug out of the sides of the canyon, appearing very old. They used to mine Shire or here. Wen Qim and her group are hiding in these mine shafts. These shafts are all connected, so Mr. Lorenzo can't flush them out even though he wants to. The man hurriedly divulged what he knew, fearing that Xia Fei would be unhappy and give him another slap. He had barely spoken when Xia Fei gave him another firm slap, striking him dumb. There's no need to call that low whatever, who's chasing Wen Qim, mister? Xia Fei viciously spat. Xia Fei was a speed ability user and also had very sharp senses and observation abilities. Thus, it had not taken long for him to notice that there was someone hiding in a cave and watching him. I'm Xia Fei. I've come to find Wen Qim. Please inform her as quickly as possible. Xia Fei shouted at the cave and then sat himself on a rock and lit a cigarette. He threw his captive to the ground so hard that the man saw stars. It was not long before he heard clear and bright laughter in the distance. Xia Fei, why are you here? Xia Fei followed the voice and saw old porter's close female friend, Wen Qim. She was dressed in a combat attire, had a Cortez Model 4 laser gun at her hip, and had a military knife sheathed into her leather boot. She had a rather valiant and heroic bearing. The hot and spicy chili meal once more ignited Xia Fei's appetite. Wen Qim smiled on the side as she watched. Farther off were a group of strong-looking men holding a variety of weapons. They were a motley band of soldiers. Miss Wen Qim, when did you suddenly become part of the rebel army? Xia Fei asked as he put out his cigarette. Wen Qim passed over a napkin so that he could clean his face, and then she chuckled. I've always been. The last time you came, I was already planning on overthrowing Lorenzo's regime. With the Death Tri region embroiled in a free-for-all, the situation is getting worse and worse, more and more complicated. This is our chance. Lorenzo was a local tyrant in the Black Abyss, and this planet belonged to him. From what Wen Qim had said, the man was an absolute tyrant who had committed all kinds of misdeeds, making life extremely hard for the common folk. Porter. Is he doing well? Wen Qim hesitated a moment before asking. Xia Fei replied, he's okay. He's thrown himself into work, hardly giving himself any time to eat. It's probably because thinking about a certain person makes his heart ache too much, so he doesn't dare to give himself any free time. Wen Qim grimaced, and then she silently lowered her head, a hint of shame and remorse on her face. Come with me to the Alliance. At least, there's no war there, and life will be quieter, Xia Fei sincerely said. Wen Qim shook her head. Look at that. All these brothers are depending on me, and all the people here are looking forward to the day where they get free. How could I abandon them? Xia Fei smiled, but just when he was about to make his prepared argument to persuade Wen Qim into coming with him, a man wearing a golden necklace walked over and mysteriously said, Miss Wen Qim, the time has come. We must set out now. Miss Wen Qim, why don't you talk later? If we can get the gilded green face beast, we'll have the money to buy the guns and ammo to take down Lorenzo's base, a man with a large beard quipped. The man with a necklace rolled his eyes, seemingly annoyed by his comrade's bluntness. Xia Fei froze, then he swiftly asked, is that gilded green face beast the one that can use the elements of ice and fire? Chapter 325, Not Negotiable. Xia Fei froze, then he swiftly asked, is this gilded green face beast the one that can use the elements of ice and fire? The man with the golden necklace was clearly very suspicious of Xia Fei. He creased his brows and turned to Wen Qim, hoping to hear her opinion. Wen Qim casually tossed back her long hair and nodded. Pillar, this is my good friend Xia Fei. I guarantee that he's good. Pillar hurriedly nodded. Miss Wen Qim, since he's your friend, I'll tell him everything. He turned to Xia Fei and explained, Lorenzo has a subordinate on this planet called Bai Hao. He's responsible for bullying around poor people like us and milking us for goods and women. Recently, our spy learned that Bai Hao obtained an exotic beast from somewhere called the Gilded Green Face. Apparently, this exotic beast is of a very high grade and is worth a lot of money, so we plan to seize it before Bai Hao can deliver it to Lorenzo. I won't hide it from you. While we call ourselves the Rebel Army, we're made up of small traders and peasants and lack any decent weapons. We stand no chance against Lorenzo's mercenary army, so we plan to exchange this exotic beast for guns and ammo to arm ourselves. The spy told us that Bai Hao, worried that a long delay can cause trouble, will be moving this valuable exotic beast to his personal residence tomorrow, so we have to move out immediately. Wen Qim nodded, indicating that Pillar was telling the truth. Once Phantom was done listening, he could no longer restrain himself and hastily told Xia Fei, "That's a gilded green face, a high-grade exotic beast second only to Beast King grade beasts. There are times when furball isn't that useful, but if you get to make this gilded green face your beast, it'll be of great help to you." Xia Fei was familiar with the Beast Spirit Codex, so he naturally understood how frightening a exotic beast like the gilded green face was. A exotic beast like that helping him was certain to be a big boost to his fighting power. Smiling, Xia Fei told Wind Chim, "Miss Wind Chim, would you like to make a trade?" Wind Chim smiled back. "What sort of trade?" Xia Fei replied, "Don't you need weapons and ammo? I happen to have a batch with me. It's on my ship. In addition, I also have some food and medicine. If you're willing, I can use these to trade for the gilded green face." The men in the back stood up immediately upon hearing about weapons and supplies. "You're serious?" "I'm serious. Miss Wind Chim, we don't have much use for a exotic beast. Why don't we take this trade?" "That's right. Miss Wind Chim, the Death Tri region is embroiled in a war right now, and even if we have money, it'll be difficult to buy high-quality weapons, but if Brother Xia Fei is being sincere, then it will be of big help to us. I also think it's fine. We don't even have any good weapons to use. It's not like we can rely on cudgels to fight with that old fox Lorenzo, right?" The men avidly chattered. This guerrilla force made of poor people was truly in an ugly state. The mention of weapons and supplies immediately had them tempted. Wind Chim's face also lit up in joy, and she asked Xia Fei, "Where is your ship now?" Xia Fei messed around with his microcomputer, activating the Impaler's automatic driving system. "It's not far. It will take only a few minutes to arrive. It's all here. 50 F9 automatic cluster laser rifles, 10 gamma-ray pistols, 2 trunks of light-wave grenades for a total of 200 grenades, 10 boxes of rifle ammo, and 2 boxes of pistol ammo. We also have 200 boxes of canned beef, chicken, and fruit, 3 tons of condiments such as compressed flour, salt, coffee, cooking oil, vegetable extract, etc., and a lot of medicine. Are all these things worth one gilded green face?" Xia Fei led the group into the Impaler's storage compartment and pointed at the supplies piled up within. He had planned to give these things to Wind Chim for free. After all, this was old Porter's close female friend, but if he could trade them all for a valuable gilded green face instead, he would actually be turning a profit. One had to realize that if a gilded green face was taken to the Alliance's black market, it could be exchanged for far more than this. "It's enough. Of course. Good heavens! This is a brand new automatic laser rifle. Even if one has the money, they won't necessarily be able to buy one in the Black Abyss." The very blunt bearded man grabbed one of the automatic rifles from the trunk and hugged it tightly as if it were his precious, little baby. These rebels had lived in the barren Death Tri region all their lives, and they had never before seen many of the top-class products the Alliance supplied. Their eyes were dazzled and their mouths started to drool. There was not even a need to talk about Xia Fei's imposing heavy assault cruiser. Wind Chim looked at someone called Pillar, who looked very calm and collected as he quietly told her, "The equipment and supplies aren't bad, but there are more than 500 of us. We're still lacking in weapons." Xia Fei had sharp hearing, so he was naturally able to hear everything. He silently cursed this conniving fellow called Pillar. If not for Wind Chim's sake, Xia Fei would have just killed that fellow Baihao and left with the exotic beast instead of wasting his time with all this. Smiling, Xia Fei said, "Miss Wind Chim, in 3 days, I can send over another 500 F9 automatic rifles, 50 boxes of ammo, and 3 times the rest of the supplies." Pillar was flabbergasted, asking in disbelief, "Are you serious?" "I am." Xia Fei stared at Wind Chim, "but I have one condition." "What condition?" Wind Chim was still overjoyed from the supplies they were getting, so she failed to notice Xia Fei's deeper meaning. "I want you to come back with me to the Alliance." Xia Fei clearly enunciated every word, and he spoke in a tone that brooked no objection. "What are you saying?" Wind Chim's eyes widened, anger within them. Xia Fei showed his tough side, giving Wind Chim no chance to resist. "A gilded green face isn't worth these many resources. Miss Wind Chim, you should understand very well that my services come with a price. If you want it, then you have to come with me, or else the deal is off. All of you can just rely on the knives in your hands to fight against that warlord Lorenzo." The cunning Pillar could not help but grow anxious, and he pleaded, "Can't we talk this over? Miss Wind Chim is the heart of our army. What do we do if she leaves with you?" Xia Fei waved his hand firmly and said, "Sorry, this is not negotiable. Wen Qim felt that she had been struck by a lightning bolt, her body swaying back and forth. Wen Qim was well aware that Xia Fei was doing her a kindness, but she found herself momentarily unable to accept his methods, using her as a chip in this trade. Kid, you don't think the 500 of us can't keep you here, threatened a dark-skinned man, and at his words, the others began to close in. Xia Fei glanced over them and coldly said, you can try. I happen to need an excuse to kill all of you. In any case, Miss Wen Qim will be coming with me. It's not your choice whether she leaves or not. Kid, aren't you being a little too arrogant? Can you alone really fight with 500 of us? You can eat messily, but you ought to be careful with your words. Xia Fei, what's your relationship with Miss Wen Qim? Cut the chatter. Brothers, together. The crowd was itching to strike, and Xia Fei proudly stood, his eyes coldly sweeping across the crowd. In truth, Xia Fei's curiosity had been piqued by this motley crowd. All of you, shut up. Wen Qim could no longer hold herself back and furiously roared. Stop fighting over me. I'll go with him, Wen Qim bit her lower lip and said, her face ghastly pale. After one last glance at her comrades in this familiar land, Wen Qim silently followed Xia Fei onto the impaler. You'll definitely send them the equipment you promised. Relax, I will. At the dining table, Xia Fei gave Wen Qim a cup of coffee, but she simply looked out the ship's window at the sea of stars, her gaze unfocused. Sighing, Xia Fei said, you're Uncle Porter's friend, as well as mine. I can't watch you send yourself to death. Deep down, you should know that just these people with a few guns won't be able to do anything to a warlord with deep roots in the Black Abyss. This is a hopeless war. Originally, I wasn't planning to force you. If you weren't willing to come with me to the Alliance, I was planning to give you those resources, enough for you not to worry about basic necessities while living in the Black Abyss and to give Uncle Porter an explanation, but once I learned that you're part of some rebel army, my hands were forced. I had to take you back even if I had to tie you up, even if you end up hating me for the rest of your life. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a simple matter of keeping you alive. I don't care what you think, just like how you didn't care about what Uncle Porter thought. Wen Qim froze, and then in an almost inaudible voice, she said, it's not what you think. Porter, he. Xia Fei shrugged, firmly saying, save those words for Uncle Porter. Since you signed the contract, I hope that you will comply. Wen Qim silently nodded. Xia Fei guided Wen Qim to an empty bedroom. I'm going to get the gilded green face. Wait for me here. Xia Fei locked the door, clearly not showing any sympathy. Phantom pursed his lips. Aren't you being a little too rude to Wen Qim? You're always talking about respecting the decisions of others, so why didn't you respect Wen Qim's? You can't treat everything the same way. If Wen Qim is being an idiot, I can't just let her keep messing around, right? A rebel army with that disorderly mob? What are they going to rebel against? Uncle Porter is my friend and one of my people. Since his girlfriend wanted to deliver herself at death's door, what could I do except bring her back? War isn't something for women to fool around with. Anyway, I've already decided to bring Wen Qim back no matter what. Xia Fei spoke with a firm resolve, taking an extremely tough stance. In his view, this matter was non-negotiable. The impaler took flight. Availing itself of the darkness, it landed near a secluded valley. The sandstorm was raging outside, and in this sort of deserted region, there was no need to worry about being discovered. He equipped his bloodthirsty ice god armor, then held Celestial Moon in his right and Life Seeker Tri-Dagger in his left. In his spatial ring, he also had the bloodthirsty Screech Longsword and the ancient civilization weapon Butterfly Serpent. Once he was ready, Xia Fei descended from his ship and disappeared into the harsh sandstorm. Gilded green face, my precious, here I come. Xia Fei smiled as he spoke to himself.